The morning of my first job interview in 18 years, the closet explodes, my stockings rip, and I run out of antiperspirant. Well, my daughter lent me some pantyhose and her Suave antiperspirant. I didn't know Suave made an antiperspirant. But for the next 4 hours of nerve-wracking interviews, that Suave kept me cool and dry as can be. And when Carrie told me how much to save with Suave, I switched. Saving money is very important to us office managers.
Suave antiperspirant. So effective, you won't believe the price.
Hey, you, don't hold back. Whee!
Norman says, don't hold back. Every family needs squeezing. Don't resist. If it's soft, who needs a reason? Everyone should have some squeezing fun. And with squeezable softness sharpens the wine. So don't hold back. Everybody agrees. Take that softness and give it a squeeze. So don't hold back. Everybody loves a little squeeze.
Introducing Sunrinse Downy Dryer Sheets.
Turn on the sunshine, turn on the freshness.
New Sunrinse Downy Dryer Sheets. So airy, light, so sunny, fresh, it's like hanging your wash in the sunshine.
Turn on the sunshine, turn on the freshness.
Sunrinse Dryer Sheets, new from Downy. The fabric softener that gives you fluffy softness too.
Turn on the sunshine freshness.
Sunrinse Dryer Sheets, new from Downy.
Come on in.
You must master numbers, children, so that when a value comes your way, you'll be wise enough to see it. Consider this. You buy 5 pieces of Kentucky Fried Chicken for $3.99 or 10 pieces for $3 more. Is this good value?
Teacher, this is a very good deal.
You are learning, little one.
Their lives were filled with hope until reality shattered their dreams.
She's dead.
But they saved the baby.
Now we must turn tragedy into triumph.
What do I know about babies?
This is your own flesh and blood.
An inspirational story of courage and hope.
We're gonna make this work.
Midnight Callers Gary Cole and Growing Pains Joanna Kearns. Those She Left Behind, Monday on NBC.
Beginning Monday, Today brings back a familiar face, Joe Garagiola, and a new face, anchorwoman Faith Daniels. Today, get to know our family, weekday mornings.
Now, back to our program.
There's more than one way to win cash in McDonald's Dick Tracy Crime Stopper game.
Give it up, prune face.
Collect the mobsters from your game cards and watch for their ugly mugshots each week at McDonald's. Make a match and you can make $1 million.
Aha! There's the old puckerfoot.
We solved that case without a wrinkle.
We?
Dick Tracy. The movie is only in theaters.
I'm ripping him out.
Game is only at McDonald's.
To demonstrate the improved cleaning power of our new liquid detergent, we washed 100 filthy shirts in new System Surf and 1 in a leading detergent. While Sam looks for the shirt that still has odors in it, you can see that Surf's improved formula made these shirts whiter and brighter than ever and completely stain-free. Now, Sam, show us the one shirt that still has odors in it. Thanks, Sam. Introducing new System Surf Liquid for the difference Sam can smell and the clean you can see.
Dinner at the Garrett's is always special, and the house dressing is always out of the ordinary.
Flowers for me.
Yeah, beautiful presentation. Great ingredients. Where'd you get these?
House Italian from Kraft.
Everything came from grandma.
Spicy red peppers. Sweet basil. Kraft House Italian's taste has made it a favorite at the Garrett House, and probably yours.
Hey, wait a minute, I haven't even finished
House
my
Italian from Kraft, America's house dressing.
Well, I always thought arugula was an island in the Caribbean.
Hey, honey, how about those sandwiches, huh?
Okay, but I'm out America Whip.
Hi, Paul. I'm out. I gotta go.
A sandwich just isn't a sandwich without the tangy zip of Miracle Whip salad dressing.
Not a bad bluff.
It's powerful. It's 110% protection. Speed Stick deodorant, made just for a man. It has no alcohol to evaporate. Its protection doesn't fade. Speed Stick, 110% protection.
The magical world of Disney will return after these messages.
Thursday, get your kicks with Cosby. Party with a different world and laugh it up with Cheers.
Cliff Clavin over here at Cheers.
Hey, it's Mr. Weenie to you, pal.
Then it's another new NBC summer comedy hit, Seinfeld.
If there was no sports and no women, the only thing guys would ever say is, so what's in the refrigerator?
Still the best show in town, Thursday on NBC.
Presenting Ronald McDonald and his musical Seal.
Food, folks, and fun. You know the one.
Oh, McDonald's for food, folks, and fun.
Thank you, thank you.
When you buy McDonald's Peach Toy Happy Meal, you can
Float some boats. Squirrel a rake. And build a castle.
2 toys each week, one with each Happy Meal you buy. You can collect all 8.
It's totally radical. It's totally cool.
It's Kids Days at Waldbaum's Food Mart.
Totally.
Now through June 23rd, register to win a trip to
Disney World. Mini Jeep. Scooters.
a gas-powered car.
Baseball tickets. And other cool prizes.
At Waldbaum's Food Mart, enter the
Kids dessert. Cook-off contest.
Our free kids activity book has games for kids and coupons for moms worth over $35. Don't miss Totally Kids Days at Waldbaum's Food Mart, now through June 23rd.
It's totally for kids.
Ross Joel on Connecticut News at 6 and 11.
Fabulous.
Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, is always on the lookout for new ideas in food.
Enjoy it.
Enjoy what? After this, I'm going to get a big Dave's Deluxe.
Introducing Dave's newest cheeseburger, a 1/4 pound of fresh beef, 3 strips of bacon, sauteed onions, the works, and it's only at Wendy's.
Hey, does this come with dessert?
Get a big Dave's Deluxe. But hurry, they're going fast.
Okay, don't move. You're about to witness an historic event. Did you miss it? It's new Turning Point eyeliner from Maybelline. Who else? Look at this. It sharpens itself inside the cap. No shavings. Totally revolutionary. You get a perfect soft point every single time, and it goes on easily. New Turning Point eyeliner. The big ideas are so simple. Smart, beautiful. Maybelline.
Got sparkles in my toothpaste. And a sorry shape. Sorry. The name is Colgate Junior. It's got it on a good taste. Colgate means it works so fine. Junior means smile. I put it all the time.
Colgate Junior for superstars like you.
Get ready, here it comes. We have rainbow. We have chips. Amazing! Only the elves use the rainbow to satisfy man's craving for cookies and candy.
Rainbow Chip Deluxe from Keebler.
My interview's in an hour and I'm out of antiperspirant. So I used my daughter's Suave. It kept me cool and dry through hours of interviews. And when she told me you save with Suave, I switched. Saving money is very important to us office managers.
It's a Music Man murder. Did a hitman kill him because he didn't make a record?
His job wasn't that important to be killed for.
See if you can help solve an important unsolved mystery. Then the summer's newest hit, Singer & Sons, moves to its new night.
How long do you think we can hold out here?
And the laughs continue on Dear John. Then,
I can't see.
Sam's lost his sight.
You are blind.
Now, he's the last hope for a woman stalked by a serial killer. Quantum Leap.
Wednesday.
I want you to listen to me. I want you to cross at the corner and look both ways when you're running out there in the street. Because people today, they drive crazy and they will run right over you. And I don't want anything to happen to you because Daddy and I love you very, very much.
Today, the streets are even more dangerous than you think.
You like flying? I got something that'll really make you fly.
So talk to your kids about drugs or somebody else will.
It's a fact of life that women sweat too, which is why Menon created Lady Speed Stick Antiperspirant. Wide coverage and speed stick protection that glides on dry to help keep you dry all day long. In fact, nothing fights wetness and odor better. But because it's made for a woman, it's gentle.
Women sweat too.
Lady Speed Stick protects you like a man, but treats you like a woman. Lady Speed Stick.
By Menon.
And now, the one and only Planters presents Everybody Loves the Nut.
For our love of Planters cocktail peanuts, we'll perform the first safe lambada.
Thank you. And the great taste of Planters Brews. We're the reason everybody loves a nut.
Do you have what it takes to compete in a game show against adults? Would you like to win a trip to LA? How about a $2,500 scholarship? Are you between the ages of 8 and 13? Well, if you say yes, you could be on your way to LA plus win a $2,500 scholarship. I'm Jonathan Prince, host of the Quiz Kids Challenge, and here's how you can audition.
For details, send your name, address, and phone number to WVIT Box 579 West Hartford 06110, and we'll send you an entry form. Auditions will be held June 22nd through 24th.
When's the...
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, please, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. But we're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls. I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops. Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen. This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping for
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that like playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
Woo! People, good morning, because it is technically still morning. How are you? I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's having a great week so far. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. And yes, big shout out to Laura P for that intro. And I've been meaning to mention this the last couple of live streams. I just get so distracted. But in my community, I reposted Joey Brooklyn's post. And Dr. Edward Moskowitz, who was a supporter of this channel, and just a kind, beautiful soul, and just a very valued member of this community, has unfortunately passed. And I guess this is Julie, his wife, who is using his account. So I got confused and I was just like, wait, what is going on here? But since Julie is here, I want to be able to verbally tell her from the heart that my thoughts are with her, and that Dr. Ed was truly loved and appreciated here. So thank you for being here. And by all means, I mean, it's not in any way strange or weird in any way, shape, or form that you're using his account and his name on there. So if you want to, don't let anybody give you any problems with that. If you want to use that, continue to comment under his name and just to keep his memory alive, I'm all for that. So you're always welcome here. And again, my thoughts are definitely with you and all of your loved ones. It is. Yes, Team Brittany. Absolutely. 100%. And yeah, I don't expect a whole lot of people in here today just because it is still technically morning. Usually my crowd is in the evening. So the thing is I may the reason why I'm not going live tonight, and I might still go live this evening depending on what the time frame is and whatnot. Who knows? I don't know. But I was invited to join a stream tonight on a channel that I absolutely love. And I don't know if their plans have changed or anything like that. I just haven't heard from them today, but supposedly the plan is today, and I've been looking forward to it all week. And these guys are just fantastic, and they're not true crime, and they're definitely not drama, and they're just pure, just fun and comedy, and they're just great guys. No. Nobody, like I said, within this community, the true crime community, they don't cover cases, nothing like that. Their name is the channel's name is the Hannibal and Monty Shit Show, and they are fucking great. They are just hilarious and awesome and fun, and just a perfect escape from all the serious madness that takes place. And it's one of those channels that I'm like, how do these guys not have just hundreds of thousands, if not millions of subscribers? They're just raw talent, and organized and fun, and just, yeah. And I've been on their show before, and they're so much fun to hang out with and talk to. So I hope that goes down tonight. I really do. So that's the reason why I went live now, because I want to surround everything around that plan, because I just love talking to those guys and hanging out with them. They're so much fun. So if they send me a post and a StreamYard link and all that stuff, as soon as I get that, I will repost it, and hopefully I can get you guys over there. But in the meantime, at the very least, just check them out. They are so much fun. Yeah, Hannibal and Monty shit show. Absolutely. Yeah, they're just a couple of just dope human beings, man. Just and hilarious. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that actually. Let me This is the link to their channel. And go ahead and subscribe. Just mosey on over there and subscribe. I don't think they've created the live stream yet. But they are. They're just a blast. So I really hope that this happens tonight, because I have missed hanging out and talking to these guys. Oh, the beard always comes back. Yeah, I just get sick of having hair on my face sometimes. The feeling, like the way it looks, but the feeling grosses me out. And after a while, and then I shave it off, and then I start it all over again. And thank you guys for subscribing to Hannibal and Monty. That I promise you guys, if you guys are just looking for just good fun, you'll enjoy them. And they're not politically driven in any way, shape, or form. They're not woke. They're not anti-woke. They're nothing like that. Just super fun and a whole lot of common sense. It just, yeah, again, I love talking to those guys. So hopefully that goes through tonight, because when I was actually live, when Monty sent me a message, and I was telling him, like, I think I was streaming like a video or something, and I was even like texted, like, dude, like, I'm in the middle of a live, and I had like a couple of thousand people, I think. And I was like, yeah, I got this many people in here right now, and I'm taking the time right now to answer this, because I don't want to miss the opportunity to hang out with you guys. You guys are amazing. So that's how much I want to hang out with these guys and talk to them. So yeah. Now, last night, I mean, I get to talking and whatnot, and we went 3 hours. We went 3 hours, as we normally do. And I ran out of coffee creamer and everything. There was just no way I was going to continue going. And so, we'll continue the Plevin stuff, because it's just fun. And then we're going to, before we do that though, we're going to check out Law and Crime. Law and Crime did like a 19-minute piece on the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case that they just recently dropped. So I haven't watched it yet. You guys know I like to do reactions with you guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and play that. And I'm going to go ahead and play that, and we are going to review it, and I'm going to react to it, because I don't know what it consists of. So, but we're definitely going to discuss that. And man, you guys, dude, I did stock my creamer. You know what it is, dude? I have to use, okay, I haven't even thrown it away yet because I'm a slob, but this is the creamer that I normally use because it's cheap, but I like liquid creamer because I don't like to have to stir, but the cooler at the store where I buy my creamer is broken. Yeah. And so I had to settle for powdered creamer, and I'm not happy about that because now I have to stir, and I'm not thrilled about that at all. And no, I mean, yeah, get me some sugar-free French vanilla flavored milk, and I'll use milk. But until then, okay, sticking to what I got. So, yeah, let's go ahead and check out this law and crime thing, folks. I'm gonna just adjust the speed on it. Hopefully they don't strike me, because they love to strike people. At least they used to. I think they've kind of chilled out about that lately, but let's check it out.
Love you, Karen.
Wrong speed. Here we go.
Karen Reed, the Massachusetts woman accused of hitting her boyfriend John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow, has become a cause celeb.
Said it feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe.
Reed claims she's the victim of a massive police cover-up, while prosecutors say Reed killed her boyfriend, and now her trial has been delayed. I'll tell you why and about some of the evidence prosecutors say points to Karen Reed. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Karen Reed faces a second-degree murder charge in the death of her boyfriend John O'Keefe. O'Keefe was a Boston police officer who was dating Reed in January of 2022. Surveillance video from a bar called McCarthy's captured Reed and O'Keefe, who you can see there wearing a baseball cap, on the evening of January 28, 2022. After that, prosecutors say the couple moved to another bar and then planned to go to a friend of O'Keefe's home for an after-party. O'Keefe was found dead the next morning around 6 a.m. outside of that home covered in snow, his cell phone found underneath his body. In a recent filing, prosecutors said O'Keefe's DNA was found on the broken taillight of Reed's SUV, and that plastic consistent with that taillight was found in O'Keefe's clothing. Reed's defense team has claimed a massive cover-up by state and local police. They've actually claimed O'Keefe was beaten inside that home and that cuts on his arm came from a dog bite. But prosecutors have said that didn't happen, and dog DNA was not found on O'Keefe's body.
And they're going to look back at this as one of the greatest miscarriages of justice.
The prosecutor in Norfolk County has also said that Reed has conspired with a blogger called Turtle Boy to spread misinformation about the case and to harass witnesses. They say the evidence points to one person being responsible for John O'Keefe's death, and that person, according to the prosecutor, is Karen Reed. Now Reed's trial is being delayed until at least April 16th, after federal prosecutors looking into the case dropped a trove of more than 3,000 documents on prosecutors and Reed's defense team. Joining me to discuss the latest on this crazy case are two people who've been in the trenches on big cases in the past. Laura Uretzian is a defense attorney who was part of Scott Peterson's defense team back in the day. And Wendy Murphy is a former prosecutor who's also an advocate for victims. Thanks to both of you for coming on. Wendy, I'll start with you. Your reaction to the latest news that the case is now delayed. The trial has been pushed back to at least April 16th because the feds have come in and turned over 3,000 pages of documents saying who knows what. The defense says it helps them. The prosecution says that's not true.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out at the trial. I'm not surprised that it's kicked over to April. I'm frankly, I'm not surprised that there haven't been more defense tactics to get this kicked over a lot longer than just April, because to me, this is such an overwhelming case. And one of the things defense attorneys do when the case is overwhelmingly strong.
See, that's fascinating. So here is an experienced defense attorney who's claiming that she's surprised. So all these people are like, well, why isn't this happening like right now? Well, because the defense has a lot to go over. A lot to prove. They have grounds to do so. They have reason to do so. So here you have a criminal defense attorney. And if I'm correct, this person is at least one of these ladies are someone who defended Scott Peterson. And I'm not 100% convinced Scott Peterson is guilty. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, whoa, oh my God, you're crazy. He was convicted. Yeah, okay. But he's got a new trial coming up soon. I wonder why. Because the reason why I'm not 100% convinced that Scott Peterson is guilty is because there's doubt. There's absolutely doubt. How was I... Okay. I was just gifted a channel membership. I don't know how, but okay. Sorry, that was distracting. Yeah, there's plenty of doubt in the Scott Peterson case. One thing is that there was, at the very time that Lacey Peterson had disappeared, there was a burglary literally right across the street from her house. And they never caught those burglars. So, yeah. Sorry, that leaves doubt. Till you catch those burglars, I'm not 100% convinced. So, yeah. Well, that's where I'm at. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people, oh my God, look at his face. Look at that smug jerk. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I don't pay attention to smug looks on people's faces, and I don't judge whether or not they're guilty of murder of a pregnant woman based on the look on their face. Sorry, I just don't.
Strong against them is they just try to delay it until everybody drops dead. You know, it's a tactic that doesn't often work. It's just a tactic. I was wrong. I thought the judge would kick it over for a lot longer, and I thought, frankly, that maybe one of the defense attorneys would withdraw for the purpose of facilitating that continuance, because that's also a fairly common defense tactic. Now, having said all of that, is it a big deal to continue the case for a few weeks from the March date to the April date? Not at all. First of all, that's a tiny little bit of time, and as we know, the defense wanted much more of the continuance. They didn't get it. Sure. And presumably that's because they failed to persuade the judge that they needed more time because of this recent document dump from the feds. So I think we have to infer from that whatever it is that the feds turned over, and it may well be thousands of pages, you could have thousands of pages with absolutely nothing in them of significance. If there was something really significant in there, the defense probably would have said, look, this really important piece of information has just come out from these federal documents, and now we're going to need to hire another expert, do a deeper investigation or deeper dive on this such and such issue. And they didn't do that. I mean, so I think we have to assume there's not a lot in there, but nevertheless, this is the judge saying, when you get 3,000 new documents, you deserve a few more weeks. So I don't see it as a particularly consequential development at all. And it's not a big deal to push a case for a few weeks.
And the judge basically said, I'll give you a few weeks, but you need to be ready to go.
Wait, is Wendy Murphy? Which one of these is Wendy? Is Wendy Murphy the one in the middle here? Did I miss that? Did I miss that Grant's mom is on this panel? How am I missing that? The one on the right, the one that was just talking. Okay.
Go on April 16th. So they'll be back in court in a couple of weeks, and I think they'll determine from there whether or not further delay is needed.
Okay, the turtleneck
Laura, you're a defense attorney.
Okay.
I'm assuming more time is always better.
Okay,
we have a high-profile case. I mean, every time this woman appears in court, there are...
I was going to say, so why is Wendy Murphy all of a sudden, like, surprised that the judge is... Wait, I'm so confused. Why is Wendy Murphy saying that she's surprised that the judge didn't allow this to go even longer? Didn't allow these continuances? I'm confused.
There are throngs of people outside holding signs, cheering her name. It's kind of absurd, but that happens sometimes in some of these cases. Your thoughts on the delay?
I was surprised that they only got a few weeks. I mean, if you get 3,000 pages of new discovery that you need to go through, and it's not just about reviewing all of these pages. I mean, it takes quite some time to review several thousand pages. And you also need to see what the issues are and if there's a need for additional investigation. So I was surprised that they only got 3 weeks. I would have thought that they needed at least a couple of months just to make sure that they've covered their bases, right? They've gone through this, they've done the investigation that needs to be done, but obviously the judges are holding them on or keeping them on a tight leash. So we'll see what happens. I mean, you never know, they may come back again and say, you know what, judge, there were a few things that we noticed and we're still investigating them and we need more time, and they're entitled to that time. So I know Wendy sees this as, a tactic and this and that, but no, I mean, 3,000 pages is a lot. That's voluminous. Some cases don't even have half of that. And attorneys get a lot of time because they're doing their investigation. They're going through all this.
There you
don't
go.
leave a stone unturned, right? This is someone's life, and you want to ensure that their due process rights are protected.
Right. So it's a little weird, isn't it? I mean, this defense attorney here, who I guess it's her who actually represented Scott Peterson. She's like, well, there's documentation that has significantly less than what the information turned over by the United States Attorney's Office. There's significantly less that gets plenty more time to give the defense or the prosecution more time to evaluate before presenting their case. So why aren't they getting more time? Why is Auntie Bev not giving more time to the defense? Cutting them off from speaking. I mean, so far where I'm at on that is, well, she's just tired of being there. She's tired of this case going on for 2 years. And again, she wants this to go to trial. It seems like she wants this to go to trial. I don't know for a fact that she wants this to go to trial, but it would make sense that she would want this to go to trial, considering everything that we discussed yesterday, considering the idea that she probably enjoys the publicity and is looking for more publicity. Otherwise, I mean, make a decision that doesn't make me speculate. Beverly Canone, make a decision, make a one sound decision in this case that doesn't make me speculate your motives. Please. That's all I ask.
And they get a fair trial. And the only way someone can get a fair trial is if also the attorney representing that client or the team are doing their due diligence and preparing the defense effectively. So, I mean, that's where I stand. It's not so, the part that's surprising to me is that it was only a few weeks. It should have been longer.
Some people may have known about this already, but there's been some interesting ththings that have been noted by the prosecution in this case. And it came in a filing in response to Karen Reed's attempt to have the indictment tossed, the charges thrown out. First thing, and I'm not sure how consequential this is, but they're saying basically that this was a relationship at the time that this happened that was on the rocks, that Karen Reed had accused John O'Keefe of cheating on her. She was saying stuff like, I effing hate you in voicemails. She was accusing him of cheating on a trip to Aruba. It sounded like things were not so happy and that he was thinking about breaking up with her. So, Laura, I want to go to you first on that. Do you think this paints a picture?
See, this is something that I don't imagine, and some women are going to get mad at me for this. But if you're a man, and you've never had a woman get drunk and call you 100 times in the middle of the night and tell you how much she hates you, then you haven't fucked her right. I'm just saying.
Of maybe something happening that night. The prosecution might say, look, this was a relationship that they might have looked really happy on the surveillance footage in the bar, but maybe it wasn't so great and there was an argument or something happened.
Look, of course they're going to try and go there, but just because people have had arguments, and every relationship has its stages, right? There's the happy days and there's the days when there's arguments. And just taking an argument or an accusation from some time prior to this incident doesn't necessarily mean that that's what was happening on that day. I'm not even sure. I think it's more prejudicial than relevant in some ways, if you ask me. What matters is what was happening that night. If everything seemed fine, unless their theory is that she planned on killing him, she was so upset with him, and she was accusing him, and this was something she was planning, and she intentionally did this, then I don't see why this should come in. What difference does it make what was going on? If this was an accident, again, how is all of that relevant to this?
Wendy, your thoughts on the text and voicemails?
Yeah, I'm not 100% in disagreement, but I do think it's relevant for this reason. If you had a fight with someone, whether your relationship was rocky or not, if you had a disagreement or a fight right before they died, that's fair game. I mean, the jury might not think it was a big enough fight to justify murder, but they're entitled to hear about it because motive matters. Motive isn't an element of the crime, but it matters. And then I think, it goes both ways. If she was doing something that upset him or he was doing something that upset her, you got to give the full context of the relationship to the jury. They shouldn't get snippets. And that's what I would worry about as a judge, that they only find out she was mad at him because he had an affair, or they only found out that he was mad at her because she was doing sexting things with the ATF agent. You got to give the whole picture, because if a jury's going to use the nature of the relationship as a factor in terms of them figuring out why something might have happened, they deserve the full picture and not a partial picture. They shouldn't think one person is bad and not the other, even though, of course, it's the defendant who's on trial and the victim really isn't a party to the case. When a relationship is the focus of the jury's attention, they should hear everything about it. And it seems to me there's no disagreement that their relationship was rocky. I mean, there's really no disagreement that they were having problems. The evidence shows that, both from his children and from
100%, Scott McGinnis. 100%. I totally agree with you. Hold on. Let's see what old Grant's mom is saying here real quick. I got to hear this one more time.
Crime, but it matters. And then I think, it goes both ways. If she was doing something that upset him or he was doing something that upset her, you got to give the full context of the relationship to the jury. They shouldn't get snippets. And that's what I would worry about as a judge, that they only find out she was mad at him because he had an affair, or they only find out that he was mad at her.
Wendy Murphy, how can you possibly give the full context of the relationship when none of us were there throughout the entire relationship? How do you propose we do that? How do you propose that is done when the only two people who can actually testify to the full context of their relationship would be Karen Reed and or John O'Keefe? Both, well, and John O'Keefe. That's the only way. And John O'Keefe is no longer with us. So how do you propose we get the full context of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's relationship? Because, I mean, if you're saying that that's motive, because I love that. Everybody's like, oh my God, that's the motive. The motive is that she wasn't happy and she, said, I hate you in the middle of the night and blah, 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 blah. Well, I mean, okay. I could see that being motive if she threatened to kill him at some point. If she said, oh my God, I'm going to fucking kill you. Okay, I understand that, but people fight all the time. People are miserable in their relationships all the time. That is not necessarily a motive for murder. You got to give me more than that. You could use that and add to other things, but considering that I could poke holes through every other piece of evidence that the prosecution is trying to present, I mean, well, the context of the relationship means shit to me. It means nothing. Like, the majority of my relationships have been dysfunctional. I mean, and I realize that's me throwing myself under the bus there. That's fine, but I haven't killed anybody. I'm still here as well. So, I mean, are you saying it's just a matter of time? I mean, what are you saying here? You know how many times I've been threatened? Dude, I actually have a scar right here from a woman taking a knife to me. But I'm still here. I'm still here. You know what I mean? Like, could have. If she wanted to actually run the knife through me, she could have. She was just being crazy. And it happens. I've dated my share of crazy women. It happens. But you can't just assume that because people have dysfunctional relationships, even borderline violent relationships, that's motive to kill someone right away. I mean, you have to take into context other things. You need to give me evidence that is tangible besides the nature of someone's relationship. I need more than that. All that does is add a little flavor to other existing evidence. That's all that does. That's my point. Is all a rocky relationship does, as far as evidence goes, is add flavor to other solid evidence. And this DNA being on her trunk or on her bumper or on her taillight, even John O'Keefe's DNA being on that doesn't mean shit to me because it was her. That's his girlfriend's car. That's his girlfriend's car. Why would his DNA not be all over it? And I mean all over it. You know what I mean? Like, and then of course there's the taillight, there's the clothing which we all know was handled, as far as evidence goes, in a very irresponsible fashion. That evidence could have absolutely been tainted in some way, shape, or form. The taillight, we already know the circumstances in which the taillight evidence was collected. So how is that proof that she hit him with the car? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Wait. No.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we.
To be honest, relationship context to the side. If John O'Keefe's phone data doesn't show him being dragged out of the house, Karen Reed and Turtle Boy are cooked. Well, thank you, No Strays Entertainment. I don't fully understand the comment. Let me see. To be honest, relationship context to the side. If John O'Keefe's phone data doesn't show him being dragged out of the house. I'm not sure if that phone data is gonna show that. I don't know if that phone data is even capable of showing that. And what the fuck does that have to do with Turtle Boy? No Strays. I appreciate the super chat, but what does John O'Keefe's phone data have anything to do with Turtle Boy? It makes no sense to me, but thanks.
Was mad at her because she was doing sexting things with the ATF agent. You got to give the whole picture, because if a jury's going to use who's mad at her because, and that's what I would worry about as a judge, that they only find out she was mad at him because he had an affair, or they only found out that he was mad at her because she was doing sexting things with the ATF agent. Find out she was mad at him because he had an affair, or they only found out that he was mad at her because she was doing sexting things with the ATF agent. We find out she was mad at him because he had an affair, or they only found out that he was mad at her because she was doing sexting things with the ATF agent.
Wendy Murphy. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Uh-oh.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Grandmaster Simpos, thank you, buddy. Malice in Wonderland, congratulations. May your baby girl cross an ocean of time. I agree. And congratulations, Malice in Wonderland, on your new addition to your family. Much love and many blessings to come, we hope. Absolutely. Now, sexting things, Karen Reed sexting things with the ATF agent, right? The ATF agent that she's referring to is Higgins, who was inside 34 Fairview that night. Does anybody see where I'm going with this? So this is her baby boy, her son, okay? Her son, Grant, keeps hanging on this, that's motive for Karen Reed. Could it be motive for Karen Reed? Sure. But it's a bit more, I would think it's more motive for Higgins. Now, I'm not saying Higgins had motive. I don't know anything about the sexting that took place or allegedly between Karen Reed and Higgins. I don't know about that. But the fact of the matter is if this was the case, I would say that would give Higgins more motive to kill John O'Keefe than Karen Reed to give motive to John O'Keefe. Killing John O'Keefe. I mean, if John O'Keefe went into that house and he was upset about Karen Reed sexting with Higgins, the ATF agent, let me just break down a scenario based on that theory. Okay? Let me break down an alternate scenario here. Because one scenario is John O'Keefe was mad about the sexting that was taking place. And so Karen Reed, he's like, screw this. I'm leaving and I'm going inside that house to hang out with the guy that you were sexting with. That makes sense. But moving on. I'm going inside to hang out with the guy that you were sexting with that I'm mad at. And then Karen Reed says, "Oh, no, you're not." And then backs her car into him and runs him down. Right? Makes perfect sense. Yeah? No. What would make more sense in that scenario, if we're applying the sexting taking place allegedly between Karen Reed and Higgins, would be, I'm going inside that house and I'm going to confront the asshole that you've been sexting with. And then, of course, there's already an intention to confront someone, and there's already an intention to have a negative interaction with someone. And that's someone who's hanging out with a bunch of friends who also happen to be law enforcement, or at least one or two of them happen to be law enforcement besides him. Well, then what happens? Something breaks down. Let's say John O'Keefe. Let's say John O'Keefe was killed in self-defense inside 34 Fairview. We're speculating here. John O'Keefe goes into the house. He doesn't know that Higgins is in there. He's just going in there to have a good time with Jen McCabe, because that's actually what makes more sense, that he didn't know that Higgins was in there. He sees Higgins in there. He goes, "What the fuck is this guy doing in here?" He gets pissed off. He's like, "Hey, so why am I seeing fucking dick pics in my girl's? Why am I seeing your dick pics in my girl's phone?" Or whatever the fuck. Why am I seeing this happening? Right? Blah, blah, blah. Things get heated. People start yelling. They get in each other's faces. Chloe, who has a history with biting people, sees that there's aggression taking place, protects her home, and then attacks John O'Keefe, the aggressor, who is addressing the person who he believes is sexting with his girlfriend. Right? Things get out of hand. After Chloe attacks, Higgins attacks John O'Keefe. Well, shit, we got to cover this up. People are going to come in here asking what we're doing. People are going to be asking people. We're going to get drug tested. Because there's also the speculation that Ryan Nagel showed up there to sell them blow. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Ryan Nagel is a coke dealer. I don't know anything about that. But that's one theory that's floating around. Right? So the bottom line is, it makes more sense as far as motive goes that Higgins would have more motive to kill John O'Keefe rather than Karen Reed killing John O'Keefe over this sexting situation or an affair that's taking place between between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. I mean, this theory, what they don't seem to understand, what Grant seems to be missing, what Grant's mom here seems to be missing, is that their theory gives more motive to Brian Higgins than it does Karen Reed. It just does. I mean, I don't give a shit what you say. It just does. I'm not saying that's the case. And I'm not saying that's what happened, because I don't even have a theory. I had a very loose theory based on possible motive. But the fact is that theory makes more sense than Karen Reed backing up into a car because John O'Keefe is mad about an affair that she's having. That doesn't make sense. What makes more sense is that John went into this house unknowingly to his knowledge, that not knowing that he was going to run into brain fart there. Not knowing that he was going to run into Brian Higgins inside that house. Alcohol is involved. Tempers flared. Higgins is confronted. Aggression ensues. Chloe reacts. And Higgins acts, takes advantage. Or John O'Keefe attacked Higgins. Who knows? Possibly. I mean, Nobody here. I realize John O'Keefe is the victim, but I'm not sitting up here saying that John O'Keefe was an angel because I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about him. I know that he's a police officer and he deserves justice. Clever, get out of there, please. Go lay down. Did you eat that bone already, dude? That whole thing? Holy shit. Dude, I got Clever this, but he ate the whole thing, dude. I hope Clever like never ever gets mad at me. Dude. Hold on a second. Clever, come here, buddy. You can't. Okay. So, yes, he's a growing puppy. But no, he just grabbed something that once he starts chewing on, it's going to make a whole bunch of noise. So I just had to take it away from him. So, I mean, yeah, these people, my point being is that's not even a theory that I have. Okay. I'm just saying based on just based on the justification here that that according to these people, based on their justification of a motive here, justifying their motive, that their motive that they've come up with, that they've concocted, Wendy Murphy and her son Grant have concocted here, that Karen Reed had motive because John O'Keefe was upset about Karen Reed allegedly sexting with Brian Higgins. That gives Brian Higgins more motive than it gives Karen Reed. I mean, let's get real, people. It also gives motive for covering it up. I mean, I'm not even saying that that's what I believe. Like I said, I don't know. I don't have a theory as to what happened. But if I'm going to speculate and come up with a theory based on that so-called motive, it's not a motive. It's more of a motive for Brian Higgins than it is Karen Reed.
You got to give the whole picture, because if a jury's going to use the nature of their relationship as a factor in terms of them figuring out why something might have happened, they deserve the full picture and not a partial picture. They shouldn't think one person is bad and not the other, even though, of course, it's the defendant who's on trial and the victim really isn't a party to the case. When a relationship is the focus of the jury's attention, they should hear everything about it. And it seems to me there's no disagreement that the relationship was rocky. I mean, there's really no disagreement that they were having problems. The evidence shows that, both from his children and from people who knew them. And by the way, the people that were at the party where the house was, where, you know, the car was in front of the house, and that
you need to give me more than their rocky relationship.
Where the incident happened, the people in the house didn't know them that well. So there's not a lot that's going to come from those witnesses about how much they liked each other or didn't like each other. And all of those witnesses, I think this is correct, testified that they were getting along great that night when they were at the bar. They had all been, I don't know if this is
all of those witnesses whose testimonies, whose grand jury testimonies are inconsistent with their statements given initially. And we don't even know what statements were given initially, because the notes are no longer available. The notes, quote unquote, no longer exist. The initial notes taken by the investigators when they interviewed witnesses, the notes no longer exist, according to the prosecution. The notes no longer exist. Okay. But these witnesses are credible in some way. These so-called witnesses, the witnesses who claim they're not witnesses. I mean, dude.
Has come out, but you know, they had all been. I don't think Karen was there, but the police had been to a funeral service earlier in the day on behalf of another cop who had been killed, and cops often get together after these things, and that's what they did. They got together and went to a bar and went to several bars and got drunk. I mean, there was a lot of drinking, and both John and Karen were very drunk. And who knows, maybe they had a good relationship with each other because they were both drunks who liked to be together because they enabled each other to be drinkers. I don't know. What I do know is that the evidence shows
you don't know anything. Where the fuck? How did you go there? The fuck does that have to do with anything?
Getting along pretty well in the hours before this happened, but they also had a history of difficulty in their relationship, and each of them had a reason to be angry at the other. I think that's the most we can say at this point, and it's fair game for the jury to know all of it.
What does that have to do with?
Let me explain. Cleat, notes no longer exist. This better be brought up in trial. Even better, hopefully it doesn't happen. A trial doesn't happen, but it was brought up in the motion to dismiss or in the motion to disqualify the DA. That was brought up.
With what happened here, my understanding is that the allegations are that she was under the influence and she hit him, and that we're looking at it from the negligence angle. We're not looking at in a specific intent to murder somebody. So, or
she's charged with murder. She's charged with second-degree murder.
She's charged with
absolutely.
Yeah, which were upgraded. Those charges were upgraded from what? Involuntary manslaughter. So I love that this attorney is calling her out. Like, whoa. Wait a minute. Where are you going? You're talking about an intentional motive to kill, where she's charged with second-degree murder. Do you know the difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder? Obviously, you don't. Because if it's proven, if the prosecution felt that they could prove that she intentionally hit him and she had this motive based on her feelings about him, well, then that would mean that she had intent. That's first-degree murder. That means that she premeditated the whole thing. She said, okay, as soon as this motherfucker gets behind my car, I'm hitting the reverse and I'm backing right into his ass. Fuck him. That's not second-degree murder. That's not involuntary manslaughter. That's fucking murder. Period. That's not. So what this defense attorney is saying that's on this panel, she's telling Wendy Murphy whether or not, whether they had a shitty relationship or not is a moot point here. It's an absolute moot point here because she's not charged with first-degree murder. If they could prove that their relationship had anything to do, then why isn't she charged with first-degree murder? That would imply that she premeditated this murder. That would be first-degree murder.
Right. She's charged with it, but I mean, my understanding is that the theory is not that she intentionally did this to him. That this could have been an accident in the sense, maybe there's gross negligence or whatever it may be, or a conscious disregard for human life and the way she drove. But the bottom line is that it's not necessarily that she intended on killing him. And there was
but I don't think you don't need. It's a really good point, actually, but I don't think specific intent to kill is the issue so much as what might have been the motive. And state of mind is always relevant. As you know, as a defense attorney, state of mind is always a factor, whether it's a specific intent, mens rea, or.
Then why are you bringing up their relationship and an affair that you have no proof actually happened?
Something more like what you said, recklessness. It's still important to know the state of mind of the defendant, and to the extent they have evidence that might bear on that, the jury's entitled to hear it. But I hear what you're saying. If this were just an accident, even an accident because she was drunk, you might be right. This is less relevant. But she's charged with second-degree murder because what the government has said anyway is that she was originally charged with manslaughter because they did think it was an accident, and perhaps a drunk driving accident. But something changed after that. When they did more investigation, they decided to up the charge to murder. I'm not sure I would have done that. I've always said in this case that I think overcharging always leads to overdefending, and it creates a nightmare. And you shouldn't do that if you don't really have the evidence. The prosecution claims that it has the evidence that proves intent to kill, intentional malice, not just the degree of mens rea that you described, which is more like an accident. They claim they have a basis for accusing her of intending to kill him. We'll see what that is. I think that's a tough hill to climb, but I don't have access to the evidence the state has, so we'll see.
Definitely a tough one. I agree with you. I'm not sure how they're going to prove that, at least not through some text sometime.
That's interesting because the defense doesn't have access to the evidence either, which is a serious problem.
Before the incident, especially when on the eve of, everything is great and happy.
Let's move on now to the taillight. The prosecution is saying that the taillight from Karen Reed's SUV, that they found pieces of plastic that were consistent with that red plastic from Karen Reed's SUV taillight, that they found fragments of that in John O'Keefe's clothing, and that John O'Keefe's DNA was found on Karen Reed's taillight. So that seems pretty significant. Laura, that seems like a big piece of evidence, almost kind of like bombshell stuff.
I agree. I mean, this is not very favorable to the defense, but there could be a logical explanation to it, right? And somebody who knows the facts better may be able to argue it, but it could have happened after the fact when she came back. It could have happened at any point, right, for the DNA to have transferred onto some of these pieces, or some of that broken pieces having gone into his clothing, on O'Keefe's clothing. So there may be a reasonable explanation. There may be a good explanation, and I'm sure there's going to be experts testifying as to all of that, because we know, even though the defense has all this information and what seems to be inculpatory, they are still stuck to their position that she is innocent and this was a setup. And they're claiming that there's plenty of exculpatory evidence in the 3,000 pages that they've gotten. And we don't know what they see as exculpatory, because they haven't shared that with us, and none of us have seen those 3,000 pages. All we've got is what now the prosecution is alleging. But I would like to see what else they've got, because we still have that text. And I know there's a dispute about that text, about how long for someone to die in the snow.
Yeah.
And there's a dispute between defense and prosecution experts. But again, these are all things that are going to be litigated, right, later, whether it be in motions eliminate or with witnesses testifying at the trial. And we'll have more information so we can come to a better conclusion on these issues.
Have I told you guys how much I love it when lawyers validate my shit? Have I told you guys how much I love that shit? She's sitting there saying, nah, basically she's saying, I need more than that. There's probably a logical explanation behind all of that shit. She didn't go into the details that I went into, which is, I mean, well, it's his girlfriend's vehicle. I mean, why wouldn't his DNA be on that? And since the defense is claiming that this taillight, that this evidence is fabricated and was collected, however they're saying it was collected, I need more. I need more than that. That's not enough. That's not damning. Could be, but based on what I'm hearing from Karen Reed's defense, I'm going to need more than that. That is what you call doubt, folks. Gerda K, welcome to Logic. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it.
And just so the audience knows, the 6:23 a.m. text, the prosecution says it was sent at 6:23 a.m. when they were, after they had found John O'Keefe's body, Karen Reed and some other women, and that she had asked somebody to Google, how long does it take you to die in the snow? And that a friend had done that. Karen Reed's defense attorneys say it happened much earlier in the evening, and this was part of the cover-up. But Wendy, the taillight evidence, your quick take on that, as far as John O'Keefe's DNA being on it and the fragments being found in his clothing, according to the prosecution.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to really argue against it. You can, and you have to. You're a defense attorney. You got to put something up. But when the allegation is,
you see what she's doing there? You see that slick, that slick little jab she made right there? Like, oh, well, I don't think you can argue against it. But of course, you're a defense attorney, so it's your job to put up an argument against it. Well, yeah. Right. If you're saying you can't argue against it, but a defense attorney can argue against it, well, then it can be argued against. It can absolutely be argued against. The whole point, what makes evidence damning evidence, what makes it so, what makes evidence so damning is when you cannot put up an argument against it. When you look at it and go, fuck, oh, well, shit, man. I don't know. I don't know. That's when it's damning. Not when it's, well, I mean, this could have happened here. This could have happened there. That blah, blah, blah. I mean, if you can't ask any questions like, well, I mean, well, how was the taillight evidence collected? Who handled it? When was it collected? Oh, wait. So there were 5 different undocumented searches by an investigator who has a personal relationship with one of the witnesses whose statements are completely and totally inconsistent. So Okay. Can't wait to see how a jury reacts to that. And then, of course, there's the DNA on her car. Again, for the 100th time, it's his girlfriend's car. Why wouldn't his DNA be on her car? On literally any part of her car. It doesn't matter what part of her car. And some argued yesterday when I was making this point, somebody said, well, what about, I'd have to know if it's blood evidence or touch evidence, blood DNA or touch DNA. Well, I'm going to assume that it's touch DNA because I'm pretty sure the prosecution would have specified that it was blood DNA. Blood DNA is a lot more damning, for sure, because why the hell was he bleeding all over her car? But where's his blood? Because even still, if they say, oh, well, his blood DNA what was on the car. Okay, who collected the blood DNA? How was the blood DNA collected? Oh, wait, it was collected in red Solo cups provided by a neighbor in the snow. So, I could think of 100 different scenarios now as to how his blood got on that car. So it doesn't matter. Even if it's blood DNA, it doesn't matter because of how the blood evidence was collected in this case. So
that her car killed him by crashing into him, and that
What's
a consequence
up,
of that
Olivia? It's good to see
crash was her taillight was broken, and pieces of her taillight are found, microscopic pieces, like not a big piece that you could plant, but microscopic pieces that come when plastic shatters. Microscopic pieces matching her taillight, scientifically proven, they match and came from her taillight, landed in the shirt that he was wearing at the time. You cannot argue against that. I'm sorry. You can try to make a claim that somebody planted them there, but who's going to?
Okay. Again, his shirt. How is the evidence being his shirt handled? We saw pictures of his shirt laying all over the hospital fucking floor. Not in a bag, not marked evidence. So, yeah, you can absolutely claim that. And here's the thing, Wendy Murphy, is you can absolutely claim that it was planted there. You know why you can absolutely claim that it was planted there? Because the investigators failed to handle the evidence correctly. Because the defense doesn't have to prove that it was planted there. All that does is plant in the jury's mind that the possibility that it was planted there is there. That's all that matters. Once that is in the juror's mind, in one juror's mind, it could have absolutely been planted there. How do I know that it could have been planted there? Because the evidence of the shirt itself was not handled correctly. So all that has to happen is a jury go, I got questions. That's it. A juror cannot sit there and go, okay, well, the defense has to fucking prove to me that this evidence was planted. All that has to happen is a juror go, I got questions. So where was the shirt? What happened to the shirt? Did they take the shirt off them right away? Were they wearing gloves? Did they put it in a bag, wearing gloves immediately, mark it as evidence, timed it, put a time on it, record bagging the evidence with an iPhone or otherwise? Did they record bagging the evidence? No. What happened was there was a picture taken of the shirt on the floor at the hospital. So just because it's microscopic, it doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. Because I got questions. I don't have an actual theory as to how microscopic pieces of the taillight got on his shirt, because it's not my job to figure out and come up with a theory. My job as a juror would be to ask questions. That's it. So that's not evidence. That's not evidence.
To plant microscopic pieces, and it's just so stupid to think somebody planted microscopic pieces in his shirt.
Is
the
it
second
though?
piece of it, of course, is the evidence in the other direction.
Is it though? Is it stupid to think that any evidence was planted at all? Like, that's the whole point, is I wouldn't put anything past. It's not stupid. It would normally feel stupid. I'll give you that, Wendy Murphy. Normally, it would feel stupid under any regular circumstances in any other case that I've ever covered. It would absolutely seem stupid. Totally. But considering everything that we know about this case surrounding that, no, it's not stupid at all. It's insane that I have to question it. I'm pissed off at the fact that I have to question it because I want justice for John O'Keefe as much as anybody else does. And I'm mad that I have to question those microscopic pieces of evidence. I'm mad about it. I shouldn't have to question that. That should be enough for me to go, ooh, that's bad. But it's not, considering everything that we know surrounding how that evidence, surrounding that evidence. Considering everything we know about the taillight and how the evidence of the taillight was already collected. Just that alone is enough for me to go, I don't know, man. That's not enough for me. Microscopic pieces of a taillight that was collected, 5 undocumented searches. Not one Canton responding police officer saw or picked up a piece of a taillight when they responded to the scene. All of it was found by Proctor. All of it. Give me a fucking break.
Other direction. So you've got her car and his shirt. You've also got his DNA on her bumper. Now, some have suggested, well, he lived with her. They lived together. Maybe he somehow came into contact with her bumper in an innocent way. Fine, make that argument. But the jury isn't going to abandon its common sense. His DNA on her bumper.
The jury is absolutely not going to abandon their common sense. And the common sense that you're failing to understand that a jury is going to go in there with is that they have to make decisions based on solid evidence without any doubt. If even the slightest bit of doubt is in that juror's mind, they're not going to go with common sense. They're going to go with the doubt because someone is innocent until proven guilty. They have to rule based on the idea that someone is innocent before proving them guilty. They have to go in there with the mindset of exonerating this person who is on trial, not damning them or condemning them. That's why you, Wendy Murphy, could never be a juror in this case. That's why I could never be a juror in this case, if I'm being honest. Because we know too much. But the thing is you would have never even been selected. Because if you're making your decision just based on the fact that there were microscopic pieces and ignoring everything else surrounding the fact that there were microscopic pieces of taillight found on this shirt, well, if you're ignoring everything surrounding that, well, then you don't have the common sense that it takes to be a juror. So I'm going to assume that anybody selected on this jury is going to have significantly more common sense than Wendy Murphy.
Which is the same bumper that killed him and has the taillight evidence on his shirt. You have to abandon common sense, not to think that that is the evidence that forensically is going to prove guilt, regardless of what those 3,000 pages say.
We're going to have to end things right there, Lori.
Okay. She just said that shit out loud. Before I read Olivia's comment, she just said that shit out loud. That right there, all that says, I mean, she said regardless of what a 3,000 page discovery by a federal investigation into the investigation, regardless of what that says, the microscopic pieces of the tail light found in his shirt is enough to close this case. Boom, done. Convict. Send Karen Reed away for the rest of her life. Regardless of what a 3,000-page document, which she has no idea it consists of, the judge doesn't even know what it consists of, a 3,000-page document, regardless of what that says, according to Wendy Murphy, the microscopic taillight pieces on the shirt are enough to convict. That's the level of intelligence. Look at, I mean, she said that shit with her chest, bro. Look at her face. She's so pleased with herself. I love how pleased with herself she looks. And then the other two to the left of her are like, I don't know, man, dude. Like, you're reaching. Did you just fucking say that shit out loud? Regardless of what a 3,000-page document says, right? Come on. Come on. Olivia says, here's the problem. Wendy Murphy hasn't considered. She has no idea what evidence will be admissible in trial. Majority of the state's evidence won't be admissible, especially the physical evidence. Good point, Olivia Nile. I didn't consider that either. I appreciate that. Scott McGinnis. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Scott McGinnis, thank you. Modern juries often fail nowadays. They fall for the state's narratives and don't hold the beyond reasonable doubt standard. Sacrosanct, scared of them. Scott, I love you, buddy, but I can't say that I totally agree with you on that. It's a pretty broad observation that I can't really get on board with. Sometimes they do. I mean, sometimes they do, but I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think that I have faith in this jury. Again, Scott McGinnis, you got to consider that only one juror has to have doubt. Only one. The defense only has to convince one juror on that jury that there's doubt. They need to just get one person on that jury to sit there in deliberation and go, I'm not convinced, guys. I'm sorry. You could have 11 other of those jurors sitting there going, dude, are you kidding me right now? What about the microscopic pieces of taillight? Right? But the one person on the jury is going to go, sorry, man. I need more than that. You know, I mean, it was his girlfriend's car. Microscopic pieces. No, Gregor Smith. That's not mistrial. That's a hung jury. I mean, I don't know. That might lead to a mistrial. I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know. That's a hung jury. So I don't know if that leads to acquittal or a mistrial. I'm not sure.
Gloria Retzian, thank you so much for coming back on. Wendy Murphy, thank you for coming on as well. We hope you both will.
Okay. Incredible. Yeah. So we're about halfway through the Plevin video, and then he went live again yesterday, so we might go over that. Yeah, this is just. Yeah, she straight up said that shit with her chest. Regardless of what a 3,000 page document says, having no idea what it says, regardless of what it says, that's enough to convict Karen Reed. No, it doesn't take a lawyer to say that that's just plain not true.
And it's all up to the defense to expose that. Say, one of my favorite movies, A Few Good Men. I watch it all the time. But in the real world, more often than not, though there's plenty of innocent people that go to jail and it's important to fight for them. But more often than not, the defendant is guilty. But in every one of those cases, the defense, especially the better paid defense, but even a public defender, is going to try to concoct some stuff and exaggerate some things to make it seem like there was a conspiracy, or the investigators were lying or corrupt, or this and that. That's going to go on, just as common sense tells you that's going to go on in any case. So you really have to
see that's and I would agree with Plevin on that, bro. I really would. I would agree with him on that, except for the fact that the defense has the absolute intention of having the DA's office charged with governmental misconduct. I mean, this isn't them just concocting some story. They absolutely plan on proving their allegations. They absolutely plan on it. And it should be mentioned that Josh Levy's office has stated in their letters, Josh Levy's office stated that Josh Levy's office has a very different opinion than the prosecution in regards to this case. That's public knowledge. So it'll be interesting to find out what's in those documents.
really have to take a lot of that stuff with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean it's not true. We haven't seen the evidence. It's just you really have to take it with a grain of salt. Now, the defense says that all of the material is mostly new and that it's exculpatory for Karen, meaning it's evidence that proves she's innocent. I doubt it. But certainly the state disputes that. And the state says that 90 to 95% of the evidence is not new, and that it continues to be not only not exculpatory, but inculpatory, intending to show that Karen was guilty. Now, we know the feds did not conduct a murder investigation. They don't do murder investigations, so they weren't digging into the...
Yeah, I need to review that again. Let me see something here. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh, yeah, I don't have it handy at the moment. I want to see if it actually says microscopic in the Commonwealth's opposition. I want to see if it actually says that if it specifically says microscopic pieces of the taillight were found on his shirt.
Into the evidence, they never requested a single piece of evidence from the state. What the feds were doing was simply looking for signs of corruption on the part of the investigators. And although they did,
and that's another thing. I don't think that it's people keep talking about that, like, well, why didn't they ask the prosecution for any evidence? Well, because they were investigating the DA. Anything the DA gives them, if they're already investigating the DA, anything they give them is to be taken with a grain of salt, in Plevin's words here. I mean, why would they ask him for that? They're going to do their own investigation. If they're investigating the integrity of the prosecution's investigation, they're the only way to successfully do that, the only way to thoroughly do that would be to conduct their own investigation. I mean, I love that logic. Well, they never asked us for anything. You know, did you come to me and ask? Like, again, you think the feds asked Escobar? They said, hey, man, listen, you mind talking to us about this? You mind giving us some evidence that could help us convict you? Like, it makes no sense. Like, that whole logic, it just blows my mind. Right. Hey, man, are you selling drugs? Are you a big drug kingpin, Pablo? Come on, buddy.
Subpoena several of the witnesses inside the house. So
be honest.
I don't know. I guess they were trying to do a murder investigation without doing a murder investigation. I don't know. I can't. Much of what they have done just doesn't make any sense. This is why it's so unprecedented and has challenged. So I don't really understand how Josh Levy survives this as U.S. attorney. I mean, I think there are legitimate questions as to whether he survives as a member of the Massachusetts bar. I mean, there are some extraordinary. There are really the only way he survives, and I think he knows this, and this is why. This has impacted the tone of. This is why he's participating directly himself in the questioning of witnesses. The only way he survives this is if he finds a conspiracy. Even then, even if they found a conspiracy, there's a lot of real misconduct on his part. But you could maybe justify it and say, well,
Dude, Turtle Boy found the conspiracy. You don't think Josh Levy's office found the conspiracy? Turtle Boy found the fucking conspiracy. A guy who calls himself fucking Turtle Boy found the conspiracy, dude. That's not to take anything away from Aiden. That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to make the point that if a high school history teacher, blogger can find a conspiracy in the Norfolk County DA's office and lead and the Massachusetts State Police to cover up a murder. I mean, like, if Turtle Boy can find it, then you don't think Josh Levy can find it? Come on, man. Like, come on, man.
He couldn't really work with the DA because he found the DA was corrupt or this and that. I mean, you could get away with it if they found some evidence of a conspiracy, but by all indications, they have not found any evidence of a cover-up. Nothing. I mean, for Alan Jackson to get up there and say all of this stuff is exculpatory, of course he's going to say that. You could have sent him 1,000 pages of a Stephen King novel, and he's going to say that.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say as well, and M's making a good point here. Aiden has been through hell because of these monsters. Absolutely true. And one might argue, well, what about the hell that Turtle Boy put all these other people through? Bro, these people aren't sitting in jail. They didn't sit in jail for 2 months. They're not facing years in prison over it, over a bullshit law. So, I mean, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear Jennifer McCabe's smiling ass is going through hell. She should have been more consistent with her testimony. She should have been more helpful to getting justice for her so-called friend. I don't feel sorry for her at all. Just the fact that she didn't even want to testify to get justice for her so-called friend and jump through hoops to make sure that she didn't have to testify, and comes up with this story where she stated that she basically described that every move that Karen Reed's vehicle did in the moments that John O'Keefe was allegedly killed, right? According to the prosecution's theory, she described every movement of Karen Reed's vehicle surrounding the actual incident, but not the incident itself. Not the actual hitting him with the car. Excuse me. And why wouldn't she turn over her phone records? Now, one might argue that she wouldn't turn over her phone records, Olivia. One might argue that she wouldn't turn over her phone records because she was afraid of being implicated in something else. That's possible. I understand that. That happens a lot. But the thing is why wouldn't she be willing to testify against Karen Reed? She has no loyalty to Karen Reed. She has no relationship with Karen Reed. John O'Keefe was her friend. She believes that her friend was killed by his girlfriend, who she has no loyalty to. Why would she fight tooth and nail to not have to sit on the stand and add her 2 cents to get her convicted, to get justice for her friend, who is a Boston police officer, who she failed to mention in the 911 call that he was a Boston police officer. She knew his age. She didn't not know that he was a Boston police officer. She knew exactly how old he was in the 911 call, didn't she? So, I mean,
he's a defense lawyer, a high-priced defense lawyer. That's his job. He's going to look at everything that comes across his desk and say, aha, that's his job. And, we have to just expect it. That's how just like a used car salesman, you walk onto the lot, he's not going to tell you, oh, I don't know about this car. It's got kind of a shady history. No, he's not. He's going to tell you this is the best car. And it was owned by a grandmother who kept it in the garage all the time. I mean, it's always, and it's got tune-ups every 6 months and blah, blah, blah.
The fuck's he talking about?
That's the nature of the beast. And if you don't really understand that, maybe you've never bought a used car and maybe you're not that familiar with how the trial process works. So unfortunately, the trial is now going to be delayed. And the thing that stinks about that is that, again, this seems to have been due to improper interference by the federal government. If it was not for the federal government, this trial would go off on time. And it doesn't seem that the federal government found anything real to support the idea of a conspiracy. This is just all the indications are that that's the case. So if that's the case, this is a level of injustice that's created by the federal government.
No, it's a level of injustice. It's a level of injustice that was created by the investigators charged with the responsibility of getting John O'Keefe justice, of collecting evidence to prove that Karen Reed was guilty of this crime. That is the issue here. The level of injustice was created by the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County DA's office, not the federal government.
Tom has asked if I can still, if you find a link to something, Tom, I can connect to it. So if they're on the steps speaking, if you know where the stream is or anything else interesting going on, please feel free to send it to me on Facebook, Tom. I can link to it that way, or anybody else that sees this. So Mel says, wouldn't we know by now if the feds found something? Yes, more than likely. I mean, if they found...
No, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't. Why would we know that? Why would we know that? Have you ever conducted a federal investigation? Have you even followed a case that the investigation was conducted by the federal government? Have you followed in real time how much investigation had taken place before they actually handed out indictments? Have you done that, Plevin? Because I don't think you have. I call bullshit. Because, as Melanie Little would say, I would submit to you that if you did, you would not be saying that, yes, we would know by now. You would not be saying that.
Let's walk it back. If they found something, no, they're always going to find something, on
what,
in such and such a day, from the crime scene, Trooper Proctor called his wife. I mean, there's always going to be something that that a defense team can point to and say that's suspicious. Always. An investigation is a vast enterprise involving numerous people. But I think it's fair to say that had they found something substantial, there would be suspensions, officers put on leave, there'd be target letters, and had they really found something, there would be indictments.
Thank you, Team Brittany.
None of that has happened. At this point, I hate to say this in this way because it sounds mean-spirited, but you can kind of tune out Sean, because the stuff that he's saying, he's constantly predicting that the black helicopters are going to sweep in tomorrow and arrest all the McAlberts. Enough. That's not happening. It didn't happen. The feds are done.
No, Sean isn't saying that that's going to happen tomorrow. I haven't heard Sean say that. He's saying it's going to happen inevitably, is what he's saying. Sean McDonough is saying that it's going to happen inevitably. He's not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. Don't misquote Sean. He didn't say that. He said it's going to happen inevitably. And guess what? Sean is a retired federal agent. If he worked for the ATF, then he's a retired federal agent. He understands how federal investigations work. So Sean isn't up here sitting here saying it's going to happen tomorrow. So, I mean, what are you talking about?
That didn't happen. It's not going to happen. Okay. And some of the stranger stuff that we've seen. There was no.
I mean,
Sean did not enter the house.
He's saying some bold shit again with his whole goddamn chest. He's sitting here saying that that it's not going to happen, that it's never going to happen, that there's not going to be any indictments. He can confidently say that without knowing what the contents are in a 3,000-page document of the federal investigation's findings. He's confidently saying, and it's not going to happen. Because I'm not confidently saying that it is going to happen. I'm not saying, you know why I'm not saying that? Because I don't know what that 3,000 page document says. I don't know what's on that 1.3 gigabytes of metadata is, what it contains. I don't know. So I'm not going to sit up here all confident and say, this is happening, definitely happening. The only thing that I can confidently say, and I'm saying this 95% realistically, that you're never going to get 12 jurors to convict Karen Reed if this goes to trial. 95%, with 95% certainty, I feel confident enough saying that you're not going to get 12 jurors to convict Karen Reed. That's not going to happen. There's too much doubt. That's the only thing that I feel even that confident saying.
There's not going to be any evidence that suggests that. The most you could ever have here is reasonable doubt based on some problem with the investigation, because Karen is on trial for murder, so those are important. But you're not going to find that Sean went in the house. That didn't happen. He wasn't killed by the people in the house. It just didn't happen. The feds didn't find that. Nobody's found that, and the evidence suggests strongly that that's impossible. So, it is what it is. I mean, again, we're getting into that.
No, but Grant is Bitch Tim's source. He admitted it while I was up there. I had to laugh. I laughed hysterically when he told me that Grant was his source for information. Like, I laughed hysterically. At that point, I was like, there's no way to even have a conversation with this guy.
That stage of like people with 9/11 that they hear enough stuff that they, for whatever reason, because they find it appealing, or they just lack their own mental equipment to think through these things and ask rigorous questions. And so they get convinced by things that people like Sean or Olivia post online all the time. And we're just vulnerable to that as a society.
It's easy to get convinced by what Olivia posts on Twitter, because Olivia also provides screenshots of documents, official documents that have been filed throughout this investigation. I mean, yeah. Now, you don't have to necessarily take, and Olivia doesn't tell you to do that. She doesn't say, take my word for it. She says, here, this is what I'm getting out of it. Look at it yourself. That's all she does. So she's not like saying, hey, this is this. She's not going, definitively, this is how it is. She's not doing that. She's saying, look at it and you tell me what you think. And I'm more likely to listen to someone who does that than someone who says, this is how it is. Regardless, fuck a document. I don't need a document. This is how it is. Trust me, I'm a bartender. What? Wait, what? And I'm not taking away from bartenders. God bless all bartenders. And I mean that wholeheartedly. God bless all bartenders. Absolutely. But I'm not going to listen to a bartender when it comes to the law, unless that bartender has a law degree.
Because there's just a lot of good people out there that aren't capable of asking rigorous questions. And I'm sorry if that doesn't sound right, but I mean, people need to do a better job. We as citizens, I needed to do a better job in the early stages of this too. And I was trying to ask rigorous questions, but so let's just take it with a little bit of humility, but at the same time, like, hey, we all need a better job of trying to understand the processes here. I've never been on a grand jury, and obviously I'm not a prosecutor or a judge, so I've never sat in a grand jury. It's a mystery. It was a mysterious process to me. And so I've had to look into it. And this is something that outside of this case, I probably never would have done. And
now, see, Rob, you're missing Olivia's point, though. She says, do your own research, y'all. And I get the compliment. I do, because she's very informative. But if you really want to compliment Olivia's posts, take what she posts, read the documents that she posts with what she says, and then make your own decision. Use your own logic. That would be the most flattering compliment, I would assume, to Olivia, as far as what her efforts are in posting the things that she posts on Twitter. And anybody who I credit as being credible, like Deets on the Streets, like Chasing Truth, Gavel Geeks even, I would absolutely refer them to you, because the source, the nucleus of everything that they say is the concept of doing your own research. Take a look. This is what I got this from. This is where I got my information from. This is how I formed my opinion. Look at this yourself and you tell me what you think. That is what these logical people do. They don't just sit up there with no documentation whatsoever to reference and just spew shit out.
And so there's a lot of aspects of this case that are like that, the vehicle data or just the phone data, things like that. I never cared about those things before. And so you have to start looking at this as citizens. It's interesting, it's valuable, but it's important to do that. So Kristen said no signs of oppressor yet. I mean, I thought they weren't going to do that anymore. I thought they were pretty much ordered not to do that. Are they planning to do oppressor? Does anybody know? So let me go back to the comments again. Let me see if I don't think I missed anything. So unfortunately,
oppressor.
So, for instance, even seeing Lally showing up at the last second like that, you remember how busy these guys running from case to case? But I think that was also a sign that he knew not much was going to happen today, and this is where it was going to go. So these guys knew that nothing important was going to happen today. But I believe at that next motion it might, but certainly on March 12th it might, where they finally get to where. So we thought maybe this might be a situation where they wouldn't be able to discuss what reported, or they would have to do it on sidebar, so we wouldn't be able to hear it. But they're allowed to talk about it in court, so that's good. That's the open process that we should have. You always have to balance openness, wanting the process to be open with needing to protect the grand jurors and needing to protect witnesses and things like that. That's why these rules are in place. So judges and lawyers and everybody involved.
Let's see. Joey Diego. No, the prosecution is held to a higher standard than filings. If you knew anything about the law. In Delphi, the defense is claiming an Odin cult is responsible and prison guards made him confess. Defense filings are 99% BS. Defense filings are 99% BS when the party being tried is guilty. Totally. The problem is that there's so much evidence to indicate that Karen Reed is likely innocent that I'm not seeing the defense filings being 99% BS. I'm finding this case being the exception to that rule. Normally, I would agree with you, Joey Diego. Normally, I would agree with you. I mean, it's their job. It is the defense's job to throw up smoke and mirrors and misdirection. Totally. Sure. Absolutely. But that's not the case here because they are showing proof. And they're doing this before trial even starts. They're filing motions and they're saying that they can prove the things that they're saying in these motions. The things, the filings by the defense in the Karen Reed case, that the things that they're saying in those filings are basically saying that they could prove it via email exchange or anything else. Mostly what they're saying is that they're railroading Karen Reed by not allowing her to have a fair trial. They are not sharing discovery with the defense. The prosecution is not sharing discovery with the defense. That already is a no-no. That already is even suspicious. That is suspicious behavior. If you are so certain that the person that you are trying to convict of this crime, if you are so certain that they are guilty, well, then why would you not share the evidence? And why would you claim so much of it just simply doesn't exist anymore? It no longer exists. Not it doesn't exist. It no longer exists. And yet they want to go to trial with evidence that no longer exists. Explain that shit to me. Explain how any prosecution could actually go into trial saying, we absolutely plan on convicting this person. Can you imagine their opening statements? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that that woman right there, Karen Reed, is absolutely guilty of intentionally murdering John O'Keefe with her Lexus SUV. And we will prove this with evidence that no longer exists. What? Think about that shit. Because what else are they going to say in their opening statements? What else are they going to say in their opening statements? I mean, it's just so funny to me, dude.
But involved is trying to balance those things. Just looking through the comments. Thank you guys for being here. Mel Smith said, Sandy Hook, remember that? How was it faked? Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people that believed that Sandy Hook was faked. And you end up with strange theories too. And that, once you see the strange theories, that's usually a sign that things have gone wrong. So in the case of 9/11 conspiracies, you had people that were reporting that they heard explosions. Now, none of that is unusual. I don't doubt that people heard what they thought were explosions, because buildings were collapsing onto other buildings and setting them on fire. Other skyscrapers, there was the World Trade Center 7 collapsed like hours later because of damage from the World Trade Center that fell on it, the main two buildings. So, I mean,
hold on, y'all. Hold on. He's not even snoring, but CLUBBER is totally asleep right now. And I love it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I can hear him snoring now. I don't think the mic can pick it up, but if I don't spell his name and say it, he's gonna go, ooh, and then come over here, and then he's gonna start tearing up the entire studio again. So
but people said, see, then somebody put explosives inside the trade centers, which is crazy. The idea that could even be pulled off, it's just ridiculous. Enough explosives to take down those buildings, and nobody saw anything or suspected anything. But then they had to explain the planes, the jets that people saw with their own eyes flying into the buildings, right? And so it became a common thought that those jets were empty. I could picture if Sean was covering this case back then. I tell you, behind the four corners of the report, I can tell you that those jets were empty. There was no one on them. You reach a point where you can't say anything to people anymore because it's become so irrational. People talking about the 911
exactly.
By
it's become so irrational. The projection is strong with this one, man.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Excellent point, Team Brittany, and thank you so much. I appreciate you and everything you do. Team Brittany is saying, how about a simple question for everyone watching? Why hasn't the loving new home that Jennifer Coffindoffer claims Chloe is now in and has been taken in by, why haven't they produced Chloe? Why hasn't this loving new home produced Chloe and said, oh, Chloe's right here. She's happy. She's good. I mean, Coffindoffer. Come on. Why hasn't this loving new home produced Chloe? Right. Because Chloe no longer exists, much like the notes. Chloe is now, in my opinion, in original investigators' notes heaven. Absolutely, 100%. Right now, she is singing hymns. Right now, Chloe is singing hymns with the original notes from the investigators and the metadata from the iPhone and the iPhone itself used to take crime scene photos. And they are all just moment of silence for Chloe, the original notes, and the iPhone and its metadata.
Jen McCabe, because she just matter-of-factly told the dispatcher that there was a man down in the snow, and she gave the circumstances and got off the phone so they could come. I've called 911 many times in my other job as a bartender, and what you want to do is just get them as much the information they need as quickly as possible so they can dispatch, because seconds count. Every second counts. So you want to just succinctly, quickly get them the basic information so they can send out that ambulance, in this case, the fire department, or in other cases in the bar industry. Someone might be in a fight, there might be a weapon involved, and I give them that base. I tell them, they're not going to just send a car out just because you call up. You have to give them the basic information, and they're not going to send those cops in blind. So it's very, very important. So just got a message. Let me see if there's anything going on that I should.
That's not true. Wait, what?
As quickly as possible so they can dispatch, because seconds count. Every second counts. So you want to just succinctly, quickly get them the basic information so they can send out that ambulance, in this case, the fire department, or in other cases in the bar industry. Someone might be in a fight, there might be a weapon involved, and I give them that base. I tell them, they're not going to just send a car out just because you call up. You have to give them the basic information.
That's not true. That's not true. Like, if you call 911 and hang up, this is a fact. If you call 911, hang up, and then what happens is 911 will call back. 911 dispatcher will call back. And if you don't answer, they send a unit out. That's common knowledge. Everyone knows this. That is exactly what happens. I don't want to hear that shit. They show up, say, is everything okay here? Mind if we take a look around, make sure everybody's okay? That's what they do. Give me that shit that they just go, well, fuck it. I love that shit. 911 dispatch. What's the nature of your... Fuck it. Who's getting DoorDash? Am I ordering DoorDash or you ordering DoorDash? Oh, they hung up. Oh, man, we had Chinese yesterday. Yeah, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. What are you talking about?
And they're not going to send those cops in blind, So it's very, very important. So just got a message. Let me see if there's anything going on that I should link to. Okay, nothing yet. So I'm watching chat. If you guys see anything you want me to link to, please feel free. I got to get caught up in chat. It was fine. So, all right. So let me know if anybody is doing some kind of a press conference that you want me to link to. Anyway, so you want to, when you call 911, you want to just give them only the minimal amount of information that they need so they can dispatch, and that's it. So it's literally crazy to try to read something into Jen's call.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
it's literally
bro.
crazy.
Bullshit. Bullshit. What are you talking? See, that's dangerous right there. What Plevin's doing right now is dangerous as fuck. Because anybody listening to him right now is thinking that when they call 911, they give them the least bit amount of information. Now, you want to be prompt and give them as much information as you can in a short period of time. That is what you want to do when you call 911, people. This is very important. No jokes here. All jokes aside, if you are in an emergency and you call 911, you want to be level-headed, you want to be calm, but you want to be able to give them as much information as you can possibly give them in a brief period of time, meaning location and the nature of your emotion of your emergency. And you want to give them as much information as you can. Do not ever, ever go into a 911 call when there is an emergency thinking to give them as little information as you possibly can. That is absolutely dangerous for him to say that.
Same thing with the dash cam footage that show they released a still shot showing the one moment, I guess, that they caught. So Karen has this evidence in discovery. So she thought that that would be impactful to show a moment where Jen was just was standing there in a blizzard with the wind howling, which you can hear in the audio. She's standing there with her head covered in a hood, with her head covered in a hood, and she is talking to the cop. And that's somehow consciousness of guilt. I tell you, it's insane. It's insane. And I'm sorry if it seems disrespectful to say that, but at some point it's insane, and you have to start tuning that stuff out.
What?
You know, channels like the Glare. I mean, is that?
Hello.
Was just this the dash cam footage that show they released a still shot showing the one moment, I guess, that they caught. So Karen has this evidence in discovery. So she thought that that would be impactful to show a moment where Jen was just was standing there in a blizzard with the wind howling, which you can hear in the audio. She's standing there with her head covered in a hood, with her head covered in a hood, and she is talking to the cop. And that's somehow consciousness of guilt. I tell you, it's insane. It's insane. And I'm sorry if it seems disrespectful to say that, but at some point it's insane, and you have to start tuning that stuff out. You know, channels like the Glare. I mean, is that? Would you trust that guy to tell you any kind of information honestly? Soda Boy, is there any indication that that guy even cares about the truth? There's not. He cares about the circus that he's created here and the way that that's enhanced his power and his money, and that's it.
Let's do a little inventory there, Plevin. Let's do a little inventory there. Okay. Do I care about the truth versus whether or not you care about the truth? Because my content consists, the majority of my content going over this case consists of going over actual documents, going over actual factual documents that exist, that are official documents in regards to this case, right? Where are your documents, dude? Why are you afraid to address these documents? Why do you constantly panel up with a known liar like Grant? And I mean a liar, not just the guy who is misinformed. We're talking about a guy who's not only misinformed, but he's also a liar. Someone who will lie in order to try to make his information, his misinformation, tangible, to make it believable. So let's compare live streams. How about we do that? Unreal.
That's it. That's all he cares about. So, you know, I at the end of my opening, it says just the truth. That's all I care about. Now, if I get information that shows me wrong on something, I report it right away. I would report it now. If something important comes tonight, I'll do a show tomorrow, and I'll tell you. I'll always correct everything, and it's important to do that. So I do get access to a lot of information that I have to be careful about. So sometimes I end up having to be vague about the way I report it. It is what it is. So, but I'm trying to do this honestly. I'm trying to do this in a way that respects other people's rights, including Karen's, and I'm trying to and in a way that doesn't jeopardize the case or jeopardize sources. And there are other people that do this too. Kate Peter did tremendous work on the ground in this case, interviewing everybody and collecting evidence, but she's not trying to be breaking news, so she's not out there.
He said that shit with his whole chest too. Kate Peters does excellent work on the ground. Like Kate Peters and her whole "I hate turtle poi" campaign is so credible. I love it. Fucking fantastic. So credible. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Scott McGinnis. Plevin has opened my eyes. I'm leaving the glare. Oh my God. But I'm over here like, oh my God. Again. Not
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Team Brittany, thank you so much. Clever chew toys to deal with any drama he is overhearing. Hey, Clever, it's lies, 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 baby boy. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Team Brittany. Appreciate it. And Clever thanks you. He's awake now. Way to go. You woke him up, but he's good. Come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come here, baby boy. He's a good boy. Come here. Come around. Come around. Say hi to everybody. Come here. No? Okay, he just wants to come under the table and say hi. Sorry, guys. He's camera shy today.
A large percentage of what she has, she can't or doesn't report because she's afraid it's going to harm somebody else. And she's very responsible about the way she handles that information. So she's a good model to have for how to do this. And in that regard, you know, I don't always agree with her methods in terms of Peter did
this whole statement is fantastic, bro.
Tremendous work on the ground in this case, interviewing everybody and collecting evidence, but she's not trying to be breaking news. So she's not out there. A large percentage of what she has, she can't or doesn't report because she's afraid it's going to harm somebody else. And she's very responsible about the way she handles that information. So, so she's a good model to have for how to do this. And in that regard, you know, I don't always agree with her methods in terms of the war that she has with Aiden and stuff like that, but that's totally separate from the way she tries to cover these things responsibly.
Right.
So, I'm looking still to see.
That's totally separate from how she tries to handle these things responsibly. Sure.
Tom or anybody, if there's anything else you guys want me to link to. So I just got a message out from a lawyer friend of mine. Let's see if he has anything. I won't mention his name, as nobody ever wants their names mentioned, so I don't, unless they ask me to. So let me just see if.
Yo, make sure to subscribe to Resistant to Silence, guys. And I love your thumbnail for your upcoming stream that you got. Resistant to Silence. The Abbey Road reference is just so good. It's one of those things I'm just like, I can't believe I didn't think of that. It's fantastic. I love it.
See if he has anything interested. I'm not a lawyer, so I love to get the lawyer's perspectives.
Wait,
anything else you guys want me to link to? So I just got a message out from a lawyer friend of mine. Let's see if he has anything. I won't mention his name, as nobody ever wants their names mentioned, so I don't, unless they ask me to.
Bro, then why is it that every lawyer, why is it that every lawyer who has questions is perfectly fine with having their name mentioned? You've got Brian Barrera, I think is how you pronounce his last name, who's on Twitter. He's a lawyer. You have Making Law Simple, Dave. He's a lawyer. You have attorney Melanie Little. She's a lawyer. Well, a recovering lawyer, according to her. I mean, yeah, no credible lawyer is gonna want to put their name behind the shit that this guy's saying. Guaranteed.
So let me just see if he has anything interested. I'm not a lawyer, so I love to get the lawyer's perspectives. He's talking about the feds. Let's see. Big takeaway. The state stating we have gone through all the Fed material And the overwhelming majority of it matches our theory and statements from the witness. I was expecting more fireworks today. Defense clearly just trying to delay and delay. Yeah, I mean, and he's right on this, right? So we have to say that. So I'll just repeat what he said. This is a lawyer that follows the case. So we've gone through all the Fed info, and the overwhelming, according to the state, the overwhelming majority of it matches our theory and the statements from the witnesses. So the witnesses have not changed their testimony in any significant way. Nobody broke. That was the purpose of the Feds calling them before the grand jury, was to try to break them. Hopefully one of them would break if there was some kind of conspiracy going on, but nobody broke. So it's important to remember that. And in terms of the defense, well, if there was a bombshell, and Turtle Boy's been predicting it for months, right? The Feds have a bombshell. Sean predicts it every 3 hours. Okay. Don't you think that in court today, that the judge did not in any way attempt to silence them? This was Alan Jackson and David Yanetti's chance to stand up and say, I demand these charges be dropped immediately because the Feds found a conspiracy. You didn't see that happen, did you?
Right. Because, you know, because, yeah, this is clearly an episode of Law and Order. Your Honor, I demand this injustice come to an end right now. I demand that these charges be dropped immediately. Come on, bro. Oh, I love you, Plevin. I'm serious, man. Like, I love this guy. He's fantastic. I fucking love it. So good.
Did you? So in case you weren't watching the trial, you can rewind and see it. But let me recapitulate that part of it. Alan Jackson, game show host, lawyer that he is, at no point stood up and said, I demand that the charges against my client be dropped immediately. You didn't see that. You didn't see that. And now if there's a press conference on the steps, I don't know, you guys can tell me, I haven't heard about it.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Shut it!
So somebody said they were watching someone that's there right now and there's nothing going on. So you guys can let me know. But if they found that bombshell, there is no way that they wouldn't. I would myself. Okay. But thank you, Tom. If there's something besides that, if we can find it on the news, I'll do it. But I am not going to that particular feed because that guy doesn't deserve it. But thank you. I'm obviously not following you. I said, I'm just not going to give him anymore because this guy is a dirtbag that's covering this. And everybody on both sides knows it too. But so let's try.
No personal attacks, though, guys, because, you know, you got to keep it classy.
The same feed that we found in the hearing, see if there's anything new going on it. Doesn't seem to be.
Right, Dietz. I mean, yeah.
It doesn't seem to be. So I'm on the Fox 25 YouTube channel. Thank you.
Dietz is like, he did demand it in the motion to dismiss that he filed, which is how it works. Because there's no motions when you watch Law and Order, like, and you watch TV, court shows, Perry Mason, whatever the fuck, like anything, you don't see court filings because that's boring. It doesn't make for good television. But that's how the real world works. They have to file things, right? It has to be filed. Even Aunt Bev, like, and here's the thing is, you know, even Aunt Bev yesterday, when we were talking about this yesterday, I was like, well, why is she telling him to put this into writing, what he's saying? But my argument was he already did put it into writing. You already did say that, but now she's saying you got to put it into writing again, basically. And they already requested this continuance, which she denied. So she's saying you got to put it into writing, but don't, you know, I would suggest that you focus on getting here with your argument on time in the week, the ridiculous amount of time, a week that I gave you, only a week to present what you just said. So no, Plevin, like it doesn't work that way.
Thank you guys for sending that tip my way. That's a new place to find it. I never thought to go there. So that was a really good tip. Thank you. And so we'll just go through this again tomorrow. I will be live at around 5 o'clock, somewhere between 5 and 5:30. We'll talk a little bit more about this case, see if anything new is broken out. But then at 5:45, again, we've been doing this every Tuesday. I have on Bill Noguera, who is serving a life sentence, who was sentenced to death. He was on San Quentin for 40 years. He's now in Corcoran Prison in California. And he'll be talking about another one of the famous serial killers that he got to know. These could be difficult things to listen to. I've had a hard time adjusting to this part of true crime. I'm not that into true crime. I'm into solving puzzles. So I like the aspect of digging into unsolved cases. But that's opened up the door to trying to understand how these guys think. So if you want to look at,
this guy is unfucking believable.
Aaron helping us out, and we may try to finish that, get that going again in the spring. We started that last summer. But these are unsolved cases going back to the 70s of child disappearances. So once you start down the road of trying to understand what maybe happened in these cases, well, part of that is trying to understand how these guys think. And
what the
once you
fuck
try
are
to
you
understand how
talking
they
about?
think, you're forced to go to some dark places, and you're forced to go to some cases that are not unsolved, but where you can find out what happened. And so when a publisher that I was working with set me up with Bill Noguera, I was definitely interested in it, because here you're talking to somebody who has an extensive firsthand knowledge of these killers. And so it's a chance to get in their head and see what makes them tick, which helps you potentially, not me, because I'm not an investigator, but you're putting something out there that the public might find useful to help them solve other cases. So I personally think it's important and it's interesting. And if you can try to turn off for a little while, you can't turn it off, but if you can focus on the intellectual part of trying to understand what goes on in these cases, of what makes a killer kill, if you can focus on that, the painful part about thinking about what went on with the victims, it's not gone from your mind, but it becomes just bearable enough that you can get through it. So give it a chance if you want. Please let me go check the comments. Colin is in Canada, I believe. He says today is proof. Oh, my chat moved, so I have to roll up to see what he said. Colin Forrester in Canada says today is proof positive that the defense has nothing but allegations with no solid evidence. All right, well, that's an important statement, because Colin is a smart guy who's followed this case closely. And initially, all of his communications were that he reached out to me. He was from the free Karen Read side, but with an open mind, but leaning towards the possibility of conspiracy. He's developed another theory on this case that the truck that Ryan Nagel was a passenger in may have unwittingly or accidentally been involved with striking John. I have never seen any evidence for that, but I do encourage people developing different theories, especially when things to us civilians can seem at the moment difficult to explain, such as John's injuries and things like that. We'll get much better explanations of these things during a trial. But Colin says, and like I said, Colin's a longtime free Karen Read person, but he says today, or used to be, but today is proof positive that the defense has nothing but allegations. Yes, exactly. They don't have any big smoking gun, or they would have revealed it today. The judge didn't say anything today in her statement.
Or they would have revealed it today.
She could, she seemed to me, I don't know what you guys think, she seemed to me
You
to
need
be opening
to
the door. Like,
shut
all right, I haven't read the Fed
the
material.
fuck
If you've got some big thing, the door is open now. That's why she went. If she wasn't interested in that, she would have just started talking about the dates. But she made a point of reading what the federal government said to her in a message, that it was okay to discuss that. So she opened the door for the defense to say, we got something big here and we demand this be brought to your attention right away. They didn't do that. Big Dad Giga Chad, if there is anything damning, it would have been brought up in court or alluded to in a presser following the hearing. Exactly, Big Daddy Giga. Caitlin says, even when I was on the fence, I only got my info here because the rest of the channels are just so obviously PR, grifters, the echo chamber, not interested in the truth. Thank you, Caitlin. And I do remember when you were much more strongly on the free Karen Read side, or at least asking very hard questions from that side. So you've always been a great member of our team. Really, we're all a team here now. The ones that are the regulars that are asking questions and participating. And even though I eventually came to conclusions that I feel very strongly about, I'm still open to whatever. If the feds found that Santa Claus did it, I'd be like, okay, let's see what that guy was doing. Ashley said, Kate, talking about Kate Peter. Kate is fantastic, and Kevin has had her once on already. Yeah, I mean, I talk to her semi-regularly. I love talking to her, and
I love. See, that's that thinking, that mentality, man. Of, well, this side versus that side, and blah blah blah. Listen, I'm not on any side. I want the truth. I'm on the side of the truth. I want the truth. I have questions. I mean, I want answers to my questions. And those questions are all being raised by the defense. Why are all of these questions being raised by the defense? Oh, well, because it's their job to raise these questions. Sure, of course it is. But the kind of questions that they're raising, there's a lot to them. There's a lot to them. And I want answers to those questions. So this dude, I can't relate to that.
Hopefully she'll come back on. I would think that she will, but you have to remember, on my channel, I get between 100 and sometimes 200 viewers. But when she goes live, she's got between 2,000 and 3,000 viewers. So my channel's pretty small, but I think she still likes coming on sometimes because we have pretty intelligent conversation, and she can see in the chat that we have pretty intelligent regulars that
Who's he
that are
talking
civilized
about?
and have good questions. I would think that she will talk. Ashley said Kate, talking about Kate Peter. Kate is fantastic, and Kevin has had her once on already.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I talk to her semi-regularly. I love talking to her, and hopefully she'll come back on. I would think that she will, but you have to remember, on my channel, I get between 100 and sometimes 200 viewers. But when she goes live, she's got between 2,000 and 3,000 viewers. So my channel's pretty small, but I think she still likes coming on sometimes because we have pretty intelligent conversation, and she can see in the chat that we have pretty intelligent regulars that are civilized and have good questions. Coffee Kristen says, because they wanted to delay all of this as long as they can. Yep.
And that's another argument that I would normally, I would normally, I agree with. It's definitely a defensive tactic to delay things, to get continuances based on bullshit. Sure, absolutely. I would agree with that. I've seen many defendants do this. Seeing it happen right now with Sarah Boone. Saw it happen with Letitia Stout. Totally. I get it. But the problem is normally it's technicalities. It's usually on the grounds of stupid little silly technicalities, lawyer tricks. Oh, well, my lawyer's not doing their job, blah, blah, blah. So I need a new lawyer. And so we need time to get my lawyer more, my new lawyer to get familiarized with my case. They can't possibly come up with a good defense for me in such a short period of time. So I need this continued for a later time. That's the kind of thing normally that happens. Not, hey, we need to go over a 3,000-page document in regards to a federal investigation probing the Norfolk County DA's office or probing the DA's office that is in charge of this prosecution. That's not what you normally see. You normally do not see that. That makes me go, I want to know what the fuck is in those filings. I want to know what the fuck is in that discovery. That makes me go, okay, wait a minute. What? A federal investigation into the DA's office that is in charge of handling this case? I want to know what's in there. That's not a lawyer trick to delay things. If it was a lawyer trick to delay things, then we wouldn't have seen email correspondence between Michael Morrissey's office and Josh Levy's office. We would not have seen that correspondence take place. We would not have seen a letter from Josh Levy's office saying that Josh Levy has a very different opinion of the prosecution's opinions on the Karen Reed case and John O'Keefe's investigation. They're not saying this. They're just not saying it. Like, I mean, it's crazy to me that they're oh God, it's so frustrating to listen to people just ignore. Like, dude, that's clear. It's clear that there's grounds for a continuance and a later date for this trial to start. I mean, it's clear.
Kevin is great. So Zeke, all the way in Australia, who tolerates us on this Karen Reed case. He doesn't find it all that interesting. And actually, most of Yellow Cottage Tales non-Massachusetts residents, people from outside of New England, aren't that interested in the Karen Reed thing. And unfortunately, we've lost. I had some good regulars before that I've lost over the last several months as we became exclusively, seemingly, Karen Reed.
Right.
I still talk to a former federal agent, Dave. I won't say his last name. In Ohio, he's a great guy. He's become a good friend. He does watch some of these, but he has a hard time being interested in this case. He never thought there was anything here. And he did follow it with us from the beginning, but he just never thought there was anything there. Anyway, Zeke asks if Grant is going to be scheduled for a visit anytime soon. I want to just kind of see Grant calm down a little bit. Let's just give him, he's a smart guy, and let's just give him the benefit of the doubt that he's in his early stages of YouTube.
Even Plevin's like, yo, like without saying it, he's like, Grant's acting like a fucking nut. Grant's out of his fucking mind. Now, he won't say that, but it's basically telling his audience who's like, where's Grant? How come Grant's not on there? I mean, that's Plevin keeping his distance from Grant. That's Plevin basically going, yo, Grant.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
YouTube presentation and Twitter coverage and stuff like that. And so I think there's a learning curve for everybody. I know this certainly was for me, especially with the technology. So I think sometimes maybe Grant's got to dial back things a little bit before I want to have him on the channel. But I do follow his work. I follow his tweets every day. So, down the road, I think he'll be back.
Plevin, you're
and I think he
falling
maybe set up
apart,
his own
buddy.
channel too. He did his own live show recently, a short show. When I had him on the channel last time, I asked him, or one of the times I asked him if he was going to do that, and he wasn't interested. But maybe he will now. It's it's a natural next step. So I wish him luck in that. Big Data brings out
at any given moment, Grant's going to be like writing stories about Plevin. At any given moment, it's just wait for it, folks. At any given moment, Grant's going to be typing up a story about Plevin. He's anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. I saw Nazi paraphernalia in his background when I was on an interview with him and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not like, it's just a matter of time.
Hit the like. Thank you guys. If you can, I would appreciate that. We'll give that guy a, and we'll put up
they absolutely do, don't they, Benjamin John?
We'll put up the ticker that I don't usually put up, just because a couple bucks here and there, we keep the lights on.
I mean, that's really the thing is like, you look at like the solidarity, right? You look at the solidarity in the difference of opinion, right? There's the difference of opinion in this community at one point was totally like anti-young jerks, anti-Mike, like Mike turned, oh my God. And no, man, Mike had a moment, where his opinions were, he just wasn't sure anymore. He was like, I don't know. And then everybody freaked out on Mike. And then Mike thought about it. More stuff came out in the case, and Mike's back. I get it. To some people, the evidence is going to look at, what I mean? If somebody's sensitive about domestic violence, they're going to look at Turtle Boy quickly and go, oh, man, okay, A, he's aggressive, and B, he's being accused of domestic violence. Man, I'm not with that shit. Especially if they have, I'm not speaking for Mike. I don't know the case. I don't know what happened necessarily, but, and he was being threatened, and he claimed he was being threatened on top of that, so I could see it becoming overwhelming for him. I could see that. You know what I mean? That could happen to anybody. But Mike needed a minute, and he's like, fuck all that. I'm back. Had a great conversation with Sean McDonough the other day. I was in that chat. It was wonderful. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I don't want to hear that shit about Mike wimping out, just because he had doubts for a minute. I mean, what's the difference between having doubts and having questions? You know? Now, you know, I wouldn't have been as public about having those doubts right away. You know, that's just me. But I you know, that's just it. That's, you know, that's a question of I mean, I'm not, I'm not jumping on any bandwagon to throw stones at Mike, man. I'm just not doing that. But that's my point, is that's the closest thing to people of the opinion that Karen Reed is guilty versus the opinion that Karen Reed is innocent. I mean, that's in the people who believe that Karen Reed is innocent. That's the closest thing I've ever seen of people turning on someone. And you know, I can't speak for anybody else, but I just looked at it like Mike had a moment where he had questions. He had to reevaluate everything. That's what he said he was going to do, was reevaluate everything. That's all he said he was going to do. And everybody freaked out, you know, and it's just like, I mean, isn't that what we encourage all of us to do? We all encourage each other to ask questions, right? Why is Mike having doubts and being public about it mean any different? There was a mob mentality because tensions were high and everybody's very passionate about what's going on, and that's it, man. You know, and so Mike's back, and Mike's going to be hopefully doing the usual. Doing the usual Canton Select Board meetings. I'll be tuning into that. I love when Mike covers the Canton Select Board meetings. I'm looking forward to that. I hope he does it again.
So Ryan, Ashley, he's having a conversation with Ashley. So I look for questions, but then guys also talk to each other, and that's fine. Zeke says we're in a like crisis, 49 likes short of the total chat population. Well, that's pretty good numbers, though, I think, as a percentage. KC says she's in part of a conversation with Ashley. I'm sorry for what you've been through. I've talked to Ashley once on the phone, and so yeah, she's been through some things, not just with Turtle Boy, but in life. So, but she's obviously a survivor. And really, in many ways, we're all survivors, right? I mean, literally all of us have survived some stuff and are surviving some things. And it's you don't realize it until you see that. This is another thing I wanted to just mention too. So like I'm on jury duty again this May, and I seem to be regularly, and every time I get there, I do make it into the jury. So I never try to give them that excuse. But so you're locked in a room with 13 people, 14 people, and you're in that for a week or two with them. So you do spend a lot of time locked in. The bailiff locks you in the room. There are times you have to be in there, and while there are motions going on in court that the judge doesn't want you to hear, and you get there in the morning and stuff like that. And this is all before you even get to the deliberation part of it. But so you spend a lot of time with those people, and they're all strangers to you. You're not going to run into somebody you know there, and so it's kind of cool whenever, or it's like if you've had that situations where if you take a long bus trip and you're on this bus with a bunch of strangers, any situation like that when you're suddenly stuck in a situation with people you didn't previously know. And one of the things that I noticed about it is that most people are just good people in life. You know, most people are good, decent people. And in my experience in the jury is that these guys and girls, it's more women than guys actually. Everybody tries to do a fair job. Everybody takes the job seriously. But most people are good people. But this is one of the alarming things about this case that can be a little distortive. A lot of the people that have been dragged out in this particular case, it's a little disheartening about how much joy they would got in attacking, for instance.
So why doesn't Turtle Boy and Karen Reed come up under that same category of most people? Why don't they get the benefit of the doubt in Plevin's eyes?
It's Elizabeth Proctor, or attacking the families, and they're still getting that kind of enjoyment. It's a real dark side of human nature, and it's disturbing. I just take heart in the fact that that's just that small percentage of people that have been drawn to this case for that reason, that most people aren't like that. But it also bothers me that some people got drawn into this case because they thought there was injustice. That's good. That's great. But then as the evidence becomes more clear, they're so locked into trying to buy into that theory that they refuse to, they just stop asking questions and they stop looking logically at the evidence. It disturbs me. It bothers me. It's because this stuff is, someone looking at, like I said, at the dash cam photo of Jen.
Like, I love that. That's so funny to me. As the evidence becomes more clear. Sorry, guys, I sound distant because I'm making another pot of coffee here because we're going to be here a minute, guys. I find that interesting that he's sitting here saying, as the evidence becomes more clear, the evidence is becoming more and more clear that there's not enough evidence to convict Karen Reed. That's the only thing that I'm seeing is becoming more and more clear.
Because she's has a hood up in the snow and is at that particular moment facing away from John. That's consciousness of guilt. Oh God, that is such a level of insanity that it bothers me. But anyways, we don't have to worry about it. Like I said, most people are good, smart people, and they ask questions as they should. Looney Tunes, I believe Karen Reed is guilty, but I really don't think they will find 12 people with common sense on the jury. Yeah, let's put that out there. But that's a worry. Jury nullification, isn't that what it's called? When you have a juror that gets up there that is just going to, they're going to believe it. They're going to believe their own theory that they went into the case with, and they're going to believe that no matter what. Or they're going to bring in their own biases about the case. And the idea of a jury is it's supposed to be a jury of our peers. And the idea is that our peers are people that have a variety of life's experiences, but they all have a certain ground level of logical ability and honesty and decency. And that's what our one of our main institutions in society. But we're going to be getting to the point where, is that institution safe? For now it is, I think, but is it safe when people can just pay a public relations firm and send out someone into social media that's going to post regularly about it in a way that is deceptive, and people are just going to buy into it? It's worrying.
Who's the public relations firm, though?
Blue Tattoo says,
who's the public relations firm? Because I actually agree with him to a certain degree. Like, it's a bad look if you're hiring a PR firm. This happened in a case that I covered a while back that got me a lot of haters, and people are still hanging on to that hate, man. There's people that are still hanging on to that hate. But and I was like, well, one person who is being accused of something absolutely hired a PR firm to manage their public relations and was very public about it. And this PR firm posed as an attorney and started sending cease and desists that were not actually cease and desists. And I got one. And I laughed about it. Like, that's, yeah. I mean, even if an attorney, when I was covering that case, even if an attorney sent me a cease and desist, I would have been like, fuck you, take me to court. Fuck you. Like, you are not shutting me up about this. I mean, but who's the PR firm? Turtle Boy is Turtle Boy the PR firm? I mean, she could do better than that. You know what I mean? And guess what? It's not illegal to hire a PR firm. It's a bad look, in my opinion, but it's not illegal. But, I mean, did she hire Turtle Boy to do what Turtle Boy has been doing, which is what the Commonwealth is accusing Karen Reed of now? They're accusing her of hiring Turtle Boy to spread Karen Reed is innocent propaganda, and these people are guilty propaganda. I mean, again, that's not illegal. Unless somewhere in that unconstitutional method of in the unconstitutional matter in which they seized Karen Reed's phones based on nothing and seized Turtle Boy's phones based on nothing, come up with something that says, hey, here's a money exchange to influence how a jury is going to be selected in this case. There's no crime. There's absolutely no crime. That is the Commonwealth weaponizing and abusing the law and abusing the law in order to bully Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. And what's funny is if they're worried about an alliance between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, all they did was just create one if there wasn't one already. Because now Turtle Boy and Karen Reed are in the same boat. And the Commonwealth put them there. They put them there. So it's just very, very funny to me that people are acting like, see, proof. Like, no, now the two of them have this thing in common. Now the two of them have this thing in common that they didn't have before. Now they have this thing in common. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around the Commonwealth's logic behind their decisions. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
He says, what are my audience members called? I've never been asked that. Never thought to give him a question. I mean, give him a name. I mean, the name of the channel doesn't seem to link very well to that idea, to that kind of thing. The name Yellow Cottage Tales, when I put this together, I didn't even really know that it was going to be true crime. So I had opened 2 channels at the time. One was called Yellow Cottage Tales. The other one was called Creepy Yellow Productions. Creepy Yellow Productions was going to be fiction. So horror stories, creepypastas, that kind of thing. And Yellow Cottage Tales was going to be truth, or at least something that was claimed to be truth. So even, could be a Bigfoot story or a true crime case or whatever, but at least.
Right. And I'm the grifter. I do have an alt channel. Okay. But I don't use 2 channels. I don't do that. I might one day, who knows? But I don't use 2 channels. I have an alt channel, and the only reason that alt channel exists is because some bitter asshole decided to strike my channel and I couldn't go live. So I created an alt channel to still be able to go live. That's what I did. This was years ago. That alt channel still exists. But that's the only purpose of its existence. That's it. And nothing to do with trying to make money in all these different angles. But, I'm the grifter between me and Plevin here. I'm the grifter. Got it.
At least the idea was something that was at least allegedly true, but still more for entertainment than for serious analysis. It evolved in the direction of serious analysis. I like serious analysis, but it'd be a lot more fun doing creative writing, and I'm getting behind on projects that I need to do. So that's why, there's always that part of me that's hoping that Alan Jackson will get out there today and say, we got him. We got him. We got those conspirators. We got those bastards. The feds exposed it. And then I could go on the air and say, okay, this is my last show. I've been wrong. Logic has completely failed me. I live in the matrix, and everything 2 + 2 no longer equals 4. And I'd be happy to say that and say, frigate, I'm just going back to my other projects. But unfortunately.
Yeah, because that's how it works. They just go, fuck them, Dano. This is a big fucking Scooby-Doo episode, right? Right? That's what happens. Like, you're going to see Fred come out with a fucking cravat. He's going to be like, let's see who you really are. Let's see who you really are, Michael Morrissey. Pulls it off. Right? And then Michael Morrissey standing there going, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling turtle boy. Like, bro, that's not how shit works, dude. Quit watching TV.
It does look like 2 + 2 actually is 4. Sean will try to tell you it's 5. Alan Jackson will try to tell you it's 5. Turtle Boy will try to tell you it's 6. But I'm not going to tell you that stuff. I don't know. So let me skip ahead and get caught up in comments to see if there's any questions. I always get behind. There's no need for us to stay on all day today, but we can just stay on and see if anybody has any questions. Coffee Kristen says, why don't you make this into a script? So I actually have a script that I started writing for this in the fall. I think it's good and it's valuable. But the problem is I had to fictionalize scenes because most of my role in this has been from just sitting in my house talking to people on the phone. Is in the fall. I think there's no need for us to stay on all day today, but we can just stay on and see if Anybody has any questions? Coffee Kristen says, why don't you make this into a script? So I actually have a script that I started writing for this in the fall. I think it's good and it's valuable. But the problem is I had to fictionalize scenes because
No, Clever. That's very funny to me. So the problem is that he had to fictionalize scenes. Again, I'm the grifter here. I mean, you know, because I'm writing a screenplay hoping to make $1 million off of this, right? Okay. Clever, no. Stop. Thank you. That's very funny to me. So I dude, if you watch anything that's based on a true story, you'll see a disclaimer that says that certain scenes have been dramatized. That's the equivalent to fictionalized, dramatized in order to maintain continuity or whatever, because they don't actually have a recording of what took place here and there. So yes, you have to fictionalize scenes. That's how these things work. When you watch a biopic, go lie down, buddy. Go lie down, because you're making a big mess. If you have to, I mean, of course, in order to make a movie entertaining, you have to fictionalize it to some degree. Kevin not understanding this makes me think that his screenplay is not going to do very well. I hope it does, though. I really hope. I hope you make $1 million there, Kevin. And I won't call you a grifter when you do. I promise.
Most of my role in this has been from just sitting in my house, talking to people on the phone. That does not make for compelling theater. So the two people that primarily were going to be characters in it besides me were going to be Dave McGrath and Aaron. But again, I would have to fictionalize those scenes. I don't mean fictionalize the case. But you'd have to come up with a way of making how these bits of evidence and things that we went through.
Plevin, all your live streams are fictionalizing this case. That's all you've done so far is fictionalize this case. You do it live. You do it on Twitter. You fictionalize this case on Twitter. Everything that you say is fiction. Everything. Unbelievable. I can't wait to read the screenplay. Please, I hope he posts it. Like when he finishes it, please post it. Please. I can't wait to read it.
To make it more interesting. But in order to do that, I'd have to get their permission. And at the end, I decided, I don't really want to do that. So even though I put a lot of work into it and it's about half done, I kind of stopped on it. So someone else will have to fictionalize it. It's not probably a direction that I want to go. Now, I do also have a book going on it, and we'll see if I decide to try to finish that and when I do with it. But that's something I don't have to.
He's an
fictionalize
entrepreneur, y'all.
You just talk about what happened and the process you went through, because it is a personal story. The best books are personal stories. Dave McGrath's book Monster was a really good book because it's not just about these unsolved cases in the 70s, but it's his personal experience. His personal experience as a victim when he was a kid growing up to similar types of people, and how he developed his obsession with solving those cases because of that. Well, I'm like that in this Yellow Cottage Tales Karen Reed story, but there are very personal aspects of it. It's this summer when I was just asking questions and nothing more than that, not expecting to develop real sources or anything like that. All of a sudden, I became the guy with the target on his back, and I was targeted. And really, I was by myself, and it felt very much by myself. There was nobody on my team that really supported my positions on this. It pains me to say that, but that's just the truth. I was kind of the only one asking questions, and they didn't really like the questions I was asking. So,
of course I will. You better believe it.
And I only did it just because I believe in logic and the truth. I believe in trying to find the truth and asking hard questions. I've been that way all my life, and so I stuck with it. But it was not enjoyable because I did enjoy the projects that we were working on, and I did enjoy the people on the team, and I didn't want to lose that. I didn't want to lose that. I didn't want to give it up. Lost most of it. The only one that's still left are Dave and Tom Fleming. So appreciate him. And actually, Dave's not on the team, but Dave's still a friend. So the only one really left is Tom. So it was a difficult thing to go through, and then that's not even. I could take the volume of attacks from the Turtle Riders. Who cares? I could withstand the.
You always know you always know the people who lack conviction behind what they're saying when they start talking about how they've been victimized. You can always do that. You got to use your eyes, people. You can always tell the people who are full of shit because the direction will always go towards their own victimization. Always. Use your eyes, people.
The fiction that they were putting out about me. Again, who really cares? You know, those are people on the internet that I'm never going to meet in life, so I'm pretty thick-skinned about that stuff. Threats came my way, things like that. It's just internet shit. I wasn't really worried about it. But what did hurt was losing the people that I trusted and that were around me and that I considered friends. That was hard. That was hard to go through all that. So, but got through it, and it is what it is. And so now life is pretty good. And Caitlin's talking to Ashley. I do believe you might have misunderstood him. I think he was asking what proof there was because he had some everything, some unsavory things. So we're down to 79 people. So that's probably a sign that we've gone on too long. So let's just scroll back and make sure I haven't. Most of the questions seem to be resolving around Ashley's situation. But to me, it's like that's a private situation, so I don't talk about it. She did tell me about it on the phone once. So she has a YouTube channel. I didn't even know that, actually. A website, Sweet Misery TC channel, and Stephanie in the Morning channel and more. Okay. I don't know if that helps you guys, if you guys want to look for it. So, all right. Anything else before I check out and go hit the gym? Again, tomorrow, please join me around 5 o'clock. And Bill Noguera will be on about 5:45.
Get those gains, Kevin.
If you
Get those gains, buddy.
Mind Hunting
yeah.
from Death Row. That's a channel, new channel that I have up. There are 3 videos up. There's a new video up today that is all about the dating game killer. And if you're interested in what makes these guys, what makes them tick, just really insightful stuff. I mean, if you guys watch Mindhunter, which is about an FBI profiler, I think this sounds vain, but I think just the conversations that I've had with Bill based on his experiences and stuff, I think we're adding to the discussion level. So if you want to understand, not that Bill gets everything right, but I think we're bringing out new information and new insights that could be useful to people that have an interest in and trying to understand these guys. So I think it's worth listening to. So check it out, Mindhunting.
Okay. You got to read the book, or at least do what I did, which was listen to the audiobook at the gym. Listen to the audiobook of Mindhunter. It's very, very informative, and it kind of gives you an idea of how federal investigations work. Plevin.
From Death Row, and Bill will be on tomorrow. So do we think that Karen will believe? I do. Yeah, fully. Since I developed that theory many months ago, I haven't wavered for it. We don't know what evidence the state has. They know. And all the evidence is in discovery, so they all have the same evidence. I'm told that that's only 3%, that only 30% is what's in there. So take that. I'm told that it's 30%, only 30% of the evidence is what we've only seen 30%. So that means it's 70%. And there's always something, they always sneak out a little piece in these motions here. So now we found
more Plevin math, bro. I said more Plevin math. I love it. Let's listen to that one more time.
We don't know what evidence the state has. They know. And all the evidence is in discovery, so they all have the same evidence. I'm told that that's only 3%, that only 30% is what's in there.
So Plevin's got a source, right? Plevin's got a source. I'm really curious as to what that source is, because Plevin is told that there's only like 30% of that 3,000 page document, which is sealed, by the way, is actual evidence. Plevin was told, okay, he was told that only 30% is actually evidence. Okay, Plevin.
I'm told that it's 30%. Only 30% of the evidence is what we've only seen 30%. So that means it's 70%. And there's always something, they always sneak out a little piece in these motions here. So now we found out that cocktail pat.
We haven't seen 30%. We haven't seen any percent of that discovery. What are you talking about? We haven't seen 30%. We haven't seen 2%. We haven't seen 1%. No idea. Right. So 1,000 pages. Which is not, it's not 1,000 pages. 3,000, 1,000 out of my math isn't great, but that's wrong, Captain Skidmarks. That's wrong. That would be a third of a 3,000 page document. That's a lot more than 30%.
Cocktail glass pieces from John's glass were found somewhere underneath the car. That's important stuff. So, but what else are we going to find out? You know, I think we're going to find out stuff that really shows consciousness of guilt, and that's why I think she's going to plea. But we don't even know if the state will accept the plea. So if she tries to plea down to manslaughter, that's what I would do if I was her. But what will the state do? I don't know. So maybe we should go to David Yannetti had a really interesting post yesterday. Let's go to this post. This was fascinating, and see if today's hearing matched up. All right. This is David Yannetti's Twitter account. He does post to it once in a while. And this was his post. So he posted a quote. He began with a quote, and then he commented on it at the end of it. So this is a quote from Teddy Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. It's a great quote. And he adds to the end of it, these are his own words: we are in the arena. The triumph of high achievement is coming. Justice is coming. Well, it didn't come today. There were no high achievements today. Someone sent a link to something.
Nobody reasonable expected.
Yeah, so there were no high achievements today. This was their chance.
No, it was not. No, it was not. It was not. This was not their chance. Okay? This was their chance to get a continuance so that they could actually present a case to get the case dismissed. But Judge Bev denied them this chance. So they're just going to have to do the best they can. But Judge Bev seems to have an agenda for this to go to trial. Because there's nothing reasonable about giving anyone a week to go over 3,000 pages of discovery. There's nothing reasonable about that. I don't care what you say. I don't need to be a lawyer to say that. You know what I mean? I don't have to be a lawyer to be able to say that is just completely unreasonable.
I'm not saying they won't get other chances, but what goes forward is kind of clear right now. All right. The idea that the state, and I'm sorry, that there's going to be this big prosecution by the federal government, or that some grand conspiracy was exposed, that's done. That's dead. There is no reason for any sane, reasonable, intelligent person to believe that even might happen. It's dead. It's as dead as the canine testing. It's as dead as the theory that John was attacked by a dog. It's dead. It's just dead.
No. It's. I think what you mean to say is it's as dead as the canine. I think that's what you mean. But okay, go ahead.
It's no longer sane to believe that. Now, that's not the same as saying that there might not still be triumph here based on reasonable doubt or some new theory that comes forward, right? But the idea that John went in the house, dead. The idea that John was killed inside the house, dead. The idea that John was killed by Colin, long dead. Long dead.
No.
So
none of those things are dead.
That stuff is done. So what a triumph, reasonable doubt, or some new theory that comes forward, right? But the idea that John went in the house, dead. The idea that John was killed inside the house, dead. The idea that John was killed by Colin, long dead.
No.
Long dead.
Wrong.
So, that stuff is done. So what triumph is he going to have? Well, maybe they can still poke some holes and exploit some discrepancies in the testimony, or some aspect of the investigation that on the surface of it looks suspicious enough that you can get a juror who just really goes into this case, and their thing is they just don't trust the government. They don't trust the government at all. And so whatever evidence they see, they're not going to believe it. So maybe there's enough there that the defense can exploit in order to get a juror to vote not guilty, in which case you won't have an acquittal. you'll have a mistrial,
right?
And it'll get tried.
Yeah.
It will get tried again.
Yeah, this is the same guy that said Turtle Boy is going to prison. He's never getting out of jail. Yeah.
This is an extremely important case now for the state and for the DA. Extremely important. There's no way that they will not try. They'll keep trying this again and again and again. So there's always that chance that that turtle rider gets on there, or someone that just mistrusts the government. But that's a big thing to take a chance on that. The odds of triumph. I mean, he has set himself up for a noble failure, right? By choosing that quote, he's saying, if this fails, I was in the arena, I fought hard, you had my blood, sweat, and tears, and I tried. And there's no shame in that. But there is shame in the conduct. All right. If Yannetti went
that's not
to
what
the
he
feds
meant by that.
And in any way misrepresented the evidence.
That's not what he meant by that. The focus of that quote was designed to be that it's who's actually fighting the fight. That the purpose of that quote was to focus on the part of that quote was the focus was designed to be the part of the quote where it says that they're in the arena fighting the fight. That's why he clarified it and made that a point in those last three sentences that he added after the quote in that tweet. Justice is coming. Like, not, oh, well, because he wouldn't have said justice is coming if he wasn't confident and he was like, well, we tried, we fought the fight, but we, no, dude, like, unreal.
The evidence.
Oh, Team Brittany gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Team Brittany. Skid Marks got gifted a membership, right on. Aaron Bell as well. Gabriella Matucci, Rooster Cogburn, and P. Fox. Welcome, guys, and thank you. And I still owe you guys a members only stream. So that will happen soon. I promise, guys. Just sit tight.
Yeah, there's a lot of shame in that. So it looks like Scanlon, the private investigator who had no evidence, showed up and said, hey, I can do so. I believe that there's something here. Put me to work. And Scanlon said, I'm sorry. And Yannetti said, well, no, we got this theory about Colin. And if Scanlon is telling the truth, that's the first time he heard it. So he had no evidence, but he got that from Yannetti. And then Yannetti gave him a check with no contract. Just said, keep your eyes and ears open. And then at some point later, Yannetti gave that information, Scanlon's contact information, allegedly. He gave this to Turtle Boy and sent him in that direction. So that's shady stuff. Yeah, you're in the arena, but you're doing shady things. If you're misrepresenting the truth, we know for a fact
that's not shady at all.
The data evidence, hard evidence that shows.
If Yannetti and Jackson are standing on courthouse steps, speaking to the press and saying this, and this, and we believe this, and this, and we are planning to prove this, and this, then why would they not share? Why would they not share whatever makes their as credible sources? Why would they not make themselves credible to a journalist by providing where they got their information, by providing the source of their information, so it can be fact checked, so that it can be vetted? There's nothing unethical about that. The defense can do whatever they want as far as that goes. They can absolutely talk to as much press as they want to. There's nothing shady about that at all.
Shows that Colin was gone. If you're allowing your client to inject that into social media, and keep in mind, now, the theory that Colin was the killer here was made necessary because of the idea that there's no way you're going to get 11 people inside a house and investigators and other people to play ball to protect Brian Albert or another adult that was in the house that could have allegedly done the killing. There's no way. So they had to come up with the Colin theory. because now it makes a little bit more sense that people might get together to defend a 17-year-old kid. That theory was presented by the defense to Turtle Boy in whole. All right. So on Turtle Boy's first article on April 18th, he already was presenting pictures of Colin with scraped knuckles and other pictures. Turtle Boy didn't find those pictures. Karen found those pictures. Karen's defense team found those pictures. So, and we saw that the state shows there were multiple phone calls between Aiden and Alan Jackson and Aiden and Yannetti in those days when the story was released. So they gave him the Colin theory. That's shady. I don't want to hear any crap about you released. Aiden and we saw that the state showed us there were multiple phone calls between Aiden and Alan Jackson.
The state didn't show us anything. The state accused. The state made these accusations. They alleged, but they didn't show us anything. They didn't show us these phone records. What are you talking about? They alleged this happened, and they probably did. Again, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if they had lunch together? Who gives a shit if they all went to a fucking swinger party together? Who gives a fuck? Like, that has nothing to do with nothing.
Jackson and Aiden and Yannetti in those days when the story was released. So they gave him the Colin theory. That's shady. I don't want to hear any crap about you being in the arena. If you're gonna, Teddy Roosevelt was in the arena. He tried and failed at many things, but he wasn't doing shady things. He wasn't a piece of shit. He wasn't doing that shit. He wasn't trying to finger innocent people for murder, an innocent 17-year-old kid for murder. He wasn't doing that. Jackson and Yannetti are. Karen Reed is. That's just beyond any reasonable dispute now. Jackson isn't doing that shit. He wasn't trying to finger innocent people for murder, an innocent 17-year-old kid for murder. He wasn't doing that. Jackson and Yannetti are. Karen Reed is. That's just beyond any reasonable dispute now. So no, I don't care that you're in the arena. In the arena, you are making mistakes.
It's not. It's not. Now, is Colin innocent? In the eyes of the law, he is. Innocent until proven guilty. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. But so is Karen. Karen Reed is still innocent until proven guilty. Period. And they are not guilty of they're not even guilty of tampering with jury selection. They're not even guilty of that. Not until somebody can prove it. And again, I'll change my mind. When I see proof of that, then I'll be like, yo, that's kind of fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. And the reason why I'm going to think that's fucked up is because, I mean, there's no need to do that. There's no need to do that. In my opinion, the Commonwealth failed in their investigation. They failed enough in their investigation to be able to exonerate, for the Karen Reed's defense to be able to exonerate her. So there's no need for jury selection, tampering, or anything of that nature. So yeah, I'm going to be like, dude, bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably stupid. It's stupid for Karen Reed to do it, and it's stupid for Turtle Boy to engage in it. Absolutely. But I haven't seen any evidence of that. So far, the only thing that I see is an independent journalist having a very, very valuable source for information. That's it. That's all I see.
You're not just making mistakes. You're doing something highly unethical. And this seems to have been extended to the improper communications that they had with the federal government, with Josh Levy. We don't know. Was Josh Levy duped? Was he someone that had some personal connection to one of these lawyers or to Karen? We don't know. But everything that we've seen is that it's extremely irregular and improper. So we'll give it another chance here to see if there's any more questions. Sorry if I missed one. Again, thanks, guys, for being here. Appreciate it. And everybody that's here has been a really good crew of asking good questions and trying to be fair and caring about the truth. Because really, that's the difference, is that Aiden Kearney doesn't care about the truth. And not only does he not care about he doesn't care if his own turtle riders know the truth. He could care less. He doesn't care about them. The grifter, the glarer, he doesn't care. That guy, the little guy Dylan over in Wales, he doesn't care. They don't care.
Bow to Ming the Merciless.
No. Okay, guys, so let's end this now, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for being here.
I think Plevin had to pee. I end live streams fast like that too when I have to pee real bad. I'm like, all right, thanks for being here. Click. Done. It happens when you're a YouTuber. It just happens. Especially like when you're on your second pot of coffee. Like me right now. But hold on here. Let's so yesterday homeboy went live saying war, the state of Massachusetts versus the federal government. Yeah, that should be interesting. Hold on. I don't give a fuck about him. All right. Let's see what this war he's talking about is.
They're trying to quashing the subpoena, but that's a whole different process. But so there's not going to be a paper trail related to the subpoenas. However, if there are any warrants, it would be, because for a warrant, you have to get a judge to sign off on it, and you have to show probable cause. So you have to show your theory about what the crime is that you need that material for. Now we don't know, right? But sources say that maybe related to that. It seems to be related to that. So what kind of warrants would there be? What kind of evidence did they go after? Well, we know that they did not request any evidence from the state, which is unusual, right? So they weren't trying to actually look into the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. They didn't look at any of that evidence, it seems, or unless they just looked at what was publicly available, I guess. It seems like they just read Turtle Boy articles. So what they had was perhaps the charge. What we had, they had the.
Okay. So Plevin is here claiming that it just seems like, even though he hasn't read one piece of discovery because it's sealed and it has not been released, he's claiming that it seems like the federal government just read Turtle Boy articles, just read Turtle Boy blogs. That's where they're getting their information from. Josh Levy is just going to piss away his credibility as the United States attorney based on Turtle Boy's word and opinions. Dude, I won't even do that. I won't even fuck up my credibility as a fucking YouTuber by going by Turtle Boy's word. How often do you really see me like go over Turtle Boy's blogs? If I do, it's for entertainment. Or to hear his side of things. But you'll never see me sit there and go, well, Turtle Boy said so, so it's fucking gospel. I don't do that. I don't do that. But the United States attorney will, right? Josh Levy will do that. He'll just be like, oh, look at the blog from the blogger. Dude, the U.S. attorney doesn't give a fuck about Turtle Boy. Guaranteed. Hasn't given a fuck about Turtle. I guarantee you that the U.S. attorney hasn't given a fuck about Turtle Boy until the Commonwealth blasted him all over their opposition motion for against the defense's motion to dismiss and disqualify. That's, I guarantee you that they haven't given a fuck about anything regarding Turtle Boy until then. Now the Commonwealth has made Turtle Boy officially part of this case. It wasn't Turtle Boy that did that. Not officially. They were definitely connected because it's the same DA's office that is railroading Turtle Boy that has been railroading Karen Reed. Absolutely. 100%. But it wasn't official until it was put in an official document filed by the Commonwealth. So what the fuck's he talking about?
They had the charging documents and they had Turtle Boy. And but as far as what they tried to obtain, what they could get was data. So they could go after phones, messaging on phones, GPS data, things like that. So whatever they did go to on that, they had to fill out a warrant. They had to apply for a warrant, and they had to make their case to the judge. And my guess, and it seems to be confirmed by sources, is that originating material was not included in the package that they gave over last week. And now the state wants it. Why does the state want it? Because they want to know what the hell the feds are doing. They wanted to understand what motivated their investigation. Was it properly motivated? Was it properly predicated? And we may not get all the answers to that, but this material may give an insight as to what the state was basing, the feds were basing all of this on.
Why are they worried about it? If the Norfolk County DA's office has nothing to worry about, then they wouldn't worry about it. It's simple. They wouldn't give a fuck. They would just be like, okay, well, investigate away. Knock yourselves out. I can't wait to be exonerated from this investigation. Easy. So, I mean, you're going to sit here and be like, oh, well, it's, you know, they just want to know what's going on and why they're being investigated. Well, no, I mean, if they're doing their jobs and it's all on the up and up and there's nothing shady about what's going on in the Norfolk County DA's office, well, then they wouldn't worry about it. They wouldn't care to know. They'd be like, okay, well, we'll find out. We'll just find out. I mean, like, I don't think Karen Reed wrote letters to the Commonwealth. I don't think Karen Reed wrote letters to the Norfolk County DA's office going, hey, I'm curious as to know why you're interested in me for the death of my boyfriend. I'm wondering why you're investigating me. I'm just curious to know why. No, she never did that. Nobody does that. Nobody does that unless they're sweating. Nobody does that unless they are shitting their pants. So, yeah, dude, like, it's not innocent that they're like, oh my God, why are you guys looking at us? Oh my God. No, if you're doing your job, then it's the same thing with the audit. Why are you worried about an audit? Why is the Massachusetts State Police worried about an audit? If there's nothing to worry about.
And whether it was proper or whether it was corrupt. There are a lot of indications here, not proof, but indications that this federal investigation of the investigation was corrupt. Another source I talked to with deep experience in law enforcement.
I'd like to know one solid indication that Josh Levy's U.S. Attorney's Office is corrupt. I'd like to know one simple indication. I challenge Plevin to provide me with one solid indication that the U.S. Attorney's Office is corrupt. Now, I could do a whole live stream as to why there's indications. I could do a whole live stream on indications as to why the Norfolk County DA's office is corrupt. One indication is that they're being federally investigated. That's just one indication. That's just one. So I'd like to know exactly what indications he's referring to as to the U.S. Attorney's Office being corrupt. I'd love to know. You don't just say things and then they're facts, dude. It doesn't work that way.
High-level experience said that this investigation was upside down to what it normally is. Normally, an investigation begins with the agents, with the FBI. They're looking into something and they find evidence of a crime, and then they bring that to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And if it's convincing enough, thus begins the process of warrants and subpoenas and the federal grand jury.
Wait, what?
But in this case here, it seems to have begun the other way around. It began with the FBI. The investigation was upside down to what it normally is. Normally, an investigation begins with the agents, with the FBI. they're looking.
No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? How did you come to this conclusion that it starts with the FBI? I'd love to know. How did you come to this conclusion?
I'm retarded?
Okay, that's a given, but give me something else, buddy. Like, because that's just ridiculous. I mean, I can't believe that I even have to explain this. The U.S. attorney got word that there is reason to investigate the Norfolk County DA's office. And as soon as they thought, okay, well, all right, let's figure this out. What they do is they send federal agents to investigate. That's what they do. They dispatch federal agents to investigate. The feds don't magically just, I mean, maybe in some cases, you know, but the feds don't magically just all of a sudden, you know, the feds didn't magically just go, hey, you know, the FBI go, hey, Josh Levy, check it out. We started looking into this because, you know, we're the FBI and here we think you should launch an investigation. That would mean that the FBI had already started their investigation without the U.S. attorney, wouldn't it? But that's not what happened, because that's not how things go down. The U.S. attorney finds reason to investigate, and so they dispatch agents, experienced investigators, to investigate and report back to the U.S. attorney. That's how that works. The fuck are you talking about?
They're looking into something and they find evidence of a crime, and then they bring that to the U.S. attorney's office. And if it's convincing enough, thus begins the process of warrants and subpoenas.
That's bullshit. Wrong.
The federal grand jury. But in this case here, it seems to have begun the other way around. It began in the U.S. attorney's office at the highest level or the second highest level. So at the time, Rachel Rollins.
Right. Because if I'm Jackson or Yannetti, I'm not gonna go through. We're talking about a woman's life who is on the line here. Okay, if I'm Jackson and or Yannetti, I'm gonna to whoever can make these decisions. I'm not gonna go to the FBI and then the FBI and then just go through the bullshit of the FBI going, oh well, that's a U.S. attorney thing, and then go to the U.S. attorney. I'm gonna go straight. If I understand how the law works, you know, like a lawyer would, like Jackson and or Yannetti would, then I'm going to go straight to whoever can make decisions to get shit done. That would be the U.S. attorney's office. I don't understand what's difficult to understand about that.
Rachel Rollins was the U.S. attorney. There's actually no evidence that she was involved in any of this, but there is a ton of evidence that right under her is the position known as the first attorney. And this is Josh Levy, and he became involved in this early on. He is now the acting U.S. attorney. He has taken Rachel Rollins' job. And there are indications he's been involved all along with this and communicating with the defense team. Now, remember the DA Morris's office sent 5 letters to them wanting to know if they had exculpatory evidence related to their investigation into their upcoming trial for Karen Reed, as is their duty to do that. If the feds had exculpatory evidence, the state is required to try to get all important evidence related to that case. And the feds ignored those letters. They ignored it, so they weren't communicating at all. When I say the feds, I mean the U.S. attorney's office. Eventually, there was a letter that was replied to when Morrissey's office sent a letter to the ethics department in the DOJ in Washington. And the letter came back, well, we've talked to the U.S. attorney and they see things differently. That's it. That's all they said. So while they were telling
or the U.S. attorney already knew that the prosecution already had exculpatory evidence that could exonerate Karen Reed. So they didn't need to ask them for it. There was no need to ask them for this. Maybe through the federal investigation, within their findings in this investigation, they found out that the prosecution already had exculpatory evidence that they failed to share with the defense. And so now they're like, well, fuck you. You already have it. Maybe that's just Michael Morrissey's office trying to find out what the feds have on them. Because that's kind of what makes the most sense. Plevin.
The prosecution side, nothing. They were communicating regularly with the defense team, including telling them about who was subpoenaed and who was when they were testifying before the federal grand jury. And the evidence from Aiden is that Karen told him in, I think this is late November, that there was a conference call between Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Josh Levy. And that in this conference call, Josh Levy told them to try to buy more time to delay the trial and to keep this any information about that call from the media. All of this stuff is at the least highly irregular. And certainly very, very suspicious. And that's how the state views it. And they took the extraordinary subpoenaed and it was when they were testifying before the federal grand jury. And the evidence from Aiden is that Karen told him in, I think this is late November, that there was a conference call between Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Josh Levy. And that in this conference call, Josh Levy told them to try to buy more time to delay the trial.
I got to hear that one more time.
Federal grand jury. And the evidence from Aiden is that Karen told him in, I think this is late November, that there was a conference call between Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Josh Levy. And that in this conference call, Josh Levy told them to try to
Turtle Boy that there was a conference call between Josh Levy, Yannetti, and who else?
David Yannetti. Karen told him in, I think this is late November, that there was a conference call between Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Josh Levy. And that in this conference call, Josh Levy told them to try to buy more time to delay the trial and to keep this any information about that call from the media. All of this stuff is
they're right. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that? And again, I mean, you're talking about hearsay through hearsay. You're talking about what Turtle Boy said. What you're talking about what Turtle Boy says Karen Reed told him. Okay? According to Plevin here. What Turtle Boy says Karen Reed told him. That there was this conference call and that Yannetti and Jackson said, yo, hold your horses. But even still, that makes sense to me. We need a little more time to conduct our investigation. So do whatever you got to do. Delay this trial as long as you can so that it gives us more time to conduct our investigation thoroughly. Because the last thing that Yannetti and Jackson want is to go into trial without exculpatory evidence for their client. If exculpatory evidence for their client could be made, could be provided to them. So they're not going to go into that trial without having that already if they can help it.
Is at the least highly irregular. And certainly very, very suspicious. And that's how the state views it. And they took the extraordinary step a few weeks ago in their official opposition sent to the court. This was an opposition to the motion for dismissal. That motion was put in by the defense, of course. And they put it right there in that opposition that that the feds are working with the defense team. That's a really, really powerful accusation. They put it right in there. So at some point, the feds really kind of have to respond to this, it would seem. But this is why it's up to people in the media. And I guess that's me now. I mean, as tiny as I am, but hopefully bigger people pick it up. But there's something really suspicious that's going on here. Now, that was the first step. The second step was to
stop.
Now apparently request that originating material.
Stop, Kevin. Stop. Okay? That's not how this happens. Okay? You're missing a very, very major aspect of all this. You're saying, well, you know, I'm a small channel. You know, if I'm the media and I'm a small channel, which thank you for admitting that you are even considered media, by the way. you're a small channel, sure, but see, that's not what happens here. It's not that it's going to become picked up and your beliefs are going to get picked up by bigger media sources and spread the Plevinisms. That's not how this works. What you're missing is that already fucking happened. And what's happening is the major media sources that have been implying, such as Court TV, that Karen Reed is absolutely guilty because they had people like Coffendorfer up there throwing stones and painting a picture that Karen Reed is absolutely guilty and that she's going to prison and that they have all this inculpatory evidence. Well, what's happening and what you're missing, you're missing. The train is going by. It already went by, actually, because what's happening is now those people that were shouting these ridiculous Plevinisms, they're now kind of leaning towards more that Karen Reed may be innocent. And the reason why they're doing that is because more evidence is becoming available to that notion. More evidence is coming to light. More things are becoming apparent that the notion that Karen Reed is innocent could absolutely be true. That's happening more and more and more. Because the mainstream media was already there. They were already like, Karen Reed is guilty. They never said it, but they sure as shit implied it in the nature in which they presented their stories and the nature in which they presented their reports. It was all very implied that Karen Reed was already guilty until Turtle Boy's investigations, until Turtle Boy's arrest and incarceration, and until the most recent filings made by Karen Reed's defense team. Because now mainstream media is going, hold on, wait a second. Hold on. Because you see, we watched Vinny. We watched Vinny Politan on Court TV go, wait. And I'm talking frustrated. Wait, stop. What's going on here? And not in so many words, basically sat there and went, I've been sitting up here all this fucking time under the impression that Karen Reed is guilty with somebody who is a former FBI agent, and I'm using her as an expert to explain things. And basically what's going on here is everything is indicating to me that everything that she's been saying is 150% bullshit. And I'm pissed about it. And since that has happened, I haven't seen Jennifer Coffendorfer on Court TV talking about this case. I'm not saying it won't happen again, but since that happened, I haven't seen Jennifer Coffendorfer as an expert in this case featured on Court TV. So, Plevin, you missed the train, homie. It already went by. Now, the more evidence that comes out, the more that the public is thinking that Karen Reed might just be innocent.
And because I don't now, that's even risking delaying the trial. Even now, it's been postponed for 5 weeks. But Alan Jackson brought that up in court as a reason to say, what this is going to take. We're going to need even more time. So now, whether or not that actually is something that convinces the judge, I don't think that alone would. Like, if all the state is requesting is those originating warrants or documents and things like that, that doesn't seem likely to convince the judge to postpone the trial further. We saw yesterday, naturally, both sides are going to present those documents that they have so far in a different way. The defense team says it's all exculpatory, but I think if you have a sense about how the world works, the defense was going to say that no matter what was in those documents, they could have sent the phone book, and the defense and Alan Jackson was going to get up there with his game show host smile and say it's all exculpatory.
He's not wrong, but because that's the thing is they're saying it's exculpatory, and the prosecution is saying it's inculpatory. So, I mean, I guess I get it. You know, I mean, generally speaking, he's not wrong. But the thing is at this point, they're also filing. They're also in the same hearing. You heard Alan Jackson say that they are moving to charge Michael Morrissey's DEA's office with governmental misconduct. That kind of changes things a little. That kind of puts a little bit more weight into Jackson's argument that everything in there is exculpatory. So,
but meanwhile, it's not surprising that the prosecution says, no, none of it's exculpatory, and 90 to 95% of it is not even new. So you have that dispute there. Now, which side is right? Well, we're not going to see until the trial. Although I think as they present this to the judge, she does have a role in this. So when Alan Jackson is saying all of this is new, well, and the state's saying it's not. So if most of it consists of grand jury testimony by the witnesses that testified in the state's grand jury originally, and they don't in any substantive way change their story, then you have to say, you know, common sense says, no, there's really not new evidence there. But that'll be up to, I don't know if the judge will be allowed to make the call on that. But so we'll see. So Bill's going to be calling soon. So let me get to some of the questions and comments. So somebody has pointed out, and this has been said by a lot of people, that this was a sloppy investigation, and therefore that's enough to establish reasonable doubt. I don't dispute that in principle, in a general way, that if an investigation is sloppy, if it's sloppy enough, that can be the basis for reasonable doubt. Was this investigation sloppy? And I think the only fair answer is that we don't know. Now, what you're looking at now makes it look sloppy. Sorry, I need my coffee. But what you're looking at now are things that are pointed out by the defense. And you really have to be careful about that. Just, for instance, the famous gap in the library video.
You do. Again, Plevin, you got to use your eyes. So you're acknowledging, you're pointing out that we're seeing all of this coming from the defense, right? But what are we seeing come from the prosecution? Not a lot, right? Not a whole lot. You don't find it a little weird that the defense is presenting more of a case than the prosecution is, even though it's on the prosecution and it's the burden of the prosecution to present a case, not the other way around? You got to use your eyes, people.
That we now know really doesn't exist. It's a motion triggered camera, and she went home another way. So we will get answers to this in the trial. So I am open to the fact that we may, at the end of the day, after we look at the trial and look at the troopers, will have a chance to defend their actions and explain their actions, and the prosecution will get to explain the process of the state. But you have to realize, we all have to realize, this is a murder investigation is a large enterprise. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of
okay, guys. It's time for me to feed Clever. I'm not logging off, but it's time for me to feed Clever. So I'm gonna have the mic on, and I'm gonna sound distant. I'm gonna be listening, but I won't be able to pause. Well, I might be able to come over and pause for a second because it's just like 5 feet away. But I've got to feed Clever. It's time for him to eat. So I'm going to not be on camera, but I'm going to be listening, and I'll step over and pause. And if I add commentary, it's going to sound a little distant because I won't be right in front of my mic. So just saying.
a lot of people involved. We're saying this is all Trooper Proctor and Buchanan, right? But no, it's a lot of troopers. They're involved in collecting evidence. Each has their own sphere of expertise. Your testing evidence. There are labs involved, and these labs are overloaded with all kinds of work. So we just really don't know. So there are things now that the defense will highlight, and you'll see this through their PR machine, which seems to be headed by Olivia now, but obviously Turtle Boy, and I think really Sean. You know, at this point, I think at this point you have to say he's just part of a PR team, because either that, or maybe he's gone a little. I don't know. They're gonna be nice, but this was let me bring something up.
Okay, so My issue with that is he's claiming that that Sean and Turtle Boy are part of a PR team. I take major issue with that theory, simply because if I'm going to hire a PR team and I've got the funds to hire cutthroat defense attorneys like Yannetti and Jackson, I'm going to do a little better than someone as controversial as Turtle Boy and someone as loud and opinionated as Sean. Now, this is nothing against either one of them. I like Sean. I like Turtle Boy a lot. But they're definitely not a hired PR team. That notion is ridiculous if you just look at the two of those guys and how how opinionated they are and how loud they are about it. Turtle Boy would not put himself in jail if he was a hired PR person. He would not do that. He would not put himself in a position to be thrown in jail, facing multiple felony charges that could actually get him prison time. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I mean, come on. Like, Sean is too... He's too opinionated. He's too loud, too opinionated to be a hired gun of a PR team. It just doesn't. It doesn't add up to me. I like Sean, and I take his insight to heart simply because he is a retired and experienced federal investigator. Absolutely, 100%. But just the way that he presents himself is not what someone who would hire Jackson and Yannetti. That's not who you would go for to hire a PR team. You would hire an actual PR team. Why the fuck wouldn't you just hire an actual PR team? You know, you wouldn't just hire a blogger and a guy who is retired, who is a retired investigator who goes on YouTube channels and shares his insight. That's not what you would do. It's ridiculous to think that that's... It's ridiculous.
She's talking about Brian Albert. All right, so we don't see the full answer there, but it's not that Sean agreed with it, but he entertained it because he had been preceding that by kind of comparing what was going on to Colombian cartels and stuff like that. And we've had this discussion in the summer, and he kept basically trying to give me the impression that the Alberts are this powerful crime family, and there's no evidence of it. There's no evidence of power. There's no evidence of crime. There's no evidence in their economic activity. There's nothing there. There's no evidence in there in Brian Albert's associates. He's a cop. I mean, that's it. He's never been charged with anything similar to that. So this was basically a theory that you had to come up with in order to somehow explain why all of these people were somehow intimidated into lying to a grand jury and other experts and troopers and medical experts, all to participate in this conspiracy. And this is where it reached a point where it's hard to know where people have just gone kind of crazy, or where in some cases maybe people are part of a PR team and they're doing their best to present a bogus case, and many people in the public are just going to buy into it, and there's nothing we can do about it. So let me try to get to some questions. If you questioned earlier,
Clever,
I would have missed it, so I'm going to the end, but Tom can highlight any questions too. So I'm trying to catch up who we're talking. Jules says nothing Sean has claimed has come true, and this is really, I mean, he's been saying for so long. It's like one of those old cults that predicts the end of the world is coming on April 12th or something like that, and it doesn't happen. So then April 12th comes, and they're all waiting for the mother ship to arrive, and then he just says, okay, well, no, it's really going to be on March 3rd, on May 3rd or something like that, and the day keeps coming, and nothing ever happens. Nobody gets arrested. There's been no arrest. There's been no indictments. There's been no suspensions. There's nothing. So at the best, what the feds turned over was some discrepancies or little things, the kind of things that Olivia likes to point out, that really just don't move the needle much. They, in theory, could help the defense in trial to create some reasonable doubt. But the idea that the feds are coming in and have found this cover up, no, it's not even possible, and it's not even reasonable to think that. It's not even sane. It's not even sane to think that. I mean, this is what one of the things that bothers me about this case. There was a lot of reasons to have questions about this all summer and maybe during the fall, and say, okay, well, maybe there's something weird going on here, right? But at some point, there's enough evidence where you say, that, you know, it seems to be pretty clear that John was killed outside by Karen's SUV, but it's also 100% clear, 100%, that John never went in that house and was not killed by anybody inside that house. And it's just not even, it's not from the world of the sane to claim that it is. It's, you know, and if you were going to claim that all the evidence has been fabricated and all the witnesses have been lying and the troopers are all corrupt and the feds have found this, but then the feds come in with their report and nobody's making that claim. Nobody was arrested. Nobody's suspended. It's no longer sane to believe that. So I'm not sure if the people that make those claims are insane or they're just part of a PR campaign and they're trying to put that out there for people. I don't know which is more disturbing to me, but it bothers me that people in the public can't think about this a little bit better, that we're all so easily duped. It bothers me.
Bro.
Right, let me try to look at the questions. Joey, that's a good comment, and that was surprising to me too. So we'll highlight this. Joey said, the judge stating she received a letter from the deputy U.S. attorney about how to handle the info was surprising. Seems like it's over the Boston office's heads now. Maybe an OIG investigation. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to get murky with what goes on with the OIG and what kind of pressure it needs to be created in order to get, if Josh Levy has indeed done something improper, who's over him? Well, it's the OIG, it's the DOJ. Those are his bosses. Really, his only true boss is the Attorney General and Joe Biden. There's only two people technically over him. But yeah, if the OIG or the ethics department do an investigation and they find things that are improper,
yeah, because that dude's just
I really,
gonna risk
I don't know. I'm not, you know, as far as charges, it would have to be pretty severe. But I think there's enough here where his days in that position are extremely numbered, because how you could conduct that investigation, use those kinds of resources, and find nothing. There's some splaining that has to be done. There's some splaining, no question about it. Bob Brown says, no search of 34 Fairview, no crime scene tape. All right. Oh, I got some interesting information on this, Bob. Thank you. I had heard in the past that there was crime scene tape, but I don't usually report it because I didn't really know. I didn't have a good source. But now I have a good source that lives there, right around the corner, and who said that she drove by the scene twice just on her way home during the day, not investigating the crime, but just because she lived there. And twice they tried to tape up that crime scene, and it was during a blizzard, and it just didn't work. The tape just wouldn't stay up. So no crime scene tape? No, that's not true. They did tape it. Red Solo cups, that's good investigative work as far as I'm concerned, because these guys understood that it was, as soon as it became a suspicious death, it automatically goes to the state police, and they know it takes time for those guys to get called in. In the meantime, the snow was destroying that blood evidence. You had to do something with it quickly, it was going to be lost. And they obviously believed that maybe that could have been someone else's blood. If it turned out to be John's blood, but they couldn't have known that. So those guys they're just root cops. They're not trained to do a murder investigation, and they don't have evidence kits and things like that. So they used their ingenuity and got those from a neighbor, and I think those are good cops that should be commended. As far as no search of 34 Fairview, well, there was no warrant for it. Officer Lank was in the house by 6:25. It was in there for some time, but no, there was no official search. Did they ask Brian if they could? We'll have to see what that testimony is. My guess will be no. We do have to remember, yeah, it's just human nature being what it is. Brian's a cop from Boston. This was in Canton, and Brian's brother is a detective on the Canton police force. So yeah, there's always going to be a reluctance on the part of cops to invade the space of another cop. But you know, nobody ever had any reason to believe anything took place inside the house. Taillight pieces only found days later. Well, the taillight pieces were found. The main piece and the original pieces were found at 5:45 in the afternoon by the CERT team, by the state police. Now, over the course of days, pieces continue to turn up, and the reason is because you guys
there's a few things. There's a few things that we need to unpack here, or at least a couple. So Plevin is talking about crime scene tape, and that the excuse for the crime scene tape not being put up, well, actually he's claiming it was put up, but during a blizzard, it just kept coming down. So basically they were just like, well, fuck it, it's a blizzard. That's his justification for no crime tape. Well, fuck it, it's a blizzard. So, you know, but that means that what you do is you somehow create some sort of barrier, even if it's manual, even if it is a human barrier, right? Made up of a bunch of cops. A human barrier made up of a bunch of cops to preserve this crime scene because you're investigating the death of a Boston police officer. The priority should have been to get that officer justice immediately. Whether there were suspicious circumstances involved yet or not, You have to assume that there were going to be suspicious circumstances. Therefore, what you do is you do anything you have to preserve that crime scene and rope it off, tape it off. I don't care if crime scene tape doesn't do the job. Well, then you get a fucking chain, a metal chain, put it up and make signs that say, hey, crime scene, do not cross. Are you kidding me with that excuse? Well, it was snowing. It was snowing and windy. That's why there was no crime scene tape. You fucking kidding me with that shit? Did you just say that shit out loud with a straight face? And I'm pissed. I'm pissed at that statement because we're talking about a police officer here. We're talking about a guy who got up every single day and put his life on the line to protect his community. And you're going to tell me that other cops just said, fuck it, crime scene tape's not working, so, fuck it. Crime scene tape, it's snowing and it's blowing it over, fuck it. Fuck the crime scene. Yeah, fucking cones, whatever. Nail the cones to the ground. Put spikes on the edges of the cones, keep them down. Do whatever you got to do to preserve that crime scene. I don't want to hear that excuse. It was snowing. It was a blizzard. Sawhorses, Benjamin John. Anything. And then he brings up Lank showing up at 6:15. Lank, same guy from the Sarah Birchmore case, but we're never going to hear Plevin bring up Sarah Birchmore, are we? Because there's nothing about that case that isn't suspicious. There's nothing about the Sarah Birchmore, Sandra. Sorry, I said Sarah. It's Sandra. Excuse me. Before you guys start correcting me in the chat, I'm aware it's Sandra. Excuse me. There's nothing about the Sandra Birchmore case that isn't suspicious. There's nothing about it. So, and Lank being a part of that investigation already, I got problems with that. I got problems with Lank being one of the officers that show up. And again, the crime scene tape. The crime scene tape. Like, it's not it. That's not all. That's not all. We're also talking about the red Solo cups. What's the excuse for that? What's the excuse for the leaf blower? I mean, one could argue that it was the fucking leaf blower that blew down the tape. If you're using wind as an excuse as to why crime scene tape wasn't used to rope off the investigation, to rope off the crime scene. The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Snow melts, and the snow was melting. There was a lot of snow that fell that day. It was a pretty big storm, and snow was melting, exposing little tiny pieces of taillight. Not really surprising, and that stuff got plowed, those taillight pieces, so it got moved around. So it's going to be very difficult to find until the snow melted. So we'll check in more questions, but I do expect a call any moment from Bill. And all right, maybe the fact that Levy's office, so Maple Run says, maybe the fact that Levy's office is allowing the substance of their investigation to be entered into the court is to give off the appearance of transparency for when the OIG comes. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? We don't really know what they're thinking. And, there's this, human beings are capable of all kinds of things, including if you've lived a clean life and you think of yourself as on the side of justice, and then you get duped, then at some point, now, yes, you might try to cover your ass, but there's a point where you come clean. So I don't know Josh Levy personally, and I think it's entirely possible that he got duped here. And So maybe there's a time where he tries to do the right thing. I don't know. It was my friend that's a judge who doesn't follow this case, but was utterly shocked that the federal grand jury notes, not notes, but testimony would be given to anybody, given to the state, given to the defense. And even it's even more shocking that this is going to be allowed to be used in court. It seems unheard of, but this is an extremely unusual case. That's why it's a great case. And that's, I mean, it's terrible for the families, but it is a great case. And if you, just in terms of our learning about how the process works. Okay, Julio Suave. All right. I like Julio, so I'm going to put this up here. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Chat moved. All right. He says, Kevin hasn't talked to me since I told him I think he's about 12% right on this case. Well, I was actually wondering why you hadn't been in chat the last couple of shows. I was worried about you, Julio. Honestly, I was like, what happened to Julio? So as far as me having talking to you, I haven't seen you reach out to me in any way, so I don't know. But I did miss you in chat. So I don't agree with you on the 12%. My batting average is much better than that. And I think anybody who's followed, it should be clear now, especially since what I've been reporting about the feds and many other things. So, and I always correct the things that get wrong. I had information last week about the indictments coming, but I don't like to report things in any way that are sensitive. And so, but what I said on the show is that Turtle Boy, he will not get out of jail. But that was based on the reports that there'd be more indictments. And so but I couldn't predict what a judge would do. And so that prediction was wrong, but it was based on information that was accurate. Unfortunately, there are things you can't say in public. About the indictments coming, but I don't like to report things in any way that are sensitive and last and many other things. So, and I always correct the things that get wrong. I had information last week.
First of all,
I don't like to report.
First of all, Plevin, I'm going to need a live stream from you that is just full of corrections, please. Because I've been sitting here doing it for you for the last 4 hours. So I'm going to need a live stream from you that is full of corrections, please. First off.
Report things in any way that are sensitive. And so by what I said on the show is that Turtle Boy, he will not get out of jail. But that was...
So basically, you've already said, you just said you won't report things that are sensitive. You don't think that someone leaking the contents of a sealed document to you is sensitive? Because now, it's a good thing that all of us think that you're completely full of shit. It's a good thing that all of us know this about you. Otherwise, we'd be worried. We'd be worried that someone is leaking contents of a 3,000-page document to you, to the likes of you, that is sealed. We would be worried about that if you weren't you.
That was based on the reports that there'd be more indictments. And so but I couldn't predict what a judge would do. And so that prediction was wrong, but it was based on information that was accurate. Unfortunately, there are things you can't say in public. Jay James, Caitlin in the house or no? I don't even know who Caitlin is. Caitlin that's usually in chat with us? She's just a good sleuth. I don't think she was in the house, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Is Caitlin part of I've never heard the name Caitlin connected to the family, but or I can't think of it at the moment. So I know that he's calling right now.
This is Global prepaid call from William State, an incarcerated individual at the California State Prison, Corcoran, California.
Okay, so this is his expert guy that's in prison that he's pen pals with.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded. You have a prepaid call. You will not be charged for this call. To accept this call, say or dial 5 now. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Bill. Good to see you. I had set up with the speaker and tried it, and I'm going to give it a second to see. If I can't get this hooked up to the speaker, I'm going to do this just the way we did last week, which still should be fine. So give me a moment and see. I'm going to go into settings. I don't know why it's not. And I practiced with this before.
It's on speaker, bro.
So let's just go into sound settings.
Come on, man. Jesus Christ. You're worse than me.
All right. I don't see it. So I'm going to just give me a second to set up the speaker, set up the phone. We'll just hook it right up to the speaker the way we did it last time, and I'll turn the gain up. All right. So hi guys, this is Bill Noguera, who is in prison. I'm going to get a little further away from the mic. Give me some. All right. So Bill, just give us an idea how things are going there, so we can hear your voice.
Pretty good. I'm actually inside of the corporate 4 building, which is 4BI.
Right.
That's where I'm at, and yeah, it's been a pretty good day. I've held a couple of classes for the administration here today, and at this time, usually on Tuesdays, I find myself in the cell so I can call and make this appearance on this particular show.
Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Guys, just so you know, because I've got the gain turned up, I'm sitting a little bit further away from the microphone, and I've got Bill up close to it. So just keep giving me feedback. All right, sounds good to you? Okay, excellent. All right, Bill, we're going to talk about William Bonin today, right? And
yes,
yeah. So we're interested in, obviously you spent a lot of time on him and got to know him, and you have a lot of stories about this. But just also keep in mind that a real focus for us is this is one of the rare times where one of these type of predators went out and found and mentored and developed accomplices and used accomplices. So we'll go back to that. But give us some background on William Bonin, the freeway killer.
Okay, yes, so he is known as William Bonin. His middle name is George. He is also known as the freeway killer and the freeway strangler. During his time as the freeway killer, he, as you mentioned, is one of the rare serial killers to have an accomplice. But not so much just one accomplice. He actually had 4. And think about how difficult that is, that a predator of his caliber, and I don't mean this by any way, shape, or form that he is to be looked upon as someone of high quality. I mean this by him being a sexual predator and him being as rare to find this type of predator that has shared his victims with 4 different individuals, and he interchanged them different times during his spree, which lasted about.
Thank you, Buzzing for Truth.
That's just that's really interesting. So one of the questions that I always ask is, in your experience, in your dealings with William, did he go by William? Did he go by Bill? What are some of the personal details about him? What was he like when you first met him?
Well, William, but he was known as just Bonin. When I met him, he was known as Bonin, and he was on death row when I got there. He also came out of the same county that I came out of, was Orange County, and he is, by all accounts, if you meet him.
So I'm sitting here on death row, and you know, there was this other guy in here with me, and figure I'll tell you about that. Like, so you're an expert on serial killers now because you were sitting next to a guy on death row? Okay, bro. Come on, guy.
And you didn't know who he was. He doesn't give you the impression.
Look at Plevin's face, bro. I think I see some drool.
The impression of someone that is aggressive, that's a predator in any way. You have to get to know him and you start seeing the signs. He's generally a little bit awkward. And there's something you can't put your finger on. It seems to be always present with him. And when I first met him on
Don't do it, Cherry. Don't do it.
He came off this way. He also hung around with a number of serial killers on the road. There was a card table on the yard that he was on. And in that yard, he was always playing cards with other serial killers, which was Randy Kraft. Another serial killer was David Carpenter. He also played cards with Lawrence Whitaker, who was also known as the Toolbox Killer.
Can I get a big painting, bro? Like, can I get like a big ass painting instead of dogs playing poker? Can I just get a bunch of serial killers doing it? Like, can I? That's just all I'm picturing. This guy's like, oh, they were just hanging out in death row playing cards, you know. Spades.
Killer. So you have a plethora of serial killers on this particular yard on death row where William Bonin was always at. And he later developed a very interesting relationship with Lawrence Whitaker, the Toolbox Killer.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things we always look for too, Bill, is there are certain things, like you've always said, that none of these two guys are exactly alike, and that's understood. But another thing is there are a lot of commonalities. You know, so for instance, you've explained in the past that they're generally almost overwhelmingly born with this kind of in nature, and that they don't feel any remorse. But there always are exceptions to the rule. Is there anything? What are the parts about William Bonin that were different or unique to him? Are there anything like that stood out like that?
Well, in many times, serial killers deny what they've done. They may confess that to the authorities when they're arrested, but later on they change their tune. They begin to hide behind, fantasies of being innocent, that it wasn't them. That wasn't the case with William Bonin. He embraced exactly what he was, And he did not hide that fact at all on death row. And I've mentioned this before, that while you're on death row, you're able to be who you want to be without fear of being judged, because you've already...
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
And he was in a protective custody yard, so no one was going to do anything to him. As I mentioned, he played cards with serial killers. And William Bonney embraced that role during the time that I spent speaking to him, because, as I mentioned, I was mind-stalking these guys. They had no idea that I was researching them, that I was studying them, studying their traits. In every conversation I had with them, I was trying to push a particular agenda to them so they would open up to me. William Bonney was one of my first subjects, and he...
Bro, like, this guy's talking like he's... Dude, you're on death row. These guys don't give a fuck about you. You're a game to them. Like, I can't help but sit here and think that these calculated serial killers are sitting around going, this fucking asshole. Here comes this asshole. You guys ready? Let's fuck with him. And let's just say a bunch of shit. Like, because he's talking to some dude named fucking, I don't know, Yellow Cotton Balls or some shit like that. Let's fuck with him. Unreal. Plevin, you're killing me, dude.
He was one of the most forthcoming of all of them, and there is a reason for this. You and I off air have spoken about this, but he actually admitted...
I mean, again, use your eyes, folks. Use your eyes. Okay? Like, you have attorney Melanie Little. You have Making Law Simple. You have Sean McDonough, retired ATF agent. And, you know, Plevin has guy on death row. Very credible. Awesome.
Admitted, without any prompting from me, that he had seen me when I was a young boy, and he actually stalked me. Once he found out I was that boy that he once stalked, it was very easy for me to get close to him.
And rackets, yes.
So the relationship I had with William Bonney was very unique in that I was able to get closer than probably anyone except for his crime partners, who were, as I mentioned, 4 different young teenagers.
So when he saw you, because was he thinking of you in his own mind's eye as he remembered you as a boy? Because he killed little boys, right?
Well, he killed individuals anywhere between the age of around 12 to around 19. That was his range. And when he saw me, he did not know who I was. When he met me and I was on death row, I did not look anything like the young boy with long hair that he saw sitting at a bus stop. I was much more developed. I had short hair. I wore a mustache and a goatee or a Van Dyke. So I didn't look like that guy. During our conversations, as I was...
This guy's killing me right now, bro. It's like I wore a mustache and a hat and a trench coat. And, you know, I look like I didn't look like a little boy. I looked like a fucking creep on death row. So I
was leading him to believe that I also was like-minded, which is something I had to do to get close to these guys. You have to make them feel comfortable. And from the very beginning, my whole purpose in getting close to them is to dispel some of the beliefs that other psychologists and law enforcement had about these guys, because I knew for a fact they were untrue. However, I couldn't prove it at the time. It took several decades of studying his research to come to these conclusions. But when I got very close to him, he made the observation that he always drove around Huntington Beach, Whittier, on Beach Boulevard, and he cruised these spots looking for young teenagers. And when he said that...
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
When he said that, and the type of MO that he had, because remember, this is very early on. This is 1987, 1988. So a lot is known about serial killers' habits. So I asked him about his cruising, his stalking. And he said, well, yeah, this is how I did it. And then on one occasion, he said that there was this one kid, and he chuckled. And I asked him, what's going on? Why'd you chuckle? He said, well, because I saw this boy. He was Hispanic, tall, he was very thin.
And this has to do with John O'Keefe and or Karen Reed. How? I'd love to know how this is in any way relevant.
He said he was very good looking, and I saw them, and I stopped my van, and I got very close to look at him, and I stopped.
Because I hear a fucking creep on death row getting off on hearing stories from other creeps. That's what I hear. That's all I hear right now.
Why did you stop? He said, well, I took a good look at him, and his words, he was beautiful, but he looked more like a predator than prey. So I asked him, what are you talking about? What do you mean a boy was a predator? He goes, this guy, or this kid, he said, he was extremely, he had a very masculine presence, is what he said. But he looked, because of long hair, at first I thought it was a young girl. But then I looked closely, and I realized it was a young boy. And I said, so why didn't you approach him? So again, I'm trying to get close to him. He said, he kind of scared me. He didn't look like a victim. And I said, well, what was different about it? He says, well, he had a surfboard next to him. When he said that, immediately I stopped. So the next day I came outside and I had a picture. And that picture was of me at age 14 through 13, 1978, 1979, when he would cruise that particular area. And I called him to the fence and I said, look at this picture. And as soon as he got it in his hand, everything changed. He touched the picture, he looked at it, and
all right. Mental note, Clara. Will. Mental note. In order to avoid serial killers, carry a surfboard around with you. Noted.
And then his eyes met mine, and he smiled, and he said, you're him. You're my unicorn. Imagine that.
So you guys, what part of California was this? Did you guys both live in the same town, or?
Well, I hung around the Orange County, Beach Boulevard, Huntington Beach, because my father would drop me off before he went to work very early in the morning, sometimes 4 in the morning, sometimes 4:30, and I would catch the bus with my surfboard all the way to Huntington Beach. Mm-hmm. That's when he began to stalk me.
I want to go back a little bit to your beginnings when you decided to kind of profile these guys. Obviously it wasn't overnight, but you've been doing it for a while, so it was early on. What was the process? So like, for instance, had you seen, the idea of a profiler, I don't know if that really kind of came into public vogue until, like, say, the 90s, right? Maybe a little bit earlier with the Silence of the Lambs and stuff like that. Was there something looking at that? Why don't we come back to that? Why don't you call back, Bill? We'll come right back to that question.
So where's the...
Okay, guys, thank you we'll come back in a moment. Bill's calls are limited to 15 minutes, so he has to call.
Yeah, well, we're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to how irrelevant this shit is to a federal investigation, to the war between the state of Massachusetts versus the federal government.
Has to call right back. And Robert, yeah, I mean, these things don't always have the ring of truth, because sometimes someone's trying to sell a story. And so that's also something that we have to look into. Most of the things that he has told me.
That's just fucking fantastic, bro. Like, you must be so fucking proud of yourself, dude. You must be so proud of yourself giving a fucking sick fuck a voice into the open world, and describing his little interactions with other predators that have nothing to do with your topic here. You must be very proud of yourself, Plevin. Good job, buddy.
About serial killers actually are consistent with my understanding of what these guys would be like.
This is Global Telly. You have a prepaid call from
William Skate,
an incarcerated individual at the California State Prison, Corcoran, California. This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded. You have a prepaid call. You will not be charged for this call. To accept this call, say or dial. Thank you for using Global Telly.
Welcome back, Bill.
Hey, Kevin.
And anybody, just while you're here, guys, if anybody has any questions that you want to send to Bill, please just put them right in chat, and I will ask him as soon as he's done making whatever point that he's on. So thank you very much. Now, Bill, just back to, I want to get a better understanding of this process. It probably wasn't overnight, but what triggered you to think that maybe you could profile these guys? Maybe do some introspection on that and see how that process went for you.
Yeah, well, see, it's like a person who normally, hunts rabbits, and then later on he begins to hunt deer. And I know it sounds kind of way out, but for me, I started
hunting rabbits.
Profiling, not really the word profile. I started studying human behavior, and it was really because of self-protection. I first started studying my father's habits. when he would be in a bad mood, when he would get physical. He was my first test subject, just a human behavioral scientist. I was very young. And as time grew on, I was living in a neighborhood, La Puente, California, where there's a lot of gangs. And then I started studying how to avoid gangs again.
Now look at the people. Look at the comment that he highlighted here. I love this shit right here. Look at the comment that he highlighted. This is first of all the people who listen to him and take some sort of like that take what he says as somehow credible, and then and he highlights it. He highlights it. My theory is John smashed her taillight as she pulled away. She put it in reverse and floored that shit. What? So, okay, well that's a great theory. I mean, it's not. None of it makes sense. But how does that even explain how fragments of the taillight got on his shirt? If that's the case, did he like take his shirt off and wrap his fist with it, smash her taillight as she pulled away, by the way? So she hit him with the car. According to Eric here, she hit him with the car, and as she was pulling away, he got up and went, "Fuck you, lady," and and smashed her taillight as she was driving away. he Terminator 2'd that shit. John O'Keefe Terminator 2'd that shit. He T-1000'd that shit, right? She hit him with the car, according to Eric there. She hit him with the car, and then as she was pulling away, John O'Keefe got up and went, "Fuck your taillight," and then like went back and threw himself on the lawn like, ah. And I hate that we have to make light of such a fucking, tragic thing, but that's too funny to ignore. That's too fucking ridiculous not to laugh at. I mean, come on, dude. That's too fucking ridiculous not to laugh at. T-1000. She hit him with the car. And then he's like, "Oh, ow. Fuck you, lady." Smashed the taillight. Jumped in the lawn and laid there. Come on, bro. These are the kind of people that take anything that Plevin says seriously.
For protection. I was not in the gang, but I was often picked on, and I often had to fight against 3-4 kids. Of course, I didn't want that confrontation, so I studied how these gangs worked, where they had no just habits of who they were, and what they did, what made them attracted to particular victims. And the whole time that this was developing, I had no idea what I was doing. I was a very young boy. This was only for protection. I began the study of the martial arts to become a fighter. And as time went on, I would study fighters. So it's really basically a plethora of information I was processing. How to read people, how to read gangs, how to understand people's motives, their traits, really their MOs. It was a very budding field that no one really knew a whole lot about. Of course, we know about John Douglas and Mindhunter. And
oh my God, dude. Like, you do realize that serial killers typically have an affinity for law enforcement, right? That they have an envy, a law enforcement envy. And they like to pretend like they're cops. Did you figure this out? I mean, that when watching Mindhunter, did you catch that part? Plevin? Did you catch that part? Like the whole first season where Edmund Kemper was talking to the FBI. Edmund Kemper, who while he was murdering women and decapitating them and fucking their heads, that while he was doing this, he was hanging out in cop bars, talking to cops, pretending like he was, just stroking his fantasy of being a cop. Did you catch that part? Yeah, Cherry, I got to tell you, I mean, I don't like the fact that he, murdered women and violated their bodies post-mortem. I sure as hell don't like that about Edmund Kemper. But I like the fact that Edmund Kemper is full of actual useful information and extremely intelligent and insightful, and makes coffee mugs and records audiobooks for the visually impaired. I think that's great. There's a part of me that does like certain things about Edmund Kemper, but like I said, take away the whole decapitating women and fucking their heads part of it. I like him. Other than that,
and even he early on was just studying serial killers from afar because he didn't understand what he was looking at. No one did. Of course, psychologists got involved, and of course, that is where this whole profiling thing came up, because they were profiling a particular person, his MO, his signature, because they were seeing these things for the first time. With me, at age 16, I became Hapkido middleweight champion. And again, I'm studying fighters. I was one of the first guys when the pioneer human cockfighting started, which led to today's MMA. Again, studying individuals' fight habits, their motives, their instincts, their skill level. All of these things led to me analyzing people. When I was arrested for killing a person,
notice that this is all, again, use your eyes, people. Plevin's not catching on to this, by the way, but Plevin, here, I'll throw you a bone, buddy. This guy is spending all of his time talking about himself. Talking himself up. Not giving you any actual insight. He's just bragging, which is the trait of a word that is overly used in this community, but I believe applies here, a narcissist. Because serial killers are generally narcissists. And what do narcissists do? They lie. They embellish stories about themselves. Are we catching on yet, Plevin? Are we seeing what's going on here, buddy? Come on. Plevin. We're over here, buddy. We're over here. Catch up.
And I went to jail. It became very natural for me to study people's habits, learn a yard. It's called reading a yard. And we all have it. So this isn't just unique to me. What's unique to me is the time I've spent studying people and why it became an easy jump for me to go from normal people to serial killers. So in prison, they call it reading a yard. And maybe 600-700 years ago or 1,000 years ago, when we were walking around the jungles and the forest, we knew when a predator was hunting us. Those instincts are gone now from normal human beings. You see it sometimes from veterans who've been in the army or in war. But for the most part, you don't see it. In prison, it's alive and well. Men in prison have developed a skill to smell tension or feel tension. You can actually smell the adrenaline of a person who's scared or about to do something very violent. The body releases hormones that we can pick up. I have trained myself to notice this, to feel it, to smell it. All of these things I've put together in a package. So when I'm dealing with serial killers and looking and talking to them, I actually learn more from what they say and sometimes what they don't say. So this is a long process. I'm now 60 years old. It's taken probably 54 years to develop this to the level that I have. There isn't a yard in the world, a prison yard I can't walk on. And within
Plevin, you've been duped, bro. You've been fucking duped. This guy's jerking off after he hangs up with you. This guy is jerking off to this conversation that he's having with you. He's jerking off to him talking about himself to you and you broadcasting it all over the internet. Well, not all over the internet, in your little world of the internet. But he's jerking off to it, dude. You've been duped. Okay? I mean, come on. This guy hasn't given you any insight at all. He's just been bragging and talking about himself this entire time. This is what they do. This is what they say these people do in Mindhunter. Unreal.
In seconds, I can tell you what's about to happen and what's not about to happen because of people. In prison, I've learned habits. I memorize everybody's habits. So if they stray from that habit that they do every day, I know something is different. So you start looking at different cues.
I want to get Bill to the question of accomplices because that's a big part of this case here. So we've been, I have a friend that I work with on a documentary. His name is Dave McGrath, and he's studying a bunch of cases that were primarily in the 70s and in the early 80s. And one of the theories is these involve missing children, boys mostly, in New England. And one of the theories is that these guys were using accomplices, which makes it easier to get away with their crime. They're much less likely to make a mistake because of their difficulty controlling some of their impulses. So this was one of those rare examples in Bonin where he actually used accomplices. So tell us how he developed accomplices. What did he look for? How did he meet them? Tell us everything you can about the accomplice use that he used.
Okay. Yeah, so accomplices are a very funny thing because they're not always the same. In his case, he was in prison for a while. He actually went to prison for sexually assaulting a number of boys, young men in their teens.
The interesting thing about accomplices, guys, is they're not always the same. Got it.
13, 14 years of age. And when he went to prison, he had time, I'm talking about William Bonin, he had a chance to develop the fantasy. We've talked about this before, and I've mentioned that a number of these killers develop a sense of fantasy while they're in jail or in long truck drives because they're able to really think. It's called self-reflection in some cases for rehabilitation.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are self-reflective to discover exactly who they are. William Bonin was a very aggressive homosexual, and he's a pedophile. And the case of his accomplices, those accomplices really came to know him, and he to know them.
What's an aggressive homosexual? Like, I'm curious about that. Like, what is an aggressive homosexual exactly? Like, like, I mean, I don't. Like, okay, non-aggressive homosexual versus an aggressive homosexual. Right? Okay, so I like dick versus I like dick. Which one is it? Okay, an aggressive homosexual there, guy. All right, good to know. Thank you for letting us know that he was an aggressive homosexual.
Because of just when you're in that world, you're able to meet a lot of people. It's extremely rare for anyone to confide in another person that they're going to kill somebody.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
And worse, can they confide in that person that they're about to kill somebody for sport?
Mm-hmm.
In his case, in Bonnie's case, he meets a guy by the name of Vermin Butts. And according to William Bonin, he said that he admired him because he said he had it all together. He said that everybody liked him, and since William Bonin, was awkward, this guy kind of really would help him meet people.
Oh, they can clip it because I'm not an aggressive homophobic.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
So that's what he told psychologists and psychiatrists. I want to tell you right now, that is a complete lie. William Bonin was lying, as he lied a number of times during interviews with law enforcement. The guy that he met, Vermin Butts, was a very geeky guy. He had no idea that this guy was cool or anything else. Vermin Butts was a guy who had attempted suicide 3 times prior to meeting William Bonin. He was the kind of guy that dressed up in Darth Vader uniforms. He studied witchcraft. He was a guy who self-proclaimed himself a bisexual.
Oh my God, dude.
Emerged out of a sexual relationship with William Bonin. That relationship was purely sexual. And when they began to talk about their fantasies during the sexual relationship is where William Bonin began to speak to him about some of his habits. Vermin Butts had aggressive fantasies.
I love it.
He allowed William Bonin to perform on him.
He said Darth Vader uniforms, bro. Darth Vader uniforms.
That's how how they began to speak about possibly killing somebody. Not because
I mean,
as people suggest in the past.
So according to this guy, there's just this whole gang of dudes like dressed up like Darth Vader. Like this is like Darth Vader cult. There's this Darth Vader cult. Who's going first? Who's going first? I'm going first. No, you went first last time. I will force you to go last if you insist on going first. What? Dude, like, what the fuck are you talking about? The fuck is this guy talking about? Darth Vader uniforms.
That he was manipulated into it, and later on when he was arrested, he said that he was afraid of Bunning. That is absolutely untrue. I spoke to William Bunning directly about Vermin Butts. And according to him, and I can tell when someone's lying, so you ask, how can you? You know, he lied to police, he lied to psychologists. How did you tell that he wasn't lying to you? I've been looking at him for 2 days, for 2 weeks, for 2 months.
Jesus
I was able to
Christ.
speak to William Bunning over years. The same questions I asked him in the first 8 months that I knew him, I asked him 7 years after. And the answers were always consistent. It's very difficult for a person who has so many conversations as he's had with me to keep all his stories straight unless they were absolutely true. Vermin Butts, just like William Bunning, just like Norris, is the sidekick to Lawrence Bittaker, the toolbox killer.
Did he say vermin butts? Vermin butts. The vermin butts, more commonly referred to as cockroach ass.
Was 100% involved in these murders and was a fully integrated accomplice. He wasn't pushed. He wasn't threatened. He did this because he wanted to. That is one of the rarest things you can find in serial killers is when they can find someone like-minded. He did that. And that's the reason that I was able to get close to him, because I made him believe that I was like-minded and I was able to get him to talk to me.
So how old was Vermin when William, I'm not sure if I said, is it Vermin or Vernon, but when William met him, and was Vermin himself fantasizing about killing people up to that point, or did that fantasy kind of get fostered and cultured by William?
He was 21.
So obviously this title here, War, State of Massachusetts versus the federal government, is clearly clickbait. It's clearly clickbait to get people to get views on him for clout, to get for clout for talking to a guy on death row. I mean, none of this has anything to do with Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, much less the state of Massachusetts versus the federal government. None of this has anything to do with that. This is clearly clickbait to get. It's clearly clickbait to get the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, the people following that case to watch his weird fucking relationship with this fucking guy talking about fucking cults with Darth Vader uniforms, gang banging kids, or whatever the fuck he's talking about.
21 years old when Vernon, I mean, it's very difficult to say that name, but and as I mentioned, he had an obsession with witchcraft, death, Darth Vader, Dungeons and Dragons, and he often actually would go with his girlfriend, who again was bisexual, to these rituals and events, and he visited graveyards. So he already had the type of mindset that was easily coaxed by William Bunning. And from what William Bunning said, they spoke about killing, but immediately agreed, and he became his number one accomplice. The other boys that he used, which they were teenagers, were very young, also fully engaged, because you can't sit there and watch someone murder, torture, sodomize, and really mutilate a child. This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded. And not be 100% okay with it, and then go back.
Plevin, how do you not see that this guy's totally getting off on this shit? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Can do it again.
Would Vernon have become a killer on his own?
Just as bad.
I'm sorry, Bill, but would Vernon had become a killer on his own. Is where I'm trying to go with the question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Because Bud lived in a world of fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons. He liked the witchcraft rituals. He liked to go to graveyards. That's kind of an obsession with death and the fantasy world that he lived in. But it didn't become real to him until William Bonning came in the picture. Once he came in the picture.
Thank you, Buzzy, for truth. Yes, I am your father.
Let me call you back.
Okay, thank you.
Let,
Okay, guys, thanks for being here. We'll have another call with him. Also,
hold on. Let me call you back. I gotta go bust a nut real quick because of Darth Vader and his cult.
so there is a new channel that I've set up called Mind Hunting from Death Row. Since Bill spent 40 years there, so I have there's 3 videos up there. Put a new one up this week, so please check it out. Mind Hunting from Death Row, and this is an interview with Bill about Rodney Alcala, and it was a very productive interview. I was actually surprised at how productive it was when I went back and was editing it to put it up.
And
this is Rodney Alcala is known as the
and clearly has everything to do with the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, right?
dating game killer. He actually went on the dating game.
He went on the dating game,
show
okay.
at the time, and he went on while he was wanted in the middle of his killing spree. And Alcala was a guy who was a normal high school kid in the sense he dated girls, didn't do anything violent, was very intelligent, on the track team, on the yearbook committee. And he became one of the worst killers.
Thank you for using global killing.
One of the worst killers known. Hi, Bill. Thanks for being back. Yeah, so just while I'm focusing on Vermin too, because we're trying to really drill down on this accomplice thing, and we may come back to this again next week. But so your idea is that he would not. Now, was Vermin? What was his intelligence level? I don't know if you met him, so maybe you heard. But was he someone that was easy to manipulate?
I did not know Vermin Butts. I did not know him.
Yeah.
As I said, I met and knew William Bonning very well during my course of research. But Vermin Butts was an organized guy. He wasn't dumb by any stretch of imagination. He had an above average IQ from everything I've researched and know.
This guy just keeps saying the word vermin butts out loud, and I laugh every fucking time. Like, vermin butts, vermin butts, vermin butts.
Yeah, he was very organized in the fantasy world. He had mystery parties. He had role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, which he administered. He was the administrator of these games because he had a bit of a club that he would run. And he also did various searches around the city of Downey for murder objects. Like,
wait, what does it say? Kevin will be indicted again, or Karen will be indicted again on new charges to come from her secondary phone. This will all end in plea deal by the end of summer. Yeah, hold your breath for that, buddy.
Artifacts and things that he would hide. So these particular interests attracted Bonnie, and there was a lot of conversation that they had between each other about death, about killing, and that's when Bonnie suggested the rape and murder of a teenage boy, and Bud found it very attractive and immediately jumped into it with him.
Okay, so let's look into. So what about some of the other accomplices that he developed? Give us some insights into this process and how likely. So we're trying to find out how likely it is for other accomplices to be working together in any of these cases. How exceptional it is, or how there may be other examples of it. So how does that work?
Okay, so usually you have to understand that in a relationship with a serial killer or serial killers, plural, there's usually a dominant and what's considered a submissive perpetrator. Now that doesn't mean that he's submissive like like the guy dominates him. That's not what I'm talking about. The submissive and the dominant only is because one is more of a force. He makes the little detailed decisions like, let's take my van, let's cruise here. He just takes the initiative and the other guy follows. It's like playing Batman.
Let me adjust the camera here so that the microphone hides my bone.
Robin. One of them's Batman, someone's got to be Robin, even if it's only slightly more dominant. Now, his second accomplice was a guy by the name of Gregory Miley, or Neely. He was only 18 years old. This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
So weird. This is the weirdest fucking. This is the weirdest live stream I've ever fucking reviewed ever.
Not the smartest guy in the world. He had a lower IQ. He had dropped out of school. He didn't know how to write. And he actively participated in 2 of the murders that he accompanied Bonnet on. This guy really is a lot more submissive. He entered the relationship with Bonnie out of a sex drive. He was gay, and Bonnie later confessed that he was also felt sorry for him and wanted to bring him under his wing. Again, I don't believe it. My position on Mealy is that Bonnie is the dominant, but he followed along because it excited him. It's something that he found attractive. He didn't go just once and saw what happened, he immediately went to the police department, or was he too scared to continue? He came back. He came back and performed a second murder. And these aren't murders where you pull a gun and you shoot somebody. These are very thought out, long events of torture, mayhem. Remember, they are raping a child. They are beating him over the head. They are torturing him with pliers. They are biting pieces of the body off of the victim.
Plevin, I gotta see your hands, buddy. Like, this is fucking weird.
And then they're putting ice picks into ears. They're manually strangling these boys. This isn't something that someone can say, well, we just walked by before I knew he shot the person. I really wasn't involved. That's not the case here. So William Bonning had a very sensitive, I guess, feeling for who he could approach with this type of behavior, and felt that he could get away with it. And obviously he was correct.
Talk about the targeting, Bill. Did they target these kids ahead of time, or did they just pick out someone that was vulnerable? How much time went into targeting?
Well, in most cases, we talk about organized and disorganized serial killers. Organized killers stalk their victims. They fantasize. They may fantasize for 2-3 weeks, a month, maybe even longer before they take the person. They study the victim. In the case of Bonning and all of his accomplices, for the most part, he is a disorganized serial killer, meaning that he finds people usually by chance. His method of operation was to cruise around in this van that he had, and he would drive around different locations like pizza parlors, bus stops, restaurants, skating parks, and he would basically just come by, talk to the kid, ask the child if he wanted to ride to Disneyland, if sometimes he would say, hey, I'll give you $200 for sex. Some of the kids were gay, some of them were bisexual, and he knew how to pick these kids. Remember, he is a predator, so a predator that knows his prey. William Bonning was gay, although he was married, he was gay. He knew his victims, and he could tell what they looked like. In some of the cases, some of these boys were not gay, some of them were, but it was just a matter of cruising around and...
Dude, pedophiles aren't gay, dude. Pedophiles aren't gay. They're pedophiles. Okay? That's this dude is fucking killing me right now.
Stopping and asking if they wanted to ride. Once he got him in the van, usually his accomplice was driving, William would subdue them and then began the torture and rape. Sometimes the kids would come along voluntarily because he offered them money for exchange for sexual favors.
Right.
And once the sexual conduct started happening, he escalated very quickly.
Right.
Or when he asked the child, are you gay? The kid said, no, I want out. He became very aggressive then too.
Right. So with these, we're going to try to avoid any of the more gruesome details or anything. So what we're mostly focused on is the targeting, the mindset. So did they cultivate a relationship beforehand with these kids and kind of groom them so that they weren't a stranger, win over their trust, so this?
Yeah. So how did they catch him? I want to know how they caught him.
Or were there kids being seized, kind of off the street?
Yeah, they were being seized off the street. He'd find them, as I mentioned, there was no organization to it. Just pick them up off the streets. And sometimes they were buddy sex workers, and when he offered them money, they would get in the van. And from there, it got really bad very quickly. And as I mentioned, the form of torture was pretty bad. He was a very brutal person. I mean, William Bonning, his accomplices, they tortured these boys sometimes up to 8 hours.
Yeah. We don't. Like I said, Bill, we're going to try to avoid that part of the conversation. It's uncomfortable for people to hear.
No, you're worried about fucking. Don't have a fucking sick fuck on your fucking channel if you're worried about what he's going to say. You're worried about your monetization. Stop it. Stop it right now. You're worried about your monetization.
So, with the accomplices, were any of them? Did any of them? See, a lot of the accomplices may not have had those kind of killing fantasies until they were developed by William, or kind of brought out of them by William. Did the extreme nature of going through that, did they balk at that at all, or have any regrets, or at any point try to resist, or have second thoughts?
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Well, in the case of his third accomplice, because I said he had 4 different accomplices. Yes, the last 2 guys that were much younger. For example, William Paul, and I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's P-U-G-H, Paul. He was only 17 years old, and he had a bit of he backed away a little bit from it.
Excuse me.
He said that he met William Bonning at a friend's house, a guy named Fraser's house, and if people are wondering who this guy Fraser is, he's a friend of Bonning. He's actually the guy who picked up Bonning before he started his killing spree. That we know.
The fucking headlights that keep passing by his fucking window are killing me right now. Like, I keep thinking that I'm just gonna hear like Any second.
We know of.
Any second. Any second, and then you're gonna hear.
FBI, open up!
And William Bonney made a comment to him, this is never going to happen again. No one's ever going to testify against me, meaning that the next victims would be killed. So he met this kid, William Poe, or Pogue, at this guy's residence. And he accepted a ride from Bonney. And according to Poe, William Bonney, again, immediately offered him a sexual relationship, which he said absolutely not. I got very scared. And he was let go. He said that he wanted to go to a different residence that wasn't his. He didn't want William Bonney.
Yeah, because this is way more comfortable for your viewers to listen to than what he was talking about before.
To know where he lived, and he was dropped off there, and that was it. However, again, this is where I don't believe that, because Poe immediately after this engaged in killing a teenage boy with William Bonney. So again, this is a very difficult thing. I don't think anybody can tell you exactly what happened. William
Totally. Goodbye, horses. I'm crying over you. Ooh. That's all I'm hearing right now. That's all I'm hearing right now. Goodbye, horses. Would you fuck me? Fuck me. Fuck me so hard.
William Bonney told me that every one of the guys, meaning William Poe, Miley, Vermin Butts, and the last guy that used as an accomplice, all knew exactly what he was going to do because he told them beforehand. He was involved with each one of his accomplices sexually. And from that sexual engagement is where he was able to figure out that these guys would be receptive to helping him during and, well, becoming serial killers with him.
Okay. Bill, I think we're probably going to be running up against the clock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this part of this interview for now because I had a long day today, so I need to get some supper in me. And so I'm going to take some questions from the audience on the Karen Reed case, the other case that we've been looking into. But this is the chance for you to just say anything you want to tell them about visiting any of your websites or any of your work.
Sure. Well, again, thank you all for listening in. This is a very important subject, which is to really look at the minds of serial killers and what they actually do, rather than what people guess what they do. A lot of these cases, these experts have read a lot of books about them. And again, I don't know if I would suggest you guys that someone operate on you who's read a bunch of books about it, rather someone who actually has been there. So what I bring to the table is unique information that I got from the killer himself. If I don't know, as
oh my God,
I'll tell you I don't know the answer to that question. I'm here to give information that is going to help you not be a victim or possibly learn something you didn't know before. Again, you guys can please sign up for my newsletter at williamavera.com. You can click on there. It's free. You get exclusive information on what's going on there. I have a TikTok account that'll be starting up next month in March, as well as a new book.
Wait.
Again.
Yeah. So before we hang up, let me plug my shit.
You guys can please sign up for my newsletter at williamavera.com. You can click on there. It's free. You get exclusive information on what's going on there. I have a TikTok account that'll be starting up next month in March, as well as a new book coming out called Through a Little Monster.
Wow.
The series has now been in production about.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, it's
next week about this case.
Yep.
If you have any questions, please submit them to Kevin, and I'll be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you very much for your time, Bill. I look forward to talking to you again soon and saying goodnight for everybody else too. So thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. And everybody, good night. Be safe. Be aware of your surroundings. Your life could depend on it.
Okay, let me just adjust the volume. Okay. If anything. All right. So if anybody wants to give me some feedback as we go as to any of the volume here to make sure everything sounds okay.
Yeah.
Guys, thanks. I know these are difficult. Yeah. This is a difficult.
Yeah. Follow the fucking serial killer on fucking TikTok. That's great, Plevin. Good way to go, buddy. Good job.
Really hard to hear. So I've had a lot of conversations with Bill, and I do think there are tremendous insights. I think these guys are still a mystery, and there's a lot of problems in police investigations of these guys. I saw this even just last year with Brian Kohlberger. And actually, I have an interview with Bill on Brian Kohlberger that I have to edit and put up on the channel. That's mine. And if anything,
surroundings, your life could depend on it.
Okay, let me just turn forward.
If you have any questions in production of March, I'm here to get a guy who's read a bunch of books about it, rather than someone who actually has had the advice going on. Yes,
for your time. Yep.
If you have any questions, please submit them to Kevin, and I'll be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you very much for your time, Bill. I look forward to talking to you again soon and saying goodnight for everybody else too. So thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. And everybody, good night. Be safe. Be aware of your surroundings. Your life could depend on it.
Okay. Out, please. So when I looked at the before they caught Brian Kohlberger and looking at the circumstances of the murders, this is the case in Moscow, Idaho, and there were 6 people in the house.
Moscow.
And at the time,
idiot.
we didn't realize that there was only 1 person on the first floor. We thought that, I think most people thought that there were 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second, and 2 on the third. And so the 2 girls were killed on the third, and then the young couple was killed on the second. But actually, one of the other people that lived in the house also lived on the second floor. And as she heard some stuff that was going on, and when she opened her door, actually encountered Brian as he was leaving. Whether he didn't see her or was spent, he didn't harm her. And then she, in some kind of state of shock, pretty much locked herself in a room and didn't call the police. And
Plevin. Serious though, man. Like, all jokes aside, why the fuck would you do that? Why the fuck would you clickbait with that title, War, the Commonwealth versus the federal government? Why would you clickbait that bullshit? Have this asshole up here plug his TikTok where kids are on and then not even subtly segue right back to Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Why the fuck would you do that? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Seriously, there's something fucking wrong with you. What is that shit? Unbelievable.
Until many hours later, till like 11 o'clock in the morning. Just a nightmarish experience that she went through. But when I looked at that, one of the things that I saw, that I determined, was that, see, people were speculating that this was a targeted killing in the sense that it had a motive. Okay. And people were speculating, was there a drug deal gone bad? But to go in and kill 2 people on the third floor and then 2 people on the second floor, but then to let the other to not go down to the first floor, to me was a sign that this was let's call it a serial killer, even though apparently we assumed then, and this seems to be the case now, that it was the killer's first crimes. But they got to start somewhere, right? But this was killings that were done because the killer fantasized about killing. They weren't revenge killings. They weren't something like that. And so this is what I concluded on my channel here before they caught Brian Kohlberger. And this has turned out to be accurate. Brian Kohlberger didn't kill those people because he had some kind of motive, that one of them wronged him in some way. Yes, it's possible that one of the girls maybe didn't give him the attention that he thought he deserved at a coffee shop or something like that. The girls worked as waitresses, but I never thought that was the case.
Motive hasn't been established yet in the Idaho slayings, you dummy.
Case. You're going to kill someone on the third floor and then come down and kill someone on the second floor. That's a killing spree. You're doing it because you have fantasized about killing for a long time. That was my conclusion then, and I think that holds up. So I think the police were wrong about that, or at least the police spokesman that made a lot of incorrect statements from Moscow. And I think that's because people still don't understand how these guys think. They're fantasizing about killing. And this is obviously what Kohlberger was doing for a period of years. And a lot of times it's not uncommon that their first kills are at the age of 26, 27 years old. That seems, obviously there's a lot of variety in this. Jeffrey Dahmer killed at 18, but that's not uncommon at all. Because I think this is a fantasy that develops in their mind for a long time. And then it proceeds to stalking. So a lot of times these guys are peeping Toms. And so they're looking in windows and that kind of thing. BTK spent years doing that before they finally graduate to killing. But it's that period of incubation in their minds of that fantasy developing that's important. Caitlin had a question. I'd love to know what he thinks about the Long Island serial killer. That's good. So I will ask him that privately on the phone when I next talk to him and see if he'd like to talk about that. I can't email him, and he doesn't have the internet. So he can research anything, but he has a wife now, and his wife has to send him that information. So that's a process. But so it's possible he's already been researching this though. So I'd like to see what he says about that too. That's a really good question, Caitlin. Thank you. So we can go back to the Karen Reed case for a little bit, and then I have to have supper. Been a long day for me. I had my first radiation treatment, and it was a blast. It was not painful or anything like that. It's for anybody. Pretty much everybody is going to deal with cancer at some level, at some point, whether themselves or a family member. And there's a lot of scary stuff about it, but some of the stuff is not so scary. And radiation treatment was not a big deal. So, and so far I've had.
Jesus fucking Christ! You did not just fucking say that shit out loud, man. Did you just fucking say that radiation treatment wasn't? It's not a big deal. Radiation treatment. I've seen someone go through radiation treatment. It's not a picnic. Not at all. And it is a big deal. And it's extremely painful. Now, maybe your first treatment wasn't that bad. Maybe you should have specified that a little bit better. Maybe just because you're going through it doesn't give you the right to not have empathy for others who may be going through it, or people who have loved ones who are going through it. Jesus Christ, dude. The fuck are you doing here on this live stream? What are you doing? That is incredibly irresponsible.
I've had no after effects, except you can tell that I lost all my hair, because normally you see me with a full head of blonde locks, right? So anyways, no, for anybody who's facing that, I wish them luck. Feel free to reach out to me if you or anybody in your family member is dealing with that. Not that I'm an expert, but I have had it for 5 years now, stage 4. So I know about some things, and now I know about radiation. And it was, you know, you feel it actually was a good feeling, because you feel like you're fighting. You feel like you're doing something. The worst part of cancer is if you're stuck sitting there feeling like there's nothing you can do. Fortunately, I'm not in that position. I've always had some treatment available. And also to those of you guys that are out there that work in the medical profession, I don't know if there's any doctors listening to the channel, but a lot of nurses, your work is very much appreciated, and the compassion you show is also, it's been not only for myself, but for other family members. What I've seen over the last several years, you know, we're just all very, very appreciative. So we can talk more. So since we're still talking about Kohlberger, I don't know their names at the top of my head, but the brunette girl and her boyfriend that were on the second floor, and the roommate that survived on the second floor. And one of the things that she heard from her room was somebody kind of saying something soothing, like, I don't remember, I don't have it in front of me, but something to the effect of, don't worry, I'll take care of it, or it'll be okay, or something like that, or whatever. To me, when I hear this, it's terrible to think, because I think he's about to finish her off. And because what the serial killer, what gets him off is that godlike feeling that you have over the victim. And I think that was a rare case. We don't know what they say in their killing process, because usually they kill and the survivor does not become a witness. But I think that's probably not uncommon for them to say something like that, because it's that godlike power that they're after. It's a chemical thing that they need. That's developed. That's what their fantasies have developed around. And I believe that it starts out, any kind of abnormality in the human brain, in behavior, starts out.
I mean, like, I feel bad, you know, like, that he's going through what he's going through. I really do. But it's not responsible for him to, just because he's going through it, minimize the experience of radiation treatment and battling cancer for other people. That's not okay. That's not okay at all. And no, there is a chemical, I mean, there's a dopamine thing that happens, you know, in all fairness, when in talking about you know, serial killers and what they get off on. Absolutely. I mean, he's not wrong about that. But what he just did as far as the cancer, I can't get over that right now.
So in something that is normal, but that becomes abnormal because of it's unchecked, or it becomes out of whack. So it's normal for human beings to feel a rush, a chemical rush, when it comes to triumph. So for instance, if you beat someone in a sport, you beat someone in a fight, it's normal to get that rush. But when you have we don't develop, that doesn't continue to develop in a way that we enjoy cruelty to other people. And the way it develops in that case is because if you have a psychopathic brain, they don't have, their brains are incapable of emotional empathy. They're incapable of it. So as you're developing these normal, as your brain is developing particularly through adolescence, but up to that, and these normal things are parts of the brain and parts of the mind are growing. There's no checks and balances there, because there is no, I mean, there are checks and balances in some ways, but there aren't the checks and balances that come. One of the main ones would come from the empathy that we develop. And that empathy is what prevents us from developing joy at cruelty to others. Now we can, in that case there, because there's nothing to break it, the fantasy just continues to grow and grow and grow, and it's built around.
I mean, you mean the lack of empathy that you're displaying for other cancer patients and loved ones who have people with loved ones who are going through cancer? Are you kidding? Like, are you fucking serious right now?
Cruelty to others. But, you know, you see a lot of this even with normal people. Now we'll transition here back to the Karen case just a little bit, the Karen Reed case. What went on this summer and continues to go on now, with the joy that people feel at torturing the victims.
Okay. That's how you're tying this together? That's how you're tying this together. You're comparing people who want those who have been clearly lying. You're comparing people who want those who have been clearly lying to answer for their lies to serial killers who have no empathy. That's what you're doing? That's how you're tying the bullshit that you just put us all through? That's how you're tying that together? The Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case to this bullshit that we just had to sit through and listen to? That's your justification? That's how you're tying it together? Is that all of us who simply want answers, you're comparing all of us to serial killers and not having empathy for them? You can't be this much of a jackass. You cannot be, seriously, in real life, this much of a fucking jackass. Like, what? Wow. Plevin, you're just knocking it out of the park today, buddy.
Is unacceptable. You know, it's not that these people that are feeling this joy are going to become serial killers. They're not. But everything in degree. So there's something abnormal there. So I've seen the video of court the other day of Aidan Kearney going out and getting in the face of Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe is John's brother, and doing this with John's mother there. There's something wrong. Okay? There is something wrong with a person who is enjoying that kind of cruelty to the victims of a family. Something's not working correctly in his brain. And it's not working correctly with the people that are watching that channel and are enjoying that. There's something not right. Now, other people might have a sense of conscience and say, wow, maybe I need to stop enjoying these calls where you're calling someone horseface or things like that. Maybe, so not everybody has it to that extreme where you enjoy cruelty. The extreme would be on a 1 to 10. At the 10, that becomes a serial killer. Now, maybe people that are enjoying it a little too much are become a 6 or 7 can dial it back and say, yeah, maybe they are capable of emotional empathy if they allow that part of their brain to kind of click on. And they say, wow, maybe I should not be enjoying this. But, even if you convince yourself, as Sean did, that Paul O'Keefe was somehow part of the conspiracy, to go after a family.
That's okay. That's not, that's okay. Although I do not agree. Okay. Although I do not agree with confronting any member of John O'Keefe's family, I don't agree with everything Turtle Boy does. Okay. I have been very vocal about that. I am still very vocal about that. Although I do not agree with any confrontation towards John O'Keefe's family members, that does not mean that anybody rational is accusing John O'Keefe's loved ones and family members of being part of a conspiracy. I have not heard Turtle Boy do that. I have not heard Turtle Boy do that. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if he has done it, I do not agree with it. But the fact is that, as I understand it, what I've understood from Turtle Boy as far as his rationalization for confronting John O'Keefe's family is that if they are willing to ignore the evidence that indicates that this investigation was clearly mishandled, and I mean, to say the very least, and that there is clearly some level of corruption going on. If they're choosing to ignore this, then they're part of the problem. And arguably, I mean, he's not wrong. Not about that. Now, do I agree with confronting them? No, I would never do that. There's a few things Turtle Boy's done that I would never do. But I have not heard Turtle Boy accuse them of being part of a conspiracy, because implying that or stating that, stating that would imply that they had something to do with John O'Keefe's death. And I think that Turtle Boy's a little bit more careful about his words than doing that. So, I mean, you're reaching here, man. You're fucking reaching. Let's see. He asked Paul O'Keefe questions. Paul O'Keefe brought the fake victim with him and called her family. It is absolutely gross in every level. Fair enough. And we're all entitled to our opinions. And Turtle Boy is entitled to his opinions, whether anybody likes it or not. And I'm entitled to my opinions. That's a fact. We are all entitled to our opinions. But again, there are certain things that some people would do that I wouldn't do. There are certain things that I would do that other people wouldn't do. That's a fact. And people who have feelings about how Turtle Boy has addressed the situation with John O'Keefe's family, people are entitled to those opinions too. And they're valid. They're valid feelings. Absolutely. Because he is a loved one of a victim. Paul O'Keefe is a loved one of a victim. For sure. That's not. So my opinion on that, personally, my opinion on that is that Paul O'Keefe is following and trusting the very system that he pays taxes to support, that he has voted to elect people in. So I look at Paul O'Keefe, and that's my opinion, and I stand by it. I look at Paul O'Keefe and any member of John O'Keefe's family as victims as well. And if they believe the Commonwealth in this situation, they are victims of being lied to and duped. But I will not say that they are part of a conspiracy. I won't even imply it. But I don't think that Turtle Boy has done that either. I don't think that he has done that either. So I don't think it's fair to say that about Turtle Boy necessarily. Again, I don't agree with everything that he does, but it doesn't mean that he's doing what Plevin here is saying that he did.
The family of the victim. Something's wrong, dude. Something is wrong. And that it shouldn't happen, and we shouldn't encourage it, and we shouldn't enable it by watching those channels, the people that do that. It's just wrong. There's a phenomenon here where people are being entertained by cruelty to other human beings. And that has to stop. All right. So another thing that people talk about less now, but comes up.
That absolutely happens in the true crime community a lot. And it's a problem. It's a serious problem. But I don't necessarily think that it absolutely applies here. I think there are aspects of it that do apply. I think that there are probably people out there who are doing and saying shitty things in regards to John O'Keefe's family. Fair enough. But to lump those people up with, say, me, who believes that Karen Read is guilty or innocent, who believes that Karen Read is innocent, it's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. It's just plain inaccurate. Because I do not condone that. So, you're sitting here talking about a mob mentality and lumping people up in an irresponsible fashion. Well, you're doing that right now. You're doing that right now.
Is Higgins. This is ATF agent Higgins, who was in the house. And all summer and right up until recent times, we kept hearing Higgins has flipped. How many times did you hear that on Turtle Boy Live? Higgins has flipped. Does anybody still, how many times did Sean say that? Higgins has flipped. He's flipped on the conspirators. He's telling everybody. Is there anybody out there who still believes that? Is there anybody who believes that? So I guess Jeff still maybe takes that seriously. Jeff says Higgins is well hidden. If he's flipped, isn't it logical that that evidence would be turned over to both parties now, and they would have got up there and screamed in front of the judge? That's it. The evidence.
No, dude, because that's not how fucking court works, bro.
This is there. Higgins has flipped. He witnessed a murder in the house. Indictments are coming, and the state has to drop their case. The state would have dropped their case. Let's put it this way. Let's say the state it was given evidence last Friday.
If the state would have dropped their case, if oh my God, dude. That's the whole point. That's why we're all here going, what the fuck is going on? Because there is more than enough reason to think that there's some level of corruption here, because the state has not dropped their case, even though it is painfully obvious that they do not have a case against Karen Read that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And everybody here is scratching their heads wondering why the fuck the Commonwealth is still moving forward with this case. That's the whole issue here. What are you talking about? Everyone's wondering why the state has not dropped their case yet. Everyone's wondering why they're moving forward with trial. And the only thing that makes any sense at all is the defense's theory, which is stated in the motion for dismissal and disqualification. So, I mean, and that theory is that they just want to win, because if the Commonwealth gets a conviction on Karen Read, then it exonerates them in the federal investigation. It validates everything that they've been doing in their minds. I don't think it does. But in their mind, if they get a conviction on Karen Read, then somehow the tactics used in the investigation are somehow justified. It's not. There's no justification for any of the tactics that were used to get Karen Read indicted on these charges. So,
they were given all the evidence, right? So let's say they were given evidence that Higgins has flipped and he was in the house and he saw the murder. Okay. You really think the state would keep the charges going? That's foolish. It's foolish. They wouldn't do that. Even if people on the state are guilty of participating in some degree in the conspiracy, right? Because now it's over. At that point, you have an ATF agent who is cooperating with the government who would be saying that he witnessed the murder in the house. If that happened, the state would drop the charges. They would have dropped it Monday. If that happened and they didn't drop the charges Monday, Alan Jackson would, and rightly would, stand up in court and say, this is a charade, Your Honor, and it's time for them to drop the charges. We've seen the evidence now, and we know that the feds just turned over evidence that John was murdered in the house. It's over. Tell the state to drop the charges. None of that happened. The game show host, Alan Jackson, didn't make any statements like that. Yannetti didn't make any statements like that. Okay, so Higgins did not flip. Higgins did not flip. I mean, it's not rational to believe that he did. Okay, and I'm not trying to, please, Jeff, I'm trying to be sensitive. I'm not trying to, but it's not rational. Okay, sometimes good people have a belief system that is just so powerful that it starts to overcome the other parts of their mind that are normally very intelligent and good people. And you've had a belief that has been so powerful and you've held it so long that it becomes hard to accept that you were duped. Nobody wants to be duped, right? Everybody's been duped and nobody likes it. And so it becomes very difficult to overcome that. But Higgins did not flip. That was not in the report. It would have been in the report. And we would see the evidence of it. And it's just no longer rational or sane to think that Higgins flipped. He didn't flip. It's no longer rational to think that there was some big piece of evidence in that federal report that proves that John was killed inside the house. It's not rational, because the state would have had to drop the charges, and they would have dropped the charges. So it just doesn't make sense to believe that. And it may be painful if you believed for months that Higgins flipped. It didn't happen.
I mean, I don't know if Higgins flipped or not. I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't know. Like, neither do you. I mean, it's just killing me right now, dude. Like, whether or not Higgins flipped. Now, if Higgins did flip, then that would come out in trial. And your justification is that Well, if he did flip, well, then the state would have no case. And they would just drop the charges. The state already doesn't have a case. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts already doesn't have a case, yet they're moving forward with trial. So, what are you talking about? The whole reason we're all here is because we're scratching our heads wondering why the Commonwealth is moving forward with this trial or wanting to move forward with this trial. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around it. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason I'm here still. Like, how long ago was it that I had Turtle Boy on this channel and we spoke about this? We talked about that. I was like, why? Why are they? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me that they're moving forward with this, considering everything that we already know. Why are they moving forward with this? One theory, the theory that Turtle Boy had, was that it was the Casey Anthony theory, right? That they know that they're going to lose. They know that they're gonna that Karen Reed is going to be found not guilty, but instead of going after the people who are responsible, they get to say, well, the guilty person got away with it. And then there will be no investigation moving beyond Karen Reed. And there's only one place that investigation would go beyond Karen Reed. And that would be inside 34 Fairview that night in question. That's it. There's only one place where that investigation would go beyond Karen Reed. And it makes sense that they would not want it to go there. That all comes together to the theory that there is a conspiracy to cover up this murder. There is motive. There is motive there. Unreal, dude.
All right, so let's take this on again. I guess so. All right, so oops, let me try to Kate Tracy. Let me put up Tracy's comment. All right, Tracy says it seems like they're waiting at the U.S. Attorney's Office is making them wait this out. No, it doesn't seem like that. The U.S. Attorney's Office took the extraordinary step of turning over grand jury minutes, the grand jury testimony to both sides last week. I have my best friend from college is a judge, not a federal judge, and it's not in his state, so he's not familiar with this case. But I was talking to him last week, and he didn't even believe it was possible or legal that the feds would turn over the grand jury minutes, but they did. So they're turning over everything they have, with a few exceptions that they're holding out to protect themselves. So that's what the latest request by the Commonwealth is. They want to know, the Commonwealth is trying to get to the origins of that bogus investigation. They want to know, so they're looking for things potentially like warrants and things like that, stuff that would speak about the feds' theory to what the crime was. And that would be the only kind of thing that, for whatever reason, they didn't turn it over. But the idea that the feds are sitting on some bombshell here, why would they? No, they just turned over the most sensitive information that they have, and that's the grand jury testimony. No, the feds aren't coming. They're not coming. And I understand it's easy for people to be duped.
Feds are already here.
Karen has duped a lot of people for a long time.
The feds are already here. What do you mean the feds aren't coming? They're already here. The feds have already turned in a 3,000-page document of their ongoing investigation findings, of their findings so far, because they have not closed their investigation. You know how I know that they haven't closed their investigation? Is because they have not made any public statement stating that their investigation is closed. So, if we're using logic, then we know that the district attorney's office, Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office in Norfolk, is currently under federal investigation. We know this because we saw documentation saying so. And we have to assume that it is ongoing. The reason why we have to assume that it is ongoing, because we don't have anything saying that it's not. So I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
And Turtle Boy is an entertaining guy on his show, so he sounds so convinced, but no. Is there information that could be useful in that in order to create reasonable doubt? Sure, probably. All you have to do is find anything that seems a little suspect in the investigation. And again, I'm not talking about corruption in the investigation. Just, why didn't you do this or something like that? Enough of that. So for instance, and I'm not saying that this is inside the investigation. If this is part of the federal investigation, I'm sure it's not. But hypothetical, why didn't Trooper Proctor take a picture of Karen's taillight when the car was before it was towed? So indicting at her parents' house. I don't find that suspicious. I wish that they had, though. And now if you find enough of that stuff, you could create reasonable doubt. If you find enough things that you feel are unexplained. So it's possible that a few more things like that may have been exposed by the feds. So is there information in there that will be useful to the defense team? Almost certainly. Even just if all they had was the testimony of the witnesses that also testified in the state's case. So there was a year between that testimony. There's going to be discrepancy. Nobody's memory is perfect. And any discrepancy is something that the defense can exploit. So there's going to be things that a clever defense team can use in there, of course. Just like they go out there and scream, there's a gap in the library video, there's no gap. Or there's a non-human hair, there's no non-human hair. That stuff is gone, all right? Well, they're not going to make those specific claims in the trial because that would be easily dispelled by the prosecution.
Dude,
but there will be other things that they can exploit and kind of spin in their way. And so the more information...
This guy just admitted that if there was enough reasonable doubt that okay, you can understand why we're all... dude, you argue literally all day with Olivia and her posts on Twitter that is one thing after the other is enough for reasonable doubt. One thing after the other, one post after the other from Olivia with data stating and indicating, proving that there is reasonable doubt in this case. And you're sitting here saying that there's no reasonable doubt? Wow, dude.
That you could give them, the more interviews and testimony from the various witnesses, the more that stuff that's there that can be used, the more doubt you can cast on the investigation. They might find something there that might be useful to convince a juror to say there's reasonable doubt. So it's possible. But there's no conspiracy was uncovered by the feds. It just wasn't. And it's not even, again, I want to be...
How do you know that? How do you know that when you have no fucking clue what those 3,000 pages consist of? You have no idea. Hold on, sorry. I got something that's probably relevant that just came through here. Let me see. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I have to read this real quick. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Mike, if you're listening, I don't take anything that Grant says as anything credible at all. I don't find one shred of Grant's existence credible. Not one shred of it. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, Mike. Nobody here. I don't think anybody here finds anything that Grant says in the slightest bit credible. As I said, I don't even find Grant's existence credible. I question whether or not he's real. He's so insane that I question whether or not he's real. I have not met this person in person. So I because he's so fucking outrageous, I question his existence in reality. Okay, so don't worry, Mike. You're good here, bro. I wouldn't worry about it too much if you're listening.
I want to be forgiving to people that follow the case loosely, that are just following it in social media. Yes, I can understand why you may not have the full understanding that nothing was found. I mean, there's been no indictments, no troopers, no investigators were indicted, arrested, put on leave, nothing, and they would have been. Those indictments would have happened. Presumably, the grand jury. Every legal expert that I've talked to has said the grand jury is probably over, and that's why they were able to put that stuff in the TUI process. People couldn't say for sure just because the whole thing is so unusual, but that's how normally it would be, that it was basically over. And when it's over, there's either a vote or they don't ask the jury to end the vote. They just end with the deliberation. They just stop presenting the evidence and it's closed. But if there was a vote for indictments, that becomes actionable immediately. And within hours, certainly within 24 hours, anybody that was indicted by that grand jury would have been arrested. Nobody's been arrested. So there were no indictments. The troopers are still at work. They're still doing murder investigations. So it just isn't reasonable to believe in this stuff, but it's easy to get duped because there aren't a lot of channels that are out there that are telling you the truth. I mean, I listened to Sean a little bit on Mike Crawford, the Young Jerks, the other day. Mike Crawford, who's been covering this case for months, actually told the audience that he didn't know what exculpatory meant. And so he had to look it up that afternoon.
So what?
I don't understand it. That's like saying you don't know what the word evidence means.
No, it's
I'm not faulting someone for knowing what that word means.
No, it's not. I honestly didn't know what the word exculpatory meant until I heard it used a few times, and then I just put it together, realized what it meant. I'm not ashamed to admit that. See, that's something that that's somebody you can learn from right there, Plevin. Somebody who can admit that their knowledge of certain things is limited, but they're willing to learn. That means that they have an open mind. That means they're willing to listen. Somebody who doesn't sit here and talk about things like as if they're an expert and they know everything about everything. I go into this knowing I don't know anything really about the law. I use my common sense to kind of make sense of certain things that are happening in the law based on certain cases that I've covered and things of that nature. But, I go into these things willing to learn. There's nothing wrong with admitting that you don't really know what certain words mean. That's not that little jab there against Mike saying that, oh, well, you didn't even know what exculpatory meant. I didn't know what the fuck exculpatory meant either till I heard it used a couple times and I just put it together. And so what? All that tells me is that Mike is willing to learn. He's not talking as if he knows about things that he doesn't know about, like you're doing. That means that he's careful about what he says. That's an indication to me. It doesn't mean that necessarily, but it's an indication to me that he's willing to learn, that he wants to understand things better, that he's going into this with an open mind. It means that he is not buying into confirmation bias. That is what that is an indication to me of. So to sit here and act like somehow Mike doesn't know, Mike's opinions aren't valid because he didn't know what one particular word meant because he's never had to use it. I mean,
word means, but it comes up all of the time in a true crime case or in a murder investigation. How could you be covering that case and not knowing what it is? It's like covering true crime and not knowing what a warrant is. You know what it is, right? I mean, if you don't, so he should have looked at.
No, dude. No, you can cover true crime. You can absolutely cover true crime and not know what the word exculpatory means. You can absolutely do that. You can totally do that. You don't have to be a lawyer to cover true crime. It helps, sure. And that's usually a lot of the times the difference between someone with a shit ton of subscribers versus one who doesn't have that many subscribers. A lot of times that's the case. And then some who aren't attorneys, but still can apply common sense, still end up getting a certain amount of subscribers. You think that I have 24,000 subscribers simply because I'm funny? No. There's a lot of people out there that are funny that don't have 24,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people. I mean, and who the fuck knows how that shit works? I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? I just do what I do up here, and I'm grateful for every subscriber that I get, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? But of course, someone, an attorney with a new channel who will cover a case that is very popular and adds their insight based on their experience as an attorney is going to automatically get a lot of subscribers because people find their insight that much more valuable than the layman. Now, like attorney Melanie Little, I'm sure she would have plenty of subscribers, but she wouldn't have the amount of subscribers that she has currently if she didn't have the title attorney Melanie Little versus just Melanie Little. Okay? This is a fact. This is a fact. People go to her because her insight is credible. Her insight is credible because she has experience as a trial lawyer. She has experience. That is why people find her insight credible. Not just why, but it's one of the reasons why. Like I said, she would have a lot of subscribers, but she wouldn't have as many as she has unless she had experience as an attorney. But just because you're not an attorney does not mean that you don't have an insightful opinion. So don't sit here and act like Mike Crawford has no business talking about this case because he's not an attorney. You're not an attorney. You're a fucking bartender, dude. You might know what the word exculpatory means, sure. But you can't see, you don't seem to know the difference between beyond a reasonable doubt and no doubt. I mean, you don't seem to understand that. You don't seem to know the difference between proof and proof that there's doubt to. There's clearly a shit ton of doubt in this case, and you are blind to it. And that's why everybody here is watching me make fun of you. So you're not impressing anybody because you happen to know what the word exculpatory means. We find you funny because you know what the word exculpatory means, but you don't know the difference between proof and things that are not proof. That's what we find fucking funny. Your lack of common sense versus you are the epitome of someone. Well, not the epitome, not true. But you are an example of somebody who might have a good vocabulary, but you don't know jack shit. Grant is the epitome of that. Grant is the epitome of that example. Someone with a very vast vocabulary and absolutely zero grasp on what reality is. That's why we laugh at you. That's why we joke about you. That's why we review you. Just because you know what a word means doesn't mean that you can tie your fucking shoes.
Looked that up a long time ago. The only reason, but he didn't care. He's never read a document. He's never come across anything. So he's just doing a show.
You don't know that.
Entertainment, and it was easy to just ride that turtle wave.
You don't fucking know that. You don't know what Mike's read and what he hasn't read.
See any evidence that any of these guys, Turtle Boy, the Glarer, that little dude in Wales, Dylan, or Mike Crawford have ever done an ounce of effort into this case. They haven't read documents. They haven't asked questions.
Okay.
They weren't interested in the truth, and they aren't interested in the truth.
Okay. See what I mean? Like, look. Yeah, Mike the dog walker. Mike with an honest fucking job. Big fucking deal. Like, you're going to super chat me. So, here, let me give you your fucking $2 worth, Heavy Hauler 617. Let me give you your $2 fucking worth, okay? Yeah, Mike the dog walker. Mike with an honest fucking job. Holding down a job and still has a show. And adds credible insight. And adds insight that is valuable to the people that listen to him. Like, I mean, you're going to sit here and shit on a guy for having an honest fucking job that you probably wouldn't last a day being able to do. I have a hard time walking clubber sometimes. You know how many fucking leashes I've been through since I got clubber? I've had clubber since just before Christmas. I'm on my 5th leash. My 5th one. Because he breaks them. He sees a squirrel and goes, boop. Breaks the leash. And then I got to run after him. Like, you probably wouldn't last a fucking day doing what Mike does for a living. I'm not going to sit here and shit on the guy because he's a dog walker. So what if he's a fucking dog walker? Unreal, man. The mentality of these fucking people just blows my mind, dude. I dare somebody to do what Mike does for a living for one whole fucking day. I couldn't do it. No fucking way could I do that. I would never have the patience for it. I'd never have the patience for that shit. Like, and this guy telling me that, like, this is a guy who is claiming he's acting like he does research, right? This fucker just sat here and said that I've never read a document. Dude, 90% of the fucking streams that I do on this stream where I actually title something in regards to Karen Reed's case is me going over a document. I go over the documents live. I have yet to see you fucking do that. Maybe I don't watch enough of your streams. I'm not saying you never have. I'm not going to sit here and say Plevins never read a document. I don't know what the fuck you do behind closed doors, but you're not going to sit there and tell people shit like I've never read a document when all you got to do is go through my content, which is all still up, where I am reading documents. And you expect people to find you credible. People take that like you're a fucking liar. Not just stupid, but a liar too. I mean, he's never read a document. What are you talking about, dude? Like, I read documents on these live streams. What's up, buddy? What's wrong? I know you're getting restless. I get it. We're almost done. I'm almost done, buddy.
The truth. Let's not even pretend that they are. Okay, they're interested in entertaining people that want to believe in a conspiracy. But it's okay to listen to that because that's entertainment is part of what YouTube is about. But you have to have some common sense and say, all right, are these guys serious? Are they asking real questions? Are they doing real analysis? Are they looking at evidence? And the answer is no, because anybody that's even remotely serious understands that at this point, it's no longer reasonable to think that, for instance, John was attacked by a dog. It's not. The DNA, the clothing was tested by independent labs that both sides agreed on, and they found no canine evidence. That's it.
So I'm just reposting Olivia Niles' tweets without reading them, which all contain documents. I mean, that's just one example. Not to mention all of the fucking live streams where I've read documents and given my own insight as far as what I think they mean. Forget all the live streams where I've actually discussed things with an attorney or a experienced investigator. Forget all that, right? I mean, the evidence is on my channel. All you got to do is just scroll. You know, that's all you got to do. Just scroll. Yeah. Clever could tell I'm getting annoyed with this dickhead. So he's like, hey, are you all right?
Dunsky. All right. There was no dog attack. And it's no longer reasonable to believe in it. Okay. The GPS is very solid that John never went in the house. Dunsky. All right. Now, is there still reasonable doubt? Maybe you find something wrong with the investigation, or it wasn't proven exactly what happened outside of the house. Maybe someone else hit John. I mean, all those things you can speculate on. But the main parts of this conspiracy, gone. The idea that Colin Albert was there, gone. It's not part of the case. And anybody that seriously is saying that isn't even a good person. They're not even a good person to do this shit. All right. GPS is pretty accurate. So yeah. And then there's the feds. Like as I've been saying, there's just no reason that any serious person that is interested in the truth and is asking these questions would actually take an interest, would actually still make the claim that the feds are coming. Some of the people that do this stuff, maybe they do it because they're getting paid. Let's just call it what it is. I know for a fact that Karen was paying for PR up until Natalie came aboard to help her. She was paying $15,000 a month. I don't know that she still is, but you look at the behavior of some of the people in social media, and it's kind of clear that they must be getting paid. I'm not going to say the names. You know where they are. But at some point, some of the things that people are saying, I'm not talking about just regular normal questions about whether the investigation was good or whatever.
Why wouldn't you say their names now? You spent this and the last live stream that I went over saying names. Why wouldn't you say the names now? You've already accused Turtle Boy and Sean McDonough of being on Karen Reed's payroll. Did you not? Because the internet's forever. Even if you delete this shit, I went over it. We all heard you say it. But now all of a sudden you're Mr. Ethics, right? I'm not going to say their names. Dude, you blasted these accusations not even an hour ago.
Or whatever. But some of the wilder claims that are out there, these people just either aren't interested in the truth, they aren't too smart, or they're working as part of the PR team for Karen. And that's going to come out eventually.
Wow.
Listen, they have her phones, and eventually, now we don't know if she did wipe them, but there's going to be a lot of stuff that I would think that most of the things involved in this case are eventually going to come out, just like we eventually found out how close she was working with Aiden.
Ken Mello seized her phones, and we all see the credibility that Ken Mello carries, right? Because Ken Mello is just one of the most credible fucking people in the world. Ken Mello, who charged Turtle Boy with assault and battery, and that got dropped. And arguably, it's simply because they knew they couldn't prove it in the first place. Because it looks a whole lot better to get him to get him locked up in jail. It looks a whole lot better to a judge to get him locked up in jail for a bail violation. To say that, to charge him with assault and battery, because it plants it in the mind that he's capable of physically assaulting a woman. It makes it a lot easier to throw somebody in jail when you think that they're capable of assaulting a woman. For sure. Absolutely, without a doubt. And then sure enough, he gets out, and then they bring up these other stupid fucking indictments, the fucking wiretapping indictments. Let me tell you, let me ask you this. If they don't feel, I mean, if the prosecution, Ken Mello is dropping this charge of assault and battery against Turtle Boy after he said, oh my God, he grabbed her and pushed her onto a couch and grabbed her phone from her and blah, blah, blah. And there was this whole story about it, right? There's this whole story behind that. Why would he drop the charges? And when you look at that and see that he dropped those charges, the charges that could actually get him time, you look at that when I look at that, I think, well, then the rest is bullshit too. I'm going to question it all. I'm going to look at all of it like it's bullshit. I'm going to look at it all like it's bullshit. Pure bullshit. Wiretapping? Really? Wiretapping? And you expect us to believe that Kate Peters isn't working directly with Ken Mello? When 2 weeks before the wiretapping indictment, she stated in a live stream or in a video that she made, not a live stream, but a video that she made, that we should expect wiretapping charges, an absolutely insane reach of a charge. And we're supposed to not think that Kate Peters is working directly with Ken Mello? When she predicted an absolutely insane charge, an insane indictment 2 weeks prior to it happening? Come on, man. Wiretapping, dude. Like, so, dude, anything that you say about Turtle Boy at this point, like if you're trying to make me think that Turtle Boy is this bad person, the bad person that Kate Peters thinks that he is, and everybody that's going after him, and Grant and Wendy Murphy and all of these people that are just Turtle Boy bad, Turtle Boy bad. If you expect me to take anything that they say seriously about Turtle Boy, I mean, you got to come up with something better than a fucking wiretapping charge. You got to make me not think that you're absolutely railroading him with bogus bullshit charges. I mean, you're going to sit here and make me think that Turtle Boy is this horrible person by trying to paint him out to be what? A woman beating Richard Nixon? Is that supposed to be a fucking joke? Wiretapping? I don't even care if he recorded this Lindsay woman without her knowledge, and the nature of that was an argument that proves that he is not a woman beater. I'm just going to look at that as him protecting himself. I don't give a fuck if it's illegal or not. Yeah, I said that shit. I don't give a fuck if it's illegal for Turtle Boy to record that conversation without her knowledge. The bottom line is it proves to me that she's a fucking liar. It proves to me that she is someone who is a danger to her own children. The content of the recording is what I'm concerned about, not whether the fuck or not he had permission. I don't fucking care. I do not care. And the fact that you're trying to charge him with wiretapping for recording that conversation without her knowledge is such a stretch that it makes me think that you're trying to railroad him. It doesn't prove to me that, oh man, they got Turtle Boy. Holy shit, they got him. Finally, they got him. No, that's not what that does for me. What that does for me is show me that you are desperate to charge him with anything that you possibly can, which also indicates to me, which in turn indicates to me that you're fucking railroading him. Why don't you fucking lock him up for jaywalking while you're at it? I don't give a fuck that he recorded this woman without her knowledge. What she was saying on the recording is what matters to me. The content of the recording is what matters to me. Period. Give a fuck if she knew she was being recorded or not. Mind-blowing, dude. Mind-blowing. I don't give a fuck about that. But she didn't know she was being recorded. Boo-hoo. Oh my God. I guess that makes I guess that means that she was actually being totally honest in those recordings. I guess that means that we were seeing, I don't know, the real her on those recordings. I mean, what are you trying to convince me of? What are you trying to convince me of? By proving that Turtle Boy recorded her without her knowledge, all that convinces me of is the shit that I was hearing her say was coming from the heart. That I was seeing the real Lindsay. I was seeing the real crazy person. I was seeing this person being the aggressor. You take away the motive of her putting on an act. I'm seeing genuine behavior coming from this person. If you take away her being recorded with consent, I'm seeing the real her. Now what? So yeah, that's a real smart move there, Mello. Real smart move, charging him with wiretapping, because now I'm like, okay, well, so she didn't know she was being recorded? And she was threatening to throw her kids, take 4 of her kids, her 4 kids, out of bed, put them in her car, drive over to his house, sit in his driveway while she performed a self-abortion in his driveway with her kids present, sitting in the car. Because if she knew she was being recorded, one could argue that she was just saying that for the sake of the recording, for the benefit of the recording. Yeah, you're recording me. I'm going to say the most outlandish shit because blah, 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 you're recording me. That's the only defense that I could think of as to why she would say something like that. Other than that, I'm just thinking she's a terrible fucking mother whose kids are at risk. So thank you for trying to prove to me that she was being recorded without her knowledge, because now I know that she actually did that shit with no other reason than to just be fucking abusive. So, are you kidding? Because that wiretapping charge indicates those two things to me. That she's A, absolutely fucking abusive, and B, that you are reaching for anything you can to railroad this motherfucker. So, way to go, Mello. Mello, you are the MVP, buddy. The absolute best. The stupidity is mind-blowing to me, dude.
Aiden and how close Aiden was working with both attorneys. So the people that she's using as PR, yeah, I think that's eventually going to come out. So people that are doing this, that are performing this, especially if they're actually going as far as going on shows and putting their face on the screen, they better keep that in mind. The truth will come out. All right, we'll look just for a few more questions, and then I have to go have supper. Caitlin is always one of our good panel members in chat, so let's see what she's saying. If she didn't do anything, she'd know she'd get exonerated, and truth would come out in the end. Why taunt them? Disgusting. I mean, I will say Karen looked extremely confident in court yesterday, smug even. But what is that based on? Again, there's not going to be any smoking gun evidence. They would have already been shouting that from the rooftops. So I think she feels confident because she knows it does seem like maybe there was a personal connection from her or one of the attorneys to the feds. So maybe she thinks that's still going to help save her. But I mean, she confident that that a turtle rider will get onto a jury. I don't know. You can get a false sense of confidence when you're stuck in the weeds of a case like this. So I think, we'll see what that is. But I mean, just the evidence is the evidence here, and there might be hope for reasonable doubt because of flaws in the investigation. But one thing that we know is that John was not killed inside that house, and that's just a fact.
No, it's not a
go back
fact.
a few questions. Tom said 15 grand.
It's not a
from
fact.
How rich are the Reeds?
It's
they have a
not
lot of
fact.
resources, and you would do that for your daughter if you had those resources. Top G says he's 90% not guilty.
He is absolutely confident with his bullshit, isn't he? That's what's fascinating.
Tracy says, did you listen to the judge yesterday? The attorney's office wrote to the judge, and she said, at this time, they can talk, but not everything's something like that. Well, there's more coming out, yeah, but there's not going to be some big smoking gun thing. Absolutely not. The judge said, at the same time that she talked about that message, she said that she is unaware. She has not been given the documents yet. So she's going to hear them in court or to whatever presented to her by motions. But she was not sent a copy of the documents, as is apparently how it's done legally. But she understands that this is an extremely unusual investigation. And I took it to, she was basically saying, hey, I got a letter saying you got permission to talk about this in court. So, we can talk about it at length and get into the weeds on March 12th. And she eventually said that that they're going to have schedule for 9 and they can have all day. But I took it that she was giving them a chance. Hey, if there's a big smoking gun and you want to get it out, say it right now. Now's your chance. No, if there was some smoking gun, for instance, if Higgins had flipped and confessed that John was killed in the house, blah, 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 nobody would fall.
I think we got a super chat.
Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. So using this wiretapping theory, then, was John O'Keefe's voicemail wiretapping of Jen McCabe when it recorded the witch Jen Stone Cold 911 call via Karen Reed's phone? Karen Reed wiretapping then? Charge Karen Reed then? No, it doesn't count because nobody intentionally recorded anything. She just dropped the phone. I mean, yeah, now at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried, but it's easily disproven. But the thing is in a trial, Turtle Boy's charges are easily disproven. I mean, I disproved them right here. It took me 5 live streams to do it, but I disproved them. Like, it's all it takes. Like, just any fucking first year, public defender could acquit Turtle Boy of these charges. They're ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they put timestamps and video titles, and then they say one thing, and then on the next one, when you actually look at the videos, you're like, that's not what happened at all. That's not even the context of what happened. Oh, Gavel Geeks, what's up? Hey, wrong one.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Gavel Geeks, it's good to see you guys. Make sure to sub up to Gavel Geeks. What is this guy's reasoning that we know John O'Keefe wasn't killed inside that house? How do we know that? Also, he said the tooth will come out while you were away. Yeah, thank you, Gavel Geeks. I appreciate it. His reasoning for John knowing that John O'Keefe wasn't in the house. His reasoning for saying that, Gavel Geeks, Jenny, is that he is that the GPS data says that he wasn't. That's a whole nother thing that, I mean, I've been live for 6 hours now, so that's a whole nother thing that I'm not going to get into, but that's the argument is that the GPS somehow proves that John O'Keefe was not in the house. But there's a lot to that. That's a lot to unpack. But it doesn't. In case you're wondering, it doesn't. But we had a double feature today. Normally, I do these streams for 3 hours, and I've had enough of this fucking moron. By the way, that's it for him, Plevin.
Get the fuck out!
Yes. Hold on, and Denzel's got to say goodbye to Plevin too. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. You dummy. So yeah, normally I do not do streams this long, but we had a double feature since I normally do 3-hour streams. But I want to extend my appreciation to all you guys for hanging out with me and hanging in there, man. This was a lot, and there was a good chunk of it there that was really hard to listen to, which was basically this guy giving some freak on death row reason to get himself off. It was fucking disturbing, honestly. So thank you guys for hanging in there with me for that. And yeah, you guys are amazing. Amazing. I am always grateful to you guys, but I am especially grateful to you guys today for hanging in there as long as you did. So you guys are great, man. Thank you for subscribing if you're new subscribers. Thank you for liking this video, this live stream and video if you're replaying it. Thank you guys for all your support, everything, the super chats, the donos, the likes, the subscriptions, all of it. That is all support. Just logging on and actually giving me a chance to entertain you is more than enough support that I could even hope to ask for, that I can even hope for. So that means a lot. You guys are the best. So I am going to wrap this up. Hopefully, now I still have not heard anything from I still have not heard anything from Hannibal and Monty. So I don't know if that's happening tonight. But I hope it does, because I really like those guys and I look forward to it if it is happening. So guys, I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.